This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry, and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Good morning, folks, and welcome to the Kia Oval on what is a beautiful, balmy summer's morning. I'm Phil Walker and I'm joined by Yas Rana for much of the rest of the day as Surrey play host to Notts, 1st versus 7th, and it's a real clash of English cricket's heavyweights out here. There's an extra spring in our steps, it's probably fair to say as well, Yas, after events of yesterday and Saturday evening, the latest couple of showstoppers in the Ashes, more of that as the day unfolds. But in the meantime, the story here is that Notts have won the toss and that they've elected to bowl first, which seems, Yas, like the attacking move first up.
It's what Surrey quite often like to do here, and just looking at the pitch from a distance, there's a fair covering of grass, and we were talking, Phil, before we went on air, that seems to be a trend not just here at the Kia Oval but around the country, bowling first. That seems to be a decision that captains take more and more often, and I guess we're wondering, why do they do that? And I think you see here quite often that days 2 and 3 are the best for batting, and you see that with England. Stokes more often than not chooses to bowl first in home conditions. It's fair to say that, right? Captains are bowling first more often than they probably ever have in this country.
Yeah, it seems like it opens the game up as well to various different permutations, and maybe the conventional approach of first innings runs is not so much in vogue as it used to be. Certainly Notts have taken the attacking move initially. Hasib Hamid coming in as skipper. Stephen Mullaney has a slight side niggle, so he misses out. Hamid, of course, as vice-captain of Notts, he's stepping up into this one, and it was quite poignant actually to see him and Burns together out there for the toss, 2 Ashes openers way back when.
During an Ashes series.
Indeed, indeed. And in the context of this cricket match, Surrey coming onto it, it would be harsh to call it a blip, but they went down in their previous championship game, having looked broadly impermeable up until that point, and got into the semis of the T20, and we'll come to that later on in the show. But Again, 1 or 2 blips in that tournament as well before really showing their class in that quarter-final. So there's a lot riding on this for both sides here. Notts have to play more desperate cricket because they're down in 7th, having played 1 more game than the others around them. So it'll be essential for them to get something from this game. But for Surrey, who are 22 points up from Essex, but that gap at the top was diminished on the back of the last round of games. There's a hell of a lot riding on this cricket match.
Absolutely, and going back to that toss decision, I think part of it is also Notts playing to their strengths. So you'd say that 2 wins from 8, that's an underperformance for a side as strong as this on paper. And the main reason for why they're struggling this season is runs, really. Out of the 11 playing today for Notts, only Joe Clark averages more than 32 for them in the Championship this year. With the ball, they've been excellent. Brett Hutton, who's about to take the new ball from the Vauxhall end, he's been typically excellent, averaging under 20 with the ball this summer. Dane Patterson at the other end, having a similarly excellent season. Brett Hutton's one of those cricketers who no one ever really talks about in terms of England terms, but at county level, he's a wicket-taking machine. It's his 7th season in a row where he's averaged under 30 with the ball. There are a lot more established and high-profile names here at Notts, but Hutton is the guy that he's the consistent. He's Mr. Ever-Present for Notts, and he takes the new ball. He'll bowl to Rory Burns, 4 slips awaiting.
And there, as expected, bang on the money first up. He actually played a couple of games for a Surrey representative 11, maybe at the start of last year. It might have been the start of the year before. It was start of last year it was, and he was just getting some fitness back, and I think in effect trialling for Surrey. He's back where he's made most of his mark on his career back at Notts, and it will be him to continue from the JM Finn stand end. We'll run through the teams just after this delivery. 4 slips and a gully first up, conventional field. And that's swung into the pads, and he's given him first up. Burns has to go. It's come in on the arm. That's swung appreciably back into the left-hander's pads. It was a rather half-hearted appeal, Yas, but the umpire had absolutely no hesitation, and he has to go. Second ball blob for Rory Burns, and that's exactly the start that Notts needed.
I think it's one of those half-hearted appeals more because of how early it is in the morning than where it struck Burns on the pad. That looked very straight, incredibly quick call from the umpires.
We look at the Nigel Long, conventional field, not afraid to give them. And that's swung into the marginal, and he's given him first up. On the arm. Burns has to go. Probably clipping off stump. Come in on the arm. That's swung appreciably back into the left first up, I would say, but this is the way that the modern game is going. Umpires are far more prepared to raise that finger than maybe in times gone by. Whether Rory Burns will argue the toss when he's back in the dressing room is immaterial. Surrey already 1 down, just 2 deliveries into this game.
I'm with umpire Long there. I thought that was out. I think that swung just enough to hit him in line, and once it hit him in line, it was never going to miss the stumps. I mean, that continues a run of form for Rory Burns that is surprisingly slow this season. He's got an 88 against Middlesex, a 54 against Lancashire, but other than that, he hasn't passed 50. That's I think that's his 7th or 9th even score in a row under 50. So a quiet, uncharacteristically quiet summer so far for Rory Burns. But the man who replaces him at the crease is a man with as much pedigree as anyone else in this Surrey lineup. Tom Latham, the New Zealand opening batter, averages well in excess of 40 in the Test game.
He'll have a job to do here, though. The ball is clearly swinging early on. He's comfortably in behind that. No real pace to talk of with Brett Hutton, but unerring, nagging accuracy time after time. And with that slightly low arm, round arm action, it does, if the ball is offering to do a little, then he does get significant movement into the left-handers. He's definitely done a lot in the air, and maybe jagged a tiny bit off the pitch as well to trap Rory Burns in front of off stump.
If you're making a comparison to remember the Surrey attack, he'd remind you of Dan Law, probably not at the same pace, but in terms of early movement through the air.
Surrey are away. Tom Latham drops it quietly into the offside. Considers a second. In fact, they do come back for a second.
That's pretty tight. I'd quite like to see a replay of that and see just how close it was. Dom Sibley running towards the danger end.
hands on the head of the man at backward point. He certainly thought it was pretty tight. It was well within the game. Let's have a look here.
I think he was just safe. Sibley sort of on his heels as Hutton comes in the bowl again, left alone.
Guy just goes the other way off the seam. It's a good start here by Brett Hutton, an excellent start for Notts. Hasib Hamid, coin came down in his favour and he's decided straight away, no hesitation, we're going to have a bowl. And this track, it will be flat and true, of course, this being a Kia Oval track, but nonetheless there's a little bit of live grass on there, which will interest the seamers for the first couple of hours at least. Surrey just have to ride this out initially. Not much carry. Slips may take a look at their positions for the start of next over. Gone through on the bounce to Tom Moore's keeper. Still an excellent start.
Yeah, absolutely. And you never want to lose a wicket in your opening over, but especially considering the manner of Surrey's defeat in the last game, where they were chasing a very gettable fourth innings target of 204 and 208 rather than a game that had seen not loads of runs, but batting was reasonably comfortable throughout the game. 84 out, they were bundled over 4 against a Lancashire attack actually that's not that dissimilar to what Brett Hutton has bowled early on. Not express pace, but the seam of Tom Bailey and Will Williams caused absolute carnage actually for Surrey there, as they were bundled out for 84.
It's going to be Jake Ball from the top end, the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end, and while Dom Sibley just gets himself together. Quick run through the sides. Hasib Hamid captains, opens with Ben Slater. Joe Clark will be in at 4 because Will Young, the excellent New Zealand accumulator, he'll be in at 3 for his debut. Stephen Mullaney, as we said earlier, suffering with a side niggle. Matthew Montgomery at 5, Tom Moores at 6. So they are the top 6, and then we get into the all-rounders. Lyndon James, very, very good young all-round cricketer. They're very, very highly regarded at Trent Bridge. Calvin Harrison as well, all-action bowling all-rounder. Bowls some interesting leg spin as well. And he's currently, Yas, keeping Liam Patterson-White out the side, which is interesting. We'll come to that in a moment. Brett Hutton, as we've already seen, already having an impact on this game. Jake Ball, who not so long ago was bowling seam up for England in Test cricket, and Dane Patterson, the South African seamer, to bring up the rear at number 11. Surrey side, from the top, Yas. Describe this latest galaxy of stars. 8 internationals in it, and 1 or 2 future internationals as well. Just run through that side for us.
Obviously Rory Burns, who's come and gone already this morning. Dom Sibley opening Latham at 3. Jamie Smith, who's had a somewhat of a breakout season at number 4.
Jake Ball in again from the top end, and Sibley in behind it.
Ben Folkes at 5, and he's someone who obviously was in the England team at the end of the winter. There was so much debate going into the first test of the summer about whether or not he'd retain the gloves, and those debates have heightened, if anything, given the performance of Johnny Bairstow behind the stumps for England. I think he's missed 7 chances for England across the first 3 test matches. Then you've got Will Jacks in at 6, Jordan Clark at 7, the first of the seam bowling all-rounders.
First of many.
Then you've got Sean Abbott, Jamie Overton, Tom Laws and Dan Worrell. Jamie Overton in for Sam Curran this week, who's just being rested.
Yeah, Overton, the big talking point. He would have come into the start of this summer with massive hopes, not just of spearheading Surrey to a championship, but also featuring in that England Test side. Unfortunately, he's been injured up until now. He's been playing as a batter predominantly or entirely in the T20 stuff, and now, thankfully, is fit and ready to resume. Dom Sibley, characteristically tight in behind it, playing quietly under the eyes.
After a wayward first delivery from Ball that just went down the leg side, he's found his line length well here. Obviously a bowler who's played Test cricket for England, but really stop-start couple of years in the red ball game in particular. He's not taken more than 4 first-class wickets in a season since the COVID year 2020.
That is called a wide. Good to see by the umps. We don't see it enough. I think it's beginning to creep in to the red ball game at test level in particular, especially when there is a sense that bowlers are deliberately spraying it beyond the batsman's reach. It's good to see.
Well, it was a talking point at Lords, wasn't it, about just how passive the umpires were as both sides went all in on the short ball ploy. They were really quite reluctant to call one for the over for height.
So a quiet start by Jake Ball, and Dom Sibley, who has gone about his business very effectively on his return, on his second coming as a Surrey batter. And while he hasn't pulled up any trees statistically, he has that extraordinary slowest ever championship 100 under his belt already, and runs here as well in the run chase against Hampshire, dominated by Ollie Pope. But Sibley on his first game back played very nicely in Pope's slipstream, and he's had a quietly very effective 4-day return. So Hutton in again with that round arm style into the left-hander. Tom Latham will have to be mindful of that angle.
You know, we were talking earlier about what makes Surrey such a strong red ball outfit, and part of it for me is just how well that order complements each other. In Burns, Sibley and Latham, you've got three of the best players, not just in the country but in the world game at getting through the new ball. Sibley divides opinion stylistically, but there are very few players in world cricket who are better at withstanding new ball pressure.
And they've gone up, but nothing doing. It may have just clipped the back pad possibly. Tom Latham entirely unmoved, same with the umpire Nigel Long. But again, held the seam and then moved across the bows of the left-hander. So this is an excellent start here by Brett Hutton.
Yeah, good call, just flicks back thigh.
He's in again, what's he got? And it's bang on the money yet again. Tom Latham has to lean on all of his experience. His watchfulness will be critical here. Surrey just have to see the lacquer off this new ball, knowing that Notts have got a very strong seam attack. Dane Patterson, you would fancy, will get a bit of movement as well. There's a few clouds around. It's quite a muggy day. It's the kind of day where you'd expect the ball to move off the straight, certainly initially.
It's a very precise start from Brett Hutton. You know exactly what he's trying to do. Body from over the wicket to the left-hander. Just trying to pitch it in and around that off-stump line and then get it to swing into the left-hander. Pretty much exactly the delivery he bowled to Rory Burns, but there's more than just one mode of dismissal at play. There's the LBW if it pitches on off, but also the outside edge if the batter plays for more movement than there actually is.
Top start. 2 overs almost completed by Brett Hutton. He's gone for a couple, but he's already picked up the big one of Rory Burns, and he's bothered the outside edge, or certainly threatened to, of Tom Latham as well. This is an excellent start.
And if you're not, you're just thinking right now, let's get into that more expansive side of the Surrey batting order. Jamie Smith in at 4, Will Jackson at 6.
And again, beats the outside edge. Top class. Surrey just have to weather this storm as it stands. They have the perfect man in that, of course, in Dominic Sibley. New lease of life for the 27-year-old here at Key Oval.
He absolutely loves battles like this, doesn't he?
He's made for it. He had a poor game against Lancs, just one run across his 2 innings, but preceding that was that mammoth knock against Kent, 140 not out, spread over 2 days. He'd still be batting now. He'll pick up his first runs. That may well run away for 4. Implausible to say, but it's a very short boundary. We're not quite centre here. We're leaning towards that side, the Archbishop Tennyson school side. And although that was skewed off a thick edge, didn't go airborne and just wobbled really past backward point and somehow away for 4. There's going to be a lot of boundaries hit across that turf. No more than 55 metres to that boundary. Obviously there's a big game coming up here in a week or two, so they're keeping their powder dry mid-pitch. More runs. He likes it there, does Dom Sibley. Never misses the chance off the hip.
That delivery that went before, just watching the replay, ball really squares him up there. It's found quite a lot of movement through the air again, so a lot of threat from both ends here. When we go back to Jake Ball's Test career, he kind of built a reputation for being a bowler who swung it in both directions at good pace. He was someone who did really move. I think his first Test wicket was Yorking Yunus Khan at Lords, I want to say.
So Lyndon James as well will have a part to play here, as mentioned earlier. He's a very good young all-round cricketer, swings it at decent pace. Dane Patterson will barrel in, and he will have a say as well. So it's going to be relentless seam, I would say, for the first 2 or 3 hours of this cricket match. Ball round the wicket to the lefty. Tom Latham eases himself into that. He's beginning to move quite nicely now into his innings. Nice to have it back. Bit of white clothing, a Monday morning start, crowd ambling in of their own volition. There'll be a few newspapers under the arm trying to relive what happened yesterday afternoon.
I think there'll be quite a few people, not watching this of course, but who were pleasantly surprised to see the County Championship return this morning, a day after the Headingley Test.
But it should be day 5, of course. Good stuff here by Jake Ball. He's on the money against the left-hander. Good carry there as well. Hitting Tom Moore's gloves with decent heft. 4 slips and that backward point, so they're certainly in the game here.
The schedule really does catch you off guard at this point in the season, County Championship wise at least. Just a couple of random rounds slipped in quietly during the blast group stage.
Lets that go. Yeah, 9 rounds of games, so every team playing just squeezed in there in between the latest jamboree. We had the quarter-finals towards the back end of last week. We'll come to those in due course, of course. Notts went down against Somerset, who are the form side really in the country, and Surrey, as Tom Latham lets that one go past Surrey as well, went up to Old Trafford and turned over one of the real big beasts of the tournament. That was a classic game, and Surrey would have been absolutely thrilled to have got over the line against a star-studded side, including Josh Butler, Phil Salt, Liam Livingston et al. But as soon as that's done, we move breathlessly into the 3rd Test match and then stagger out of that, and we have a 4-day round of games here and some interesting ties as well. Surrey will be looking over their shoulder. They have a degree of breathing space, don't get me wrong. 22 points is not insignificant at this stage of the season, but with half a dozen games still to go, anything can happen, and they'll be looking over their shoulders at Essex in particular, who closed the gap in the previous round of games, and they've lost an early one. Nick Brown has gone for a duck against Lancs. Might have just got an inside edge down to fine leg. Yeah, just got enough on that, so runs off the bat for Dom Sibley from his first ball faced against Brett Hutton.
It's just something I've noticed looking at some of the teams around the country this week, is that I think Somerset and to a degree Surrey have more than one eye on finals day that's obviously coming up on Saturday. Somerset, whose a lot of their T20 success I guess is founded upon that outstanding new ball pairing of Craig Overton and Matt Henry. Neither are playing today in their game against Hampshire, and Surrey obviously without Sam Curran and Gus Atkinson here.
Shorter, that will run away to that short boundary down at deep 3rd, down towards the groundsman's hut. And so first boundary 4 from the bat of Tom Latham. Easily steered behind square, no danger at all.
Regular feature of County Championship games here is that more often than not the pitch is very much to one side of the ground, with one eye on some high profile game or another coming up soon, so that boundary towards the Bedstone is particularly short.
That's held its line. Half-hearted appeals from behind the stumps. But again, that is the danger. With that round arm action, you instinctively feel it's going to be coming into you as a left-hander, but then if it holds its line, maybe just wobbles a tiny bit away from the left-hander, then those slips are always in the game. It's a good comeback.
I would suggest that the boundaries are so short on that side that it makes bowling spin from either end really quite risky, because if you're bowling spin from the pavilion end to a left-hander, that's a total miscue for 6, really. That's how short we're talking.
So a couple deliveries left of this, the 5th over. Surrey 13 for 1. Tom Latham's just got to see this out. Another one, hits the seam, holds its line and threatens the outside edge. That's 3 now against Tom Latham alone.
For Surrey viewers watching Brett Hutton for maybe the first time this season, you can see exactly why he averages 19 with the ball in the county championship. He's been right on the money from ball 1 here, and this one just nibbling the other way and beating Tom Latham's outside edge this time. Really impressive.
Yeah, that's gone late as well, and appreciably. Outside the line, but very good, excellent stuff by Brett Hutton. Economical action as well, so no great effort on the body. He can bowl long spells, as we've seen, and he's really held Notts' seam attack together through this season so far. I had them to be bothering the top echelons of the league much more than they have. They're 7th from 8 games as well. Lancs just ahead of them, having played 1 game fewer, and Middlesex and Northants bringing up the rear as it stands, but from 7 games. So they are in a bit of a dogfight here, and Notts. Just 2 wins from 8 tells their story. They've not been able to force their advantage home when they have got up in the game, combined with some inexplicable batting collapses. That'll be runs as ever. He'll pick up a couple here, I think. Easy as you like, Tom Sibley. He'll bunt you into the onside all day long.
Early days, but Jake Ball not quite offering the same consistency from the pavilion end as Brett Hutton is providing from the Vauxhall end. He strayed a couple of times down leg side, wide on the offside as well.
And again, 2 straight. He'll be cranky with himself. Every new ball is important, but you feel with a bit of live grass here, but the weather set fair, and Surrey batting down to 11, you feel like these early stages are essential if Notts are going to set this game up for themselves.
It must be almost demoralising looking at the Surrey line-up as opposition, not just in terms of their overall strength, but just specifically how deep they bat.
How many games did they win last year when they were 6 or 7 down? It's better. He seems to be more at ease to the left-hander coming around the wicket as it stands. Yeah, they've pulled many games out across this run of form dating back to the start of last year. They've pulled so many games out the bag due to that lethal lower order. Jordan Clark, Sean Abbott, these are match winners with the bat.
Dan Worrell even was
Dan Worrell,
half century in the last game.
Tom Laws can bat as well. Good to see him in the 11. It's good this now against the left-hander by Jake Ball. Bit of carry.
Seems to be completing his action a little bit more from around the wicket. That follow-through just has a little bit more energy in it.
Maybe just wants to be a tiny bit fuller. Very tight 4-slit ring there as well. There'll be runs. Hasib Hamid pulls it in at mid-on, so just a single, skewed from the inside edge of Tom Latham's bat. But that's really the length that Jake Ball should be looking to exploit here, I think, in these early stages.
Hashim Hamid, who's obviously captain today, but also fresh from his first 2 ever professional T20 knocks.
How did he go?
23 and 18. His 23 came against Leicester in a 4-run win. 23 off 20 from number 5. I'll be honest, I never really had Hamid down as a number 5 in T20. I always thought if he was ever going to crack it in the shortest format, it would be as a power play stylist. We're getting a similar mode to what Rahane did in the IPL, where you just play classical shots.
I guess they see him perhaps
ring.
as a sort of gnarled finisher these days. He's experienced many things on the cricket field as Hashim Hamid. It's great to see him enjoying his cricket, and he'll feel like he has a point to prove as well. Bagged a pair in Notts' previous game against Somerset. They went down by 399 Yas in that one. Second dismissal, albeit, was a run out for Hamid, but he's sparkled at points in this season, as indeed he did last. Not consistent enough really to edge his way into the conversation regarding England's opening pairs, but he's rebuilt his career really impressively here at Notts.
It's an interesting hypothetical question, and if one of the openers were to go down, who do you think England would turn to? Because we've already had a couple of freak injuries already this series, so you can't rule out another one.
Well, it would be very England just to reorder their existing squad rather than bring in a like for like, right? You know, they could move Brook up there. They could bring Lawrence in to the middle order because he's in the squad. It wouldn't be very England to bring in an opener for an opener.
Okay, if I change the question, then who would you bring in?
If one of the openers went down?
Yeah, so Zach Rory rolls an ankle tomorrow.
It's a good question, because at the start of the season I'd have probably said Rory Burns or Hashim Hamid, but I don't think either of them have really got the weight of runs behind them to justify being called in. I would be tempted, as you know, to experiment with Harry Brook as an opening bat in an emergency situation. I think he has the technical smarts to bat in that top order. England do as well, or else they wouldn't have picked him at 3 in that previous Test match. And then bring in Lawrence, seeing as he's in the squad. Just off the pad, I think, slightly shorter of a length this time by Brett Hutton. Yeah, leg bite. It sounds funky, but they are funky. If there was an opening bat out there who was really knocking the door down, then I'd be very tempted to, but this is not how England seem to go about their cricket. They keep it very much inside their bubble, their cultish bubble, and they work within that. They believe that they're the best cricketers out there, and that you fit those into a system rather than the other way around. Squared him up this time, just held its length, held its line rather. No run, but well bowled.
And I think on that, in terms of how they stick to their bubble, I think if England did call someone up from outside the squad, I think it'd be Alex Lees, who has had a decent season for Durham. He's batting at a tempo he's never really previously done in the county game. He spent some time with the England Lions after being dropped by England, and kind of the messaging coming out from there is that England have been really impressed by what they've seen from Lees.
Fuller this time, and angled safely enough. Away for a couple. He's starting to move quite nicely into his innings here. Tom Latham moves into double figures.
And the runs are beginning to flow after a very quiet start. Obviously the loss of Rory Burns. Brett Hutton was impeccable for his first couple of overs. There have been just a few more run scoring opportunities coming to Surrey. Hamid still with that very attacking field, 4 slips.
It's hit nicely to mid-on, quick single. Hamid's shy, misses the stumps. I think he would have been home anyway. So
he picked up a single, but I think Latham will feel he's missed out there. Hutton just going a little bit too full, a little bit too straight. He clips it into the leg side for 1. But it's the kind of delivery. Hutton wasn't bowling first up this morning. Surrey now 22 for 1 after 7.
Hasib Hamid wears number 99 on his back. I can't help thinking that if I was an opening bat, that wouldn't be the number that I'd go looking for, but maybe he has a poetic soul. I like it.
I guess no 2-digit number really is what you want if you're a batter, isn't
I
it?
guess
Or 1 digit.
Do the Prithvi Shaw, just have 100 on your back. Well, that takes a certain kind of ego, I think. Dane Patterson then, as we discussed earlier, you feel like he could be quite useful on this track. He's going to have his first go from the far end. Mickey's members pavilion end, and he's in, round the wicket. Decent lines left alone by Tom Latham, who's starting to play quite nicely here. So still 4 slips and a backward point. And Dane Patterson, it's clear what he's going to be trying to do. He's going to hold that line, right arm round, Stuart Broad style, 2 full, but not got much of it up to mid-on.
When we were doing our players to watch at the start of the season, Patterson was one of mine, because as we were talking about earlier, I expected Notts to really challenge for the title. They obviously came close to it in the weird conference 2021 season, but then inexplicably were back in Division 2 for 2022 on account of their 2019 season because of COVID and all that. I expect them to really challenge. I think they've got a really strong side on paper. And Patterson has just been brilliant for them now. Really consistent, always takes his wickets at between 20 and 24.
Yeah, it's been a fine acquisition, and they've always been strong in the seam department, have Notts, which makes it all the more surprising really that they haven't challenged this year. They have a mercurial batting lineup. Every time you think a Joe Clark or a Hasib or a Ben Slater are about to go on a serious run of form, they seem to stutter and stagnate, and then you'll see them emerge again with another big innings. Joe Clark's the perfect example of that. It's been feast or famine for him this year. That's close-ish. Nothing doing. Joe Clark coming off the back of a brilliant unbeaten double in that draw against Warwickshire, and then had a quiet game in Notts' collapse really against Somerset.
The way that Notts had success last season was really not that dissimilar to how Surrey had their success here. They leave a bit of grass on the pitch and the games aren't particularly high scoring, so you'd expect results. And I remember speaking to Ben Duckett about this a year or so ago, and he said that the batters are fine with that. They know that they're probably going to average 5 or 6 less than they would at another ground.
Stifled appeal. Bowling a good fullish length though is Patterson, and asking some questions here.
But for whatever reason this season it's just not worked out for that Notts top order. As I said earlier, Joe Clark, the only player today in the Notts 11 averaging more than 32 this season.
Is that right?
And it makes the signing of Will Young make sense, right? Very solid top order bat.
Good start. Excellent start by Dane Patterson as Yas Rana vacates the chair. And I'm joined by Taha Hashim. What a joy. Morning, Squire. How are you?
Good, Phil. How are you?
Yeah, I'm excellent. I didn't know you were on today. This is a pleasant surprise to see you emerge.
So give me the lowdown. It's looking tricky out there for Surrey top order.
Brett Hutton has it on a string. It's swinging and seaming a little bit. Rory Burns was pinned second ball. As Hutton's in again, and that's been the story of the morning so far. Gentle pace, but excellent control into the pads of the left-hander. That's how Burns went. And whenever that ball holds its line, it just ambles its way past the outside edge of the lefty. There's been a couple of squeezed boundaries, but not really a shot in anger so far in the first 33 minutes. As befits a game with a sort of underlying tension, really. Surrey are still comfortably top and in the box seat to pick up back-to-back titles. Nonetheless, after that defeat against Lancs in the last round, they will be a tiny bit more twitchy than they were. Whereas Notts just need to play desperate cricket. They are in a relegation dogfight as it stands, with half a dozen games, including this one, left of the championship season.
There's a slightly mythical figure in my mind, Brett Hutton. You know, you look at Notts' bowling stocks and Stuart Broad, Ollie Stone. Even in this match, you've got Dane Patterson and Jake Ball, guys who play Test cricket. And Hutton's kind of the unheralded figure there, but he's been the main man this summer.
And yet again, he's landing on the proverbial sixpence here. It's been excellent stuff all round, and not predictable either. Deliveries heading both ways, beating Rory Burns on the inside, and a number of times Tom Latham on the out. He's taken 283 first-class wickets at 25. He's one of those unheralded, sort of modest heroes, really, of county cricket. A bit shorter this time, cramping Tom Latham for room. He's been very watchful as the New Zealander this morning. Yeah, it's been a serenely slow start to the morning after the chaos of Leeds yesterday afternoon and Saturday night. I think we're all just trying to get our breath back, really. Bowled again.
Yeah,
One delivery to come of his fifth over, and Latham will be giving everything he has here. Just has to see this through. It's been a superb opening new ball spell. You imagine there may be one more in it. Brett Hutton, very economical action, doesn't take too much out of himself. But they just have to see this through, get through the next half an hour or so, and then the day starts to open up for the batters. Foolish, played quietly up to mid-off. End of the 9th, 23 for 1, Taha.
It's just quite the change of pace from yesterday, obviously. You know, we look at the way this England-Australia series has gone, and it's, people say it's like T20 cricket. I mean, it's a slight exaggeration. It's more, I'd say, more sort of, it's got 50 over vibes to it. You know, in terms of
it had 50 over run chase vibes yesterday, didn't it?
Yeah.
On a used track.
Yeah, and then we're here, sort of back to the old school way. You've got Tom Latham and Dom Sibley, who are going to get stuck in there, and then you've got your seamers in Patterson and Hutton, who are going to just be patient. It's not going to be Mark Wood Express here. It's going to be the old school pressure building, dots, and let's see how we go there.
Dane Patterson into the right hander this time, and he's found a decent length already. Challengingly full in the first over that he bowled. Pulled it back his length a tiny bit there, but definitely good carry from the Mickey members pavilion end. Tom Moore's taking it around chest height, fingers pointing upwards. There's plenty to work with here for the seamers. Nibbles at that, outside off. He'll be slightly cranky with himself, will Dominic Sibley, because he didn't need to push out at that. Let the bowler come to him, that is his game plan. But again, definite movement off this pitch. Jamie Smith is the one, he's due in next. He's been one of the stars of the show for Surrey this year. Fabulous young player. Made a 70 ball 100 in the famous win over Kent. That's where he likes it. Dominic Sibley will angle it behind square all day long. never misses. He moves into double figures alongside Tom Latham. Yeah, just back to Jamie Smith, who's in next. That 100 he made against Kent came on the penultimate evening of what looked at the time like a nominal chase, really. 501. Surrey were set, and he changed the dimensions of that game completely with an extraordinary counter-attack. Meanwhile, Dom Sibley sat on his bat at the other end, and as the game moved into the final day, Dominic Sibley was immovable, Ben Folkes was irresistible, and Surrey knocked it off 5 down. So those two, Folkes and Smith, if they get going this afternoon, or whenever they do finally enter the fray, it'll be a joy to watch.
But it's an interesting passage for Surrey because of how they went a couple of weeks ago against Lancashire. Despite all their dominance at home and away this summer, to get rolled for 80 odd. As good as you've been as a side, you're still kind of having to build that confidence back. And so to lose Burns so quickly this morning, it's a passage where they've got to kind of just see it off, get that confidence back as a batting unit, as brilliant as they have been, as dominant as they have been this summer. You've still got to kind of get rid of that last innings.
Yeah, exactly that. There are moments in a season where even a team as thrusting and as strong as Surrey, you just have to take a moment, consolidate, build on what you've done. Good dish from Dane Patterson. Bit of indifferent bounce as well. Previous delivery, the 5th delivery of that over, rather scuttled, where others have been taking off from just short of a length from that far end to us as we look at it. Were you up at Leeds at all?
I was there just for the Saturday, so I really chose it wisely.
Right. Ideal. It was still, you can get more excitement in 2 hours than sometimes across a whole day of an average game.
Yeah, it felt like that evening session sort of made up for the cricket we lost earlier. 6 wickets to fall.
And it seemed like nobody had gone. Everyone was still there, just waiting, hoping for a blast, and they got it. Sensational Saturday night's cricket. Meanwhile, Brett Hutton goes about his business without a care in the world. This has been superb, classical English new ball seam up to now.
No, it was a bizarre sight where you felt in the morning, in the early afternoon, there's just this constant drizzle that would, go away for a few minutes and then come back. You think, all right, we're not getting on today. But then by the end of the day, Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett were batting under sunshine.
Hutton in again, foolish, leg side-ish, flicked stylishly, but straight to the one man on the boundary on the leg side. So just the single.
You almost lost that for a second, Dane Patterson. A little tricky one to deal with.
In the context of that run chase, that 20 minutes at the end, 25 minutes on the end of Saturday, that was crucial, I thought, and showed a lot of why Bazball is, to coin an awful phrase, or to recoin an awful phrase, has so many virtues, because I think England sides of previous years would have blocked their way to the end. Dom Sibley picks up a couple off his pads, easing into that leg side bunt. Easy as you like. Yeah, that 25 minutes as it was, I think just 6 overs, but it showcased why England are such a dangerous cricket team and why they continue to back these stroke makers at the top who don't deliver the numbers that you grow accustomed to in previous years, but it begins to make sense when you see that run chase, I thought, or the first part of that run chase. 27 for Nottingham were at the end of day 3, and it just gave them a bit of impetus going into what was an agonising afternoon's cricket. Did you watch it all yesterday, Taha?
I did, yeah. And more specifically about that passage late on Saturday, those kind of passages of play, sometimes you just look at the scorecard, you don't take into account the conditions, and I imagine a lot of batters and openers do that as well, where the conditions might be good, but just because of the score, you tell yourself it's a tricky period.
It's quite a tricky period out here for Surrey's openers. Surrey's opener and number 3 as well. 28 for 1. They've done it well considering they lost Rory Burns to just the second delivery of the game.
Whereas what Duckett and Crawley did was actually look at the conditions, actually think about the chase, and looked at what they could get out of it rather than what they could lose in that evening. And so yeah, that was a really strong start to the chase and kind of just set the tone for the next morning as well.
End of another one from Brett Hutton, who's been immaculate so far. Six overs, 1 for 14 for the seamer. It'll be interesting to see Notts later on in the game how their top 4 go about things. As even me coming on the back of that pair bagged against Somerset. Ben Slater, so prolific last year, struggled a bit this year, and Will Young in at 3 to make his debut. It's not his county championship debut because he's played in the past for Northants. But he's a very canny acquisition. He's a very good player. Made runs in Test cricket in these conditions against England a couple of years back. Very unshowy, undemonstrative number 3. Very similar actually in tempo and approach to Tom Latham in here now, and may yet take on Latham's mantle at the top of the order in due course for New Zealand. And then Joe Clark at 4, the mercurial Joe Clark. As talented a stroke maker as there is really in the English county game. He's had his good days so far this year, but maddeningly for himself, not quite enough. So there's quality throughout this cricket match. 12 internationals on the field. And here are a couple of them. Dane Patterson into Tom Latham. Wayward this time. Latham not interested. Not really been a shot in anger all morning. 45 minutes in. The early sparring in this 4-day game reflects where these two sides are, really. As Taha rightly says, Surrey would have taken the odd bruising from that collapse against Lancs in the previous round of games, chasing 200 odd and going down quite comfortably in the end, and not desperate for anything. Just 2 wins from 8. Gone up, big appeal. Rob Bailey unmoved, leg side-ish on first thought. Tom Latham practices the punch through straight mid-on, straight mid-wicket, which suggests he thought it was leg side-ish as well. It wasn't a sustained appeal on the angle, just going down.
It's quite something to watch Hashim Hamid call the shots. I know, he's been around for a while, but there's still that sort of boyish charm about him, even with the beard, the taped up fingers that suggest he's been and done the rounds.
He certainly has. Foolish again. He's maintained this foolish length throughout. It's good to see by Dane Patterson. He's prepared to be driven, prepared to be punched through the onside. Those 4 slips are in play.
Just a bit of away movement there as well, I think, from Latham, having had the previous ball kind of go straight on.
Yeah, Hamid not sparkled quite as much this term as he did last year, but overall his return to county cricket with Notts into his 3rd year now with his 2nd club has been a real feel-good story. We all knew about his travails towards the end at Lancashire. Began as one of the great hopes really of English cricket. Made 400s in his first full season, and was soon enough in that England squad, and then after that it became a very difficult story for him. He lost form and confidence, averaged under 10 across one full season for Lancs before Notts offered him an olive branch, and since then he's become an essential part of this side. Vice captain and skippering today with Steve Mullaney. Big miss actually with a side niggle. I saw him in that first season here get a very stylish 30-odd in that first season. He looks like a different man now. That's on the pads. Dominic Sibley excels there, as we know. So first change from this end, the JM Finstand end, and Jake Ball, who began rather innocuously from the far end, has just served up an easy, juicy leg side half volley. Nothing more than medium pace. Be frustrating that for Hasib Hamid, who's been able to rely on Brett Hutton's nagging accuracy from this end, and Jake Ball releases the pressure there. Better. First time I've seen Jake Ball in the flesh this year. Looks like he's just trying to find his way a little bit. Very impressed with him when he first came on the scene. Very successful in those first 2 years for Notts. Obviously made a breakthrough into the England Test side. He's had his injury problems.
For all the looseness that might come with his bowling, I remember when he did first kind of break into that England team, he had that ability to bowl that kind of magical delivery. I think his first Test wicket might have been a really brilliant Yorker as well. So there's still that, you know, he might serve up kind of ball on the pads that Dom Sibley can flick away comfortably for 4, and he's had a tough time of it in the Championship so far this summer, but you've got to keep an eye out for the magical one.
That beats the infield, so just angled down between back point and fourth slip for another couple. So this is fruitful stuff now for Dom Sibley, who moves on to 18. That boundary 4 and a characteristic squeeze just behind square on the offside. This has been trademark Sibley so far. Very much within himself. Only that one aberration when he fended outside off a couple of overs back, but aside from that he's been rock solid. Taunting the seamers, really, saying come and bowl at me. Heartening to see. He's a really likeable cricketer, is Dom Sibley. And he's started this second iteration as a Surrey cricketer really well so far this year. As Hashim Amla goes out, they bring in another Test match top order player. They know what they're doing here at the Keir Oval. Gareth Batty and Alex Stewart building a serious squad across all the formats. Into the last 4 of finals day, which should be an absolute cracker. All Southern affair as well. We'll come back to that in a moment. Nicely played by Sibley, right under the eyes. He won't get 4 for it, but he might pick up. In fact, they'll just settle for a couple. In fact, no, Tom Latham is coming back for a third. Sibley had more than happy just to sit on his mat, but gets through for 3, and so retains the strike. Nicely played, controlled. Game looks in good order, not quite as idiosyncratic as the latter part of his England career when there were a lot of moving parts by that point. Looks like he's simplified 1 or 2 elements of it, and he looks in good nick. Taha.
Yeah, he was slightly frustrated with himself against Lancashire when he kind of poked at balls outside off and got himself out poking at one, where, you know, naturally we think of Dom Sibley where he's at his best is when he's picking it through the leg side. But as we saw in that last over, he got squeezed a couple through the offside and has looked really solid this morning so far.
It's good by Dane Patterson. Not given very much away at all so far. So, as we say, full round of games going ahead on this easy Monday morning. 9 rounds. I guess Surrey eyes will be focused on here, of course, predominantly, but at Blackpool, where Essex are playing Lancs, and also down at Taunton, where Somerset host Hampshire. Hampshire and Essex being Surrey's nearest challengers as it stands. More bold, coming back in on the angle this time. He's got real control out here, Dane Patterson, and only a tiny bit of kidology that he's holding his hands to his mouth. It was a good leave by Dom Sibley, but it needed to be. Definite movement. Good cricket, full again, bothering that off stump. And Sibley good for it, punched it hard, straight to mid on. So it's raining as it stands at Blackpool, but already Lancs and Essex got on the field and Nick Brown went for a blob. So 12 for 1 are Essex initially, just in the 5th over. And down at Taunton, Somerset won the toss and batted, and 3 down already, 41 for 3 against Hampshire. This one goes the other way, bit wide, but this is good, probing, challenging stuff. We fancied that Dane Patterson would fancy this on a pitch with a bit of live grass, initially at least, which will then bed down, you feel, over the course of the afternoon. No rain forecast. It's cloudy-ish, but there are breaks in that cloud. We're expecting sunshine this afternoon. So it's a crucial opening session. Surrey are doing okay, 37 for 1 up to now, first hour gone. Make that 38 for 1. So yeah, as I say, Somerset won the toss, chose to bat at home against Hants, and it's Kyle Abbott yet again, 2 wickets in his first 3 overs and a run out as well to remove George Bartlett, and so Somerset are wobbling a little bit. Hampshire breathing down Surrey's neck as it stands. All to play for in this championship season. Big swing, expansive shot, first shot in anger really that we've seen from either player, and all Latham could find was fresh air. Tom Moores actually grasped the ball, so if there had been a little nick, that may well have proved a costly drop. As it was, nothing doing, we move on. 38 for 1 though, 14 gone. Intriguing start here.
Uncharacteristic of Tom Latham. He's a man who likes to leave on both line and length. Yeah, that was quite wide outside off, and he went for the big booming drive.
Just 3 boundary falls in the first 56 minutes of the day. Tells its own story. Brett Hutton was classy early on, 6 overs, just 14 runs from it. Jake Ball's been a little bit more expensive, 4 overs for 19, served up a couple of hit-me balls on the leg stump that Dominic Sibley has latched onto, but aside from that, it's been cat and mouse cricket really. Dane Patterson's been excellent, just 3 runs from his first 4 overs. Jake Ball to resume, needs to step up a little bit here. They've now got 4 men on the onside. They've got a man at leggish gully, shortish at square leg, and of course the man down on the boundary. Sibley picks up a single, and so the field of course will change around back to 3 slips and a gully to the left-hander, which makes sense. I think the movement from this end has been across the left-hander, and Ball, who looked more comfortable bowling to the lefty earlier than he did the right-hander, is going round the wicket again straight away, hoping to hold that line and jag it away from Tom Latham. Good leave, left on length this time.
Yeah, you've got Patterson building a lot of pressure from the other end. You kind of need Jake Ball to just step up and get it on the line, get on the length. He's been a bit slightly wayward this morning. He's had a tough time of it in the championship so far this summer, Jake Ball. But there have been a few good balls. He's getting decent carry. We saw it just there with that ball to Tom Latham that flew to Tom Moores behind the stumps.
That'll be 4. Got on the top of that bounce. Kept under control as well. Played it down with a straight bat. Nicely played by Tom Latham. He's beginning to show touches of class here. Just had to stay within himself. Wait for the hit me ball rather than going looking for it, as we saw in the previous over, and he's played that very nicely. It was there to hit, and of course, extremely short boundary there behind square and the offside, but nonetheless, played that one tidily. Just his second boundary of the day.
Ball clearly still searching for any sort of rhythm. He's already changed ends this morning. Yeah, just trying to find something. He's had a bit of decent carry. There's been a bit of movement for him, but he's just trying to settle into a line and length against Latham here, who was kind of waiting for that ball earlier, having gone for the big drive to Patterson and not got anything off it.
That'll be 4. Off the bat, off the leg. No bat involved. It runs away.
I think Jake Ball's done something there. He's clinging onto his side. Hamid's gone over to him.
He has. It's a good spot. And if that is a side strain, that is a big problem here for Notts. He's going to try and get through this over at least. He's back on his mark, but he does not look happy. He's certainly been searching for rhythm all morning. Yeah, he needs to find something here, does Jake Ball. Just trying to stretch himself out. He's in again.
No, he doesn't look right.
No, he doesn't.
He's pulled up again. And
Hamid, he's already calling for some sort of support. I think for Jake Ball, he's in real trouble here, and I think the 12th man is going to come on. He's going to get himself checked out. Yeah, he's looking in poor form here. Big blow. He may not have started well, but he's a wicket taker, and on a pitch like this where you need a bit of pace and bounce as it flattens out across the course of the game, it'll be a big loss if Jake Ball is unable to continue or offer too much more across the course of the day at least. We hope he's okay. Maybe a massage and a bit of rest. A couple of tablets might do the job, but when a fast bowler starts clutching their side, we tend to fear the worst.
He was struggling for rhythm, but it was only just after that penultimate ball there where he instantly clutched his side, and the ball had gone down leg side. He knew something wasn't right with ball, and he's trudging off now. Huge blow for Notts. They've been building up some decent pressure from the other ends. Dane Patterson's bowled really well. Brett Hutton bowled a beautiful opening spell. And Ball, who was, wasn't getting his line right or his length, but has still got that ability to bowl that magical delivery. And yeah, that's a big blow for Notts.
Yeah, just footage there, him talking to the wider squad and the physio. It doesn't look good. Foolish again. Good by Dane Patterson. It's been an excellent start. Dom Sibley's been up to it so far. And Surrey, considering they were 0 for 1, have done this pretty well up to now as we just tick into the second hour of the day. Only really one wild shot from Tom Latham. Aside from that, it's been steady, quiet accumulation, 47 for 1. Dom Sibley is born for these moments, really. The epitome of the watchful opening bat. By some metrics, his species is endangered, but there is always value in it, especially in English conditions, across a 14-game season as well, where you get a few juicy pitches, you get a few overhead conditions that are against you, and he's invaluable, no question about it.
These are sort of familiar conditions. You know, what we've seen at the Oval this summer is kind of the sun shining quite a bit, but then also a green tinge to the pitch, which means it's not exactly straightforward. So these aren't picture perfect batting conditions.
That's been a mark of the pitches here for the last couple of years. I think the head honcho Lee Fortis has done a grand job. To see him ambling out of his groundsman's hut. So he's not listening to us, just as it stands. But yeah, these pitches are fabulous for cricket. Leg stumpish, but a few stifled appeals. Sibley nonetheless manages to squeeze it behind square for a single. To get across onto his off stump there, but I think that was maybe just missing leg regardless. Either way, got an inside edge down to fine leg, so he moves on to 24.
You expect it with Dom Sibley, but there's been no problems off the pad so far. Nudging and nurdling, clipping away. So he's looking come to win the spot that he's most comfortable with, really. But we have seen a couple of shots into the offside as well. Latham, on the other hand, you know, this is always a tricky one where you've got the right armour coming from around the wicket, looking to just shape it away. It's always coming at you, so you're thinking about playing, and then one might just nip away. And there are those 3 slips waiting for it. Latham, he's been patient so far. That's what his game is built on. Although we did see in the last over against Patterson, him, you know, eyeing up a wide one. So maybe Patterson hangs one outside off again.
Classy work from the South African seamer so far. Nothing to hit at all. Ramrod straight. Just 4 runs from his 5 overs, so he's maintaining the pressure. Brett Hutton as well early on. It's only really Jake Ball who's been struggling, clearly not 100%. He's now off the field with what looks like it could be a side strain. So they're turning to their 4th seamer here, Lyndon James, a cricketer I like a lot, as indeed to the bosses at Trent Bridge. Brought him through their own system. He's a very, very watchable cricketer. He's already totting up some good numbers as well. Just 24-year-old. Averaging in the mid-30s with the bat. Made 300s already. Picked up 42 wickets with his sort of nagging right arm seam. Probably considered more of a batting all-rounder as it stands, but capable of changing games with bat or ball, and they like him a lot. So, massively keeping in the slips for Lyndon James. And immediately fullish, tempting length. But Dom Sibley is as abstinent a player on the offside as you have in the English game. There's something marvellous about it, really. Now he can play with such self-control. Makes sense in the context of this team, though, of course. Jamie Smith, Ben Foakes, Will Jacks, Jordan Clark, Sean Abbott, Jamie Overton. There's some power in those. Leg stumpish. That'll be 4. Keeps his shape so well on those shots, this Dom Sibley. It was asking to be hit. A floaty leg stump half volley, but he didn't fall over. Kept tall on the shot and hit it square, knowing the man was at long leg, would have no chance on that short boundary.
Exactly where Dom Sibley likes it. Not even on the pads, going down the leg side, and he's flicked it comfortably. It feels really important that James is kind of right on the money here immediately. You've had Patterson and Hutton bowl really well, but Jake Ball obviously struggled with injury, couldn't find his rhythm, and kind of knocked an hour bowler down, they really need the all-rounder to kind of step up and just play a sort of holding role and kind of repeat what's happening from the other end.
Better. Lovely line this time, corrected from the previous delivery. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Lyndon James has to do his job here, because otherwise it becomes a very threadbare attack, and we know, especially if you win the toss and bowl at the Kia Oval and you let the batting side get away from you, then it can be very, very hard yakka for the rest of the afternoon. They have a very interesting young leggy inside in Calvin Harrison, but he's just getting going really in his first-class career, just 4 games coming into this one.
And you want your leggy to be attacking. You don't want them to be having to play the sort of holding role. And so you need your seamers at the other end to keep it on a line in length, tempt Dom Sibley outside off, but just nothing on the pads like we saw earlier in this over, because he'll, well, he basically smash him for 4.
Yeah, with the absence of Jake Ball, irrespective of the radar being off up to now this morning, the absence of him in this attack creates alarm bells really for Hasib Hamid. It's better though by Lyndon James after that aberration of the leg stump half volley. He's back on the money here. Don't want to speak too soon, but it could be a long afternoon here for these Notts toilers. Looking at other bowling options in the side as we see this out. Leg stump again, settle for a single this time from the final delivery of the over. So retain the strike with Dom Sibley. He's doing this nicely. He's on to 28 now. Yeah, there's not much doing really in the terms of support bowlers for Notts. So a hell of a lot on the shoulders of Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson. Both been excellent so far.
Yeah, suddenly you're looking at Harrison and recognising that his spin's going to have to play quite a significant role, and what we've got kind of used to at the Oval in the last few summers is the quicks doing the job, both from home and away sides.
They've gone up. Behind the stumps they certainly did. Dane Patterson not as fussed as the slips, and the keeper again may just have flicked perhaps the right pocket of Dom Sibley. He was squared up. It's a beauty. Patterson broadly unmoved, as indeed was umpire Rob Bailey. But that's the line.
Just a bit of extra bounce there as well, zip through.
Definitely from that end, you're right, from the Mickey Stewart members pavilion end, it's definitely a bit more zip it would seem.
That's the kind of length you also want him at. He's been a bit, you know, he's played a holding role here, but maybe at times been a bit too full. Just around that length, maybe just slightly further, and you've got Dom Sibley in a bit of trouble.
Big game really for Calvin Harrison. He's been preferred in the side to Liam Patterson-White, the left arm spinner who has played so well for Notts in recent years. Good again from Patterson. Sibley equal to the task. As I say, just his fifth first-class game. Picked up just 10 wickets up until now. But he's a thrusting and attacking, dynamic kind of cricketer. 6 foot and plenty, hits a hard ball and gets a bit of purchase with those leg breaks. But it's a big ask for him, especially if Jake Ball is out the game for some time with that side strain. But could be the making of him. Spin has been relegated a little here at the Kia for recent times, but as the week warms up, spin will come into play. Will Jacks, of course, has become Surrey's main man, really. Incredibly versatile cricketer who bowls tight, dry off breaks to complement the seamers at the other end, and they'll be hoping from Nott's perspective that Harrison can step up and offer something similar. It's a big ask. So Patterson just moving his field, leg gully in now, 4 men on the onside, and there'll be a couple, perhaps just a single. Here's coming back for a couple, got to make it, makes it comfortably in the end. Quite a loopy throw in truth from long leg.
Slightly too straight there from Dame Patterson. They do have that leg gully in. I guess with that extra bounce, you're thinking maybe if Dom Sibley goes for that clip that he's so good at, really. But kind of gets slightly wrong, maybe with the extra bounce, and that leg gully comes into play.
It's a good attacking move against Dom Sibley. Well left from the final delivery of the 18th over, and so Surrey, after that early setback, losing Rory Burns to just the second delivery of the day, they're doing this well. 55 for 1. I'm going to take a breather, and it will be Yas Rana and Nikki Chaudhuri.
Surrey 55 for 1 after 18 overs on the first morning at the Kia Oval, after Notts won the toss and chose to bowl first. Morning, Nikki, how are you?
I'm all right, thank you, apart from the nightmare journey I've had this morning. I've smelt far too many armpits and I'd like to on the train.
Talk us through your journey.
Oh, I really don't want to relive it, if I'm honest. I really don't. A lot of cancelled trains, and I have really no idea why, because apparently all I was told is that someone drove into the train bridge at Clapham Junction, and that's just caused havoc everywhere. So yeah, lots of cramped trains, but I've made it in the end.
Are you here now?
I'm here.
James in again. Latham lets that one go past. Kind of got two different games going on at the moment. From one end, you've got Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson, the two guys we were talking about earlier, two ever-presents really in this Notts team, both of whom are enjoying excellent series. Between them, they're 12 overs, 1 for 20. And at the other end, Jake Ball and Lyndon James are 6.1 overs, 0 for 29. So Dom Sibley, someone who generally takes his time. He's actually striking at 58.49 at this point in his innings. And Latham cuts that just in front of square in the offside before. He'll pick up his third boundary of the innings and move on to 21. Surrey 59 for 1. And I guess one of the things comparing the two teams is that Surrey always pick 5 seamers plus Will Jacks, and there's really no let up from the opening bowlers to first change to second change. But the early stages of this game, there seems to be quite a big difference between what Hutton and Patterson are producing and what Ball and James are currently producing. James finds his length and Latham blocks it to point.
Looking rather green, that wicket, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, definitely. Like a lot of the wickets here this season, you see exactly why teams were chosen to bowl first. Not despite not having the best season so far, have actually still been broadly good with the ball. Hutton and Patterson excellent. In runs, it's been a problem for Notts, so I think it's not just looking at conditions, but also playing to their strengths in that toss decision. James in again.
He's got such a solid technique, Tom Latham, just really great contact point right under the head, playing it really close to his body, and it's very balanced and composed. It's great to watch.
He's one of the best levers of a cricket ball as well. I feel like with that balanced head that you talk about, he really knows where his off stump is.
I think that's really important, especially when you play a lot of red ball cricket as well, isn't it?
James in again. Latham looks to cut, but it wasn't really the width there, so he just defends it. Short cover, 4 more off that over. Surrey 59 for 1 after 19.
Knowing where your off stump is crucial, especially in the longer format of the game. I heard on comms during the test match the other day, I can't remember who it was, but they referred to the longer format of the game, 4-day, 5-day test cricket, as a game of chess, which I think was such a good analogy. Knowing when to attack, when to defend, even if you're seeing an opportunity to attack, maybe having to rein yourself in. And I think that just sums up red ball cricket.
Patterson continues from the pavilion end. I'll confess, Nikki, I'm not much of a chess player, but I thought it was quite interesting in the post-match interviews that Stokes did yesterday, the number of times he used the specific phrase taking them on. And when he was praising Mitch Marsh, the thing he praised most about Mitch Marsh was how he took the game on. And Chris Woakes talked about it in a slightly different, more reserved, more Chris Woakes-like manner, talking about needing to be smart in choosing the moments to attack.
Similar to chess.
That's a beauty from Patterson, just beating Sibley's outside edge. It's holding its line from over the wicket. Sibley plays inside that line. Look at the replay here. Sibley does pretty well to not nick it. Patterson's one of those great overseas signings, in someone who's got really good availability and is now a known quantity in the county games. You just know exactly what you're getting from him. Patterson again into Sibley. Defended back to the bowler. It's been an amazing week of Ashes cricket, both in the men's Ashes, the women's Ashes. Both series could have been dead with quite a lot of cricket left to play.
Yeah, this week was quite the week, wasn't it? We could have had results that would have pretty much killed the series from here on out. But we didn't. Were you here on Wednesday for the women's T20 against Australia? 20,000 people here at the Kia Oval.
Left alone by Sibley. Why do you think England have got back into that series? Because when they lost that first T20, I think no one really gave them much of a chance. Australia so dominant in all forms of cricket, in fairness, but white ball cricket especially so, you'd say. Why have England put up such a good fight against that very, very strong Australia side?
I think 2 reasons actually. One, at that point, you're pretty much pushed against the wall, right? I think when there's so much at stake and even more pressure on you in those situations, sometimes it does really bring out that extra grunt in players, and you definitely did see that on Wednesday and the other day on Saturday at Lord's. And I think it also goes back to Alyssa Healy's post-match interview she did the other day here at the Oval, saying that when you are on a winning streak, because Australia, bearing in mind, they've won so many of their T20s, I can't remember the exact number, but that loss against England here at the Oval was the first one they've lost in a very long time in T20 cricket. And she said when you're winning, you don't really tend to analyse the areas that you're probably not actually up to scratch. And there's a lot of little 1%ers that you need to do right to actually make a huge impact on the result of a game. So I think she said, in terms of not actually spending much time analysing those bits, because when you're on a winning streak, you kind of just go with the flow, but it's given them a good time to actually go back, assess themselves and pick up, because they weren't probably as good as they probably wanted to be here at the Oval, were they, that day?
I thought they were quite sloppy.
They were very sloppy, I think, and they know that themselves, but they did pull up their socks at the match on Saturday at Lord's, and I think that did show some great cricket. Two teams pretty much head to head, both displaying great quality of cricket, and that's probably why we had such a good game on Saturday.
Got a bowling change here. Brett Hutton comes into the attack, replacing Lyndon James from the Vauxhall end that last over, following that pattern of Patson and Hutton being particularly accurate, not letting Surrey get any momentum really when those two are bowling. So it'll be interesting seeing the pair bowling tandem, really the two main men for the Notts attack. Hutton bowling with 3 slips as opposed to the 4 he started the day with. Sibley quite comfortably onto the back foot and punches that to the man at cover point. Man at cover point and extra cover, really quite close in actually, almost in on the drive. Hutton obviously started the day so well for Notts after they chose to bowl first after winning the toss, trapping Rory Burns' LBW's second ball of the match. Umpire Long raised his finger extremely quickly. Hutton in again. Comfortably left alone outside the off stump.
What are your thoughts on that, on England's comeback?
I thought at the Kia Oval, I thought that as well as England played, I think Australia's sloppiness played a really big part in it, in terms of everyone's pre-series chat about how strong Australia are. I thought Australia were not as strong as they normally are, but I think that result gave England much needed confidence that they could do it. Sibley dabs it into leg side and they scamper through for a quick single. And at Lord's, they felt like a more confident side that really believed that they could beat this Australia side, and I thought the way Capsey batted in particular, run of low scores going to the game, didn't really faze her at all. She knew what she needed to do and did it. I think obviously Australia are still favourites, but I think there is now a belief in that England setup that they can actually go on and beat Australia. No, it's the first time Australia have lost any form of series since the 2017-18 Ashes in the T20I, so that's already a massive achievement that might get lost depending on how the ODIs go at the end of the summer. But
and I think another thing that was discussed was the amount of extras actually given away, which we know, especially in the shorter format, extras are just so critical and crucial that you really don't want to be giving any, and they did contribute a fair bit as well.
There's 21 extras here, so that's a running over. Australia basically gifted England, and I think if there are any Aussies watching this, they'd probably say that England, particularly in the first half of the innings, were quite streaky, quite a lot of runs off the outside edge, kind of flew away to the deep third boundary.
Yeah, I think I was here and I saw a lot of the boundaries were boundaries, but not intentional boundaries, if that makes any sense.
No, definitely.
More so because the pace that the Aussie bowlers have is phenomenal, and the bounce obviously being here at the Kia Oval, we know how bouncy it can get. More so it's just through impact of the pace from the bowler off the wicket. We had a lot of boundaries, but in terms of a batsman or a batter actually intentionally hitting those powerful scoring shots, I didn't see many of that. I think it was more of just through the pace of the ball and off the wicket rather than something more intentional.
Left alone by Latham, who standing outside his ground a little bit. That ends Hutton's over, and another quiet over for Surrey off the bowling of Hutton and Patson. A really crucial 34 minutes here before the lunch break. Surrey going pretty nicely now. This stand is worth 61, and especially with this pair bowling in tandem, you feel that because of the drop-off we've seen between them and the other two at this point in the game, not writing the rest of the Notts attack off by any means, how Surrey withstand this little burst, I think will go some way to determining how this first day goes. It looks like we have another bowling change. It looks like it's a change of ends for Lyndon James. He's just marking out his run-up at the pavilion end. He replaces Dane Patson, who's bowled 7 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 7, so very economical. It's another very lopsided set of boundaries here in the County Championship.
It is indeed. Just look at that leg side right now. It is absolutely massive, and you'll definitely be sprinting a few 2s and 3s today should you access that area of the ground.
And if you look at can't quite catch it on the screen at the moment, but if you look at the 2 deep fielders on the leg side, the man at deep square leg is a good 10-15 yards in from the boundary. Quite often when the boundaries are, when the pitch is this far to one side, they bring in the rope on the far boundary side, and they have done that to an extent here, but
not much.
That is a genuinely enormous boundary to Sibley's leg side at the moment, and quite a short boundary on the offside, but particularly to, I'd say, mid-off extra cover towards the Bedser stand, where you've got Hasib Hamid stationed at extra cover, the only man in front of square on the offside. James in again to Dom Sibley. Comfortably blocked the man at short mid-wicket. Not still persisting with 3 slips in the cordon. Bit of protection on the leg side with a man at short mid-wicket, which suggests that they'll be attacking Dom Sibley's stumps. An interesting game of cat and mouse there. Dom Sibley is extremely strong off his pads. That does seem to be the area that James is targeting, although with 3 slips there, waiting to pounce on any outside edges that might come their way. And James this time beats Sibley on the outside edge. James reminds me quite a lot of Tom Laws, who we'll be seeing operate for Surrey later in the game. You see the replay here. Nice steady action, bit of away movement, I reckon, and Sibley
just playing the first line and letting that one beat the bat. And I think with those sort of deliveries as a batter, there's not much you can actually do. You just need to move on and focus on the next delivery, because you've got to give the bowler some credit sometimes, don't you?
Well, he's done pretty well not to nick that, actually. It's a very, very good delivery. It's a better over from James. Started with 4 dot balls, creating posing questions to Sibley and to both edges of the bat. It's very impressive. Phil was talking about James earlier on. Very, very impressive cricketer, and one who I think is really, really aided this not side with the balance that he gives the team. For a slightly quieter season in 2023 than 2022, especially with the bat, actually averaging just 15 with the bat across 15 innings in the County Championship. I guess that's just been the problem for Notts all season. Lack of consistency in that top order. Joe Clark, the only one playing today, who averages 132 this season. James in again. Straight again, and Sibley wants more defenders to that man at short mid-wicket. Their end of maiden. Lyndon James 0 for 9 off 3 overs. Surrey 61 for 1 after 22 overs.
They seem to be getting themselves in nicely here, though, Tom Latham and Dom Sibley. I think obviously just play out this initial bit and this period, and then things become much easier. And both very high quality batters as well.
Where were you watching the final day of the Headingley test?
I was, and I don't think I have any fingernails. I did not move. I was so nervous.
Hutton in again. Latham blocks once more. Still 3 slips.
Were you at Trent Bridge?
For the women's test?
Yes. Did you go up
I was not there. I was at 2 days of the Headingley test. I was there for days 1 and 2. I thought the atmosphere was incredible, actually. People talk about knowledgeable crowds quite a lot in
See,
British
I've never
sport.
been up to Headingley, and I'm really I just feel I missed out on all this atmosphere.
Hutton again goes full, and Latham drives down the ground through mid-on. Hamid chases after it and does brilliantly to haul it in. He saves 1 as Latham comes back for a third. Excellent shot and excellent bit of fielding from the not standing skipper. Now, I thought the atmosphere at Headingley was amazing in that if you compare it to some of the grounds that are renowned for having good atmosphere, I felt that they were more invested in the cricket. I think at some grounds they might make a lot of noise,
but it's not.
But I'm not sure if they're all there for the cricket.
Yes, I understand what you mean.
And there are a couple of moments that I thought that they erupted every time every conceivable milestone was ticked off in the run chase. So 50 runs to get, 100 runs to get.
I know that. I did chuckle when I did see that. They were so invested.
I thought the most telling moment of how into it they were came late on day 2. So this is when England have taken 4 wickets when the conditions are good. Ollie Robinson's off the field injured. And Mitch Marsh blocks the delivery and goes to pick the ball up. And the crowd scream, "How's that?" Because technically, if England appealed, Marsh would be given out. You're not allowed to pick the ball up unless the fielding side have given you permission to, and Marsh did not seek permission. And England, after what had happened at Lord's, there's no way they were going to do that, of course. But I thought it was quite telling that even at 6 o'clock on day 2, a well-lubricated Western Terrace were clocked on enough to know they knew their laws, they knew what Marsh had just done, and this wasn't in response to a replay on the big screen. This was a live reaction. And I thought, fair enough, actually. These guys are properly into it. Sibley defends the mid-on again.
It was interesting to watch Bairstow's first innings when he's back in, and obviously at the end of the over, I'm not sure if you saw that clip, but he was really made sure he had his bat across the line, looked around several times to make sure it was actually signalled end of the over, and then made his way down the middle. Oh, it's been very entertaining, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been amazing. I think even with all the hype, all the comparisons to 2005 before the series, what everyone was saying, this is the most highly anticipated Ashes series since 2005, and it's beaten 2005 3 tests in. I mean, Lord's 2005 had its moments, but was ultimately a very one-sided test match with at least one quiet day in there. As awesome as some of the tests were to follow, there were long periods that weren't particularly eventful, whereas here, like, not a single session has really gone by where you feel like one side has got that far in front of the other and the initiative is switching hands on a session by session basis almost. Neither side able to exert full control over the contest.
Yeah, it's been very neck to neck, hasn't it? There's never been full grasp by one of the sides. But the atmosphere I've seen, and obviously the crowd and how invested cricket fans are up and down the country, it begs to ask the question. Obviously everyone's saying Test cricket's not going to survive. I'm like, have you watched this Ashes series?
James in again, and Latham rocks back onto his back foot and punches it for a single into the offside. Field change at the start of the over. Haseeb Hameed, the standing captain, moving third slip to a gully. Hameed's been really proactive in the field, only the 1 wicket so far today, but you cannot make the accusation that he's been passive at all. He's been conducting the Notts Orchestra, constantly in conversation with both the bowlers and the wicketkeeper. Wicketkeeper Tom Moore's here, making a suggestion to Hameed that I think has been ignored for the moment. On the Bairstow Carey stumping from Lords, I took a wicket on Saturday that was almost exactly the same. Last ball of the over, batter comes down the ground, misses it, and very, very dozily doesn't bother going back to his crease because he thinks it's the end of the over, I guess, and the keeper takes the stumps down. And the square leg umpire, who's one of their players, gives it out.
That doesn't make sense. Even if you come down the track and you think it's the end of the over, surely at that point your ball's still in play, right?
It's very, very strange.
But there is that debate going on, right? Is Test cricket going to survive? And I just don't see how that question's even being asked, really.
I guess it's healthy in England, it's healthy in Australia, but
I think maybe if we look at other sides playing Test cricket, what is the engagement like there? But England versus Australia, it's been a sellout all 5 days so far of every single Test match we've had. So I don't think it's going to be dying out here in England or in Australia.
I guess the challenge is what happens when you have, at the moment, the Ashes is still once every 4 years in England, once every 4 years in Australia. Can it sustain itself in the years in between that? Australia just had a home summer where they annihilated South Africa and the West Indies. Ricky Ponting said for the first time in his life he worried for the future of Test cricket. Next summer England hosts Sri Lanka and West Indies, and given the way England are going, you'd expect those to be two comfortable home series win. How engaged will the English cricketing public be for those two series? I'm not entirely sure. James goes short, Sibley goes to pull, doesn't really get hold of it. You pick up one, his fine leg collects it. I do find it odd that everyone gets so into the Ashes. I've had so many people, so many of my friends who aren't really into cricket say, I've been watching the men's Ashes, I'm watching the women's Ashes. I didn't really mean to watch the Ashes, but I've watched it and it's brilliant. And it's a bit weird that the thing that people get into the most in English cricket, at least, is only on once every 4 years. So I don't think you can really expect casual fans to get particularly invested in overseas Ashes. I mean, first of all because of the time of the day, and B because England never win.
Yeah, that's a very true point. And I think in terms of, it depends on the teams that are going to be competing against each other. I think I was here, was it a couple of years ago, India were here touring, and the Oval was packed all 5 days. It was absolutely packed, and it was the absolute thriller of a game here as well, wasn't it?
Jasprit Bumrah on that final day.
It was an absolute thriller. I still remember the photos that were in the paper the next morning. It was great. So I don't think you're going to have issues when you look at an England versus India or England versus Australia. I don't think you're going to see many issues there. But for example, I think this week India play a test match against West Indies out in the Caribbean, and you'll be interested to see actually how much engagement is there, both from a West Indies perspective and from an Indian fan view.
Hutton into the attack again, and Sibley lets that one go by. I think the India and West Indies tour is quite hard to follow from India. I think the time zones are particularly difficult for, obviously, huge cricket audience in India, but I think that's basically the equivalent of England and New Zealand as being the hardest to follow from back home. But I think after watching the World Test Championship final here, I'd love to see more neutral Test cricket, and I'm obviously biased, but held in England. We've got the demographics population-wise to almost guarantee good crowds for every team that tours. You had Bangladesh play Ireland in Chelmsford, a 3-match series in Chelmsford recently, and that was the first time Bangladesh had played a bilateral series in England since 2010. You know, there was the Tamim Iqbal reverse retirement story over the weekend. He lit that series up in 2010, and in the end of his career, he's never got an opportunity to play England in a bilateral series since. And that seems a bit perverse to me. I think that we've got the crowds here. We can guarantee that good crowds will come in here. I think it's a bit of a missed opportunity that we don't see that happen more often.
And there is going to be one rivalry that I feel has obviously not been played for a while due to political reasons. That's obviously India versus Pakistan have not played a test match against each other since 2007. And I'm sure from both fans that's something that people would love to go and see.
Hutton in again. Sibley looks to flick that to the leg side. There's a gap between deep square leg, who's just in front of square, and deep fine leg, who, I guess the thinking there from Sibley is that is such a short boundary. You get that either side of the man at fine leg and you're going to pick up 4. But Hutton's bowling to a field that is set for stump-to-stump bowling. He's got a catcher at short mid-wicket and 2 men out on the leg side boundary, 3 slips, backward point and a man extra cover. And he gets him. Brett Hutton picks up his second wicket of the innings, entices Dom Sibley to drive him straight into that gap in the offside. Sibley edges and it's pouched behind the wicket, and the very, very impressive Brett Hutton continues his superb 2023 County Championship. Surrey 66 for 2 in the 25th over.
That was a beautiful delivery from Hutton, wasn't it?
Hutton's been brilliant today, finding movement from ball one. He threatens the batters in multiple ways, gets the ball moving both directions, moving in the air and off the seam.
Just watch it back here on replay now. Kind of just pushing at it there, Sibley, just outside of his reach, and I think he looked like he wants to drive it. It's slightly forceful with that shot, and obviously where the ball just swings away from him, it's just caught him on that outer edge.
Just enough movement from Hutton there, and viewers might be wondering, that's a really uncharacteristic shot from Sibley, especially relatively early in the innings. But you have to say that's good bowling from Hutton and good captaincy from Haseeb Hameed. There was that gap there between backward point and a very straight extra cover. Sort of anything near the middle of the bat, there's lots of runs and offer there for Sibley. He's probably thinking about that before he plays that shot. And it wasn't either wide enough nor full enough really to play the full-blooded cover drive, but
the length just wasn't there. But we've got one of Surrey's very aesthetic looking batsmen now making their way to the crease, Jamie Smith. And of what I've seen of him throughout the season so far, he's played some beautiful shots. He's a really good player to watch.
No, he's having a real breakout summer. But Notts will feel that, having opted to bowl first after winning the toss, that there's an opportunity here. Surrey, who are bundled out for 84 in their last innings on this ground. Jamie Smith comes in and facing a ball that's only 25 years old. Hutton in, 4 slips now to the new bat. And Hutton right on the money once more. Hint of away movement. And Smith blocks it into the offside, but another very impressive over for Brett Hutton. He's now 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 18. And Surrey, just as they look to almost make that session emphatically their own, pegged back by Notts. And it's not just the wicket-taking deliveries. Hutton, Pattinson, and in the last couple of overs, Lyndon James as well, have actually been really accurate. They've not given Surrey that many scoring opportunities, and with one particularly short boundary, that's not an easy thing to do. When you bowl first, Nikki, how many wickets are you look? What do you reckon's par wickets wise at lunch?
I think how Nottinghamshire are doing here is definitely the way you want to be going. I think in an ideal situation in a bowler's world, you'd want to have them at least 3 down. What about you? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I'd say 3 is about par. I think either side of that, then I think Surrey, after being inserted, probably happy with 2 down. The run scoring has been pegged back a little bit. Latham's found run scoring a little bit harder than Sibley did, 26 off 68. Obviously that'll pick up with the likes of Jamie Smith at the crease and Will Jacks, Jordan Clark, Sean Abbott, Jamie Overton to come. Ben Folkes, of course, in at 5.
I think if it's more than 3, then obviously you're probably in a little bit of a pickle at that point. But anything less than that, it'll be a bit frustrating for the bowling side, because you'd like to have that breakthrough just before lunch as well. Hopefully not allowing the new batter to really get set in their ways.
And James strikes again. Jamie Smith for second ball coming just into him, and Smith inside edges it, and Tom Moores takes an excellent catch behind the stump. Surrey 67 for 3.
And I feel like we've just jinxed that, haven't we? That has just been jinxed. And Jamie Smith, I think, is failing to get his feet moving there. We'll watch it again on replay once it's ready.
Excellent piece of bowling from Lyndon James. You see the replay here. Just jagging back off the pitch and really cuts Jamie Smith in half. Excellent catch from Tom Moores behind the stumps.
The tough catch as well, diving to his left.
Yeah, really excellent catch from Tom Moores, and it's his second low score in a row for Jamie Smith. He scored 4 in the second innings against Lancashire, and Surrey can't quite get that almost looming performance of the 84 out against Lancashire out of their system. 67 for 3 here. We were just talking about what Knox would have been hoping for, having won the toss and chosen to bowl first. We say 3 wickets before lunch is probably par. I'd suggest potentially above par, given how well they've pegged back the scoring rate. Surrey scoring at less than 3 runs and over. Ben Foakes comes to the crease now. Obviously a lot of talk around Ben Foakes at the moment. Controversially left out of the England squad at the start of the summer for the Ireland Test and the first 2 Ashes Test matches. And given how Johnny Bairstow's kept in the first 3 Test matches, missing 7 chances along the way so far, there's a lot of talk about whether or not Ben Foakes should or will come back into the England setup for the remainder of the series.
What would you like to see?
Oh, for me, Foakes plays every game for England, I think. Especially with England wanting to play on flatter wickets. And you've got to take every chance that comes your way, and to have already let slip 7 has already proven costly, and I think I wouldn't want it to prove even more costly as the series goes on. I think also that it should be remembered that Foakes is an excellent test batter. He's got 2 test hundreds, got one against a very good South Africa attack last year, actually on the ground that England are about to play at Old Trafford.
Well, that's all 9 days away, that game, and a lot can happen.
James in again, targeting those stumps. Foakes blocks it into the leg side. Really good passage of play here for Notts. They've really slowed the run scoring completely. It's been some time since the last boundary. 2 wickets in 4 balls. The excellent Dom Sibley, and then the dangerous Jamie Smith, one of the young players to watch in the country at the moment. But James in again. Appeal, sort of half-hearted appeal, looked quite batty to me. But it was quite straight if it was pad first.
And I just don't think it's Ben Foakes' batting. I think obviously his keeping is top-notch, and it's the energy he brings with that. And from the amount of cricket I've played, I think if the keeper has that certain energy, that vibe, it can really change the atmosphere on the pitch as well. And we know he's class with the gloves as well.
Got a real job to do for his team now.
Maybe this is the innings. This is a big innings for him, not just for Surrey right now. Will this instigate a call up in 9 days' time?
Well, the eyes of the cricketing public will be on this Ben Foakes. There'll be a lot of people watching this, really willing him on. He received a lot of support here for that home game against Kent just after he was dropped. Shuffles out of his crease and leaves that one alone. Lyndon James completes a very impressive over after an expensive start. He's now 5 overs, 1 for 12. Surrey 67 for 3 after 26 overs. There is 9 minutes until the lunch break, where we will be replaying an interview Simon Mann did with the 2 great English keepers of the 90s, Jack Russell and Alex Stewart, that was recorded earlier on in the season. It's a fascinating chat. I watched that live. They're very interesting actually on the Foakes-Bairstow debate. 2 members of the wicket-keeping union. I think they're very measured in their analysis of the Foakes situation as it is at the moment with England. Hutton will continue from the Vauxhall end, bowling his 10th over of the morning session. into Tom Latham, 3 slips.
I think it's fair to say as well, Bairstow hasn't had as much time or preparation with the gloves prior to the series, obviously coming back from injury. And it is about volume, really. Cricket is, again, about volume. How many balls you can bowl, how many balls you can hit, how many catches you take. It keeps you fresh, it keeps the knife sharp. So in terms of that, I think obviously Ben Foakes has had much more preparation with the gloves as well, as opposed to what Bairstow has.
Hutton goes short. Latham briefly considers the pull short, but lets it fly past. Absolutely, I think Bairstow's keeping was somewhat unknown going into the series. Obviously, he was a very good keeper for England for many years, but it's been such a long time since he's performed that role over a long series.
And as a keeper, eyes are always on you. You can never shy away from the spotlight.
Latham will pick up 2 here to deep third.
He's played that well here. He's just gone with the swing. Just opening that bat face as that one goes away from him.
I think some of the discourse around Foakes and Bairstow was a bit frustrating at the start of the Test summer. I think both extremes, both camps were kind of putting forward an extreme case either way, kind of missing out on quite a lot of nuance, I thought. Hutton just gets one to jag back into Latham. Very, very impressive spell today, Brett Hutton. When Haseeb Mead won the toss and chose to bowl first, he needed a big performance from his seamers, and Hutton in particular has done that for his team here. Not to, probably slightly lower in the table than pundits would have expected at the start of the season, having done so well in 2021 and 2022. Just struggling for a bit of form, but Hutton has got them off to a perfect start today. Inside edge from Latham. They think about coming back for 2, but Hamid is brilliantly racing around from short mid-wicket to behind square on the leg side to restrict them to just a single, which brings Ben Foakes and strike to face the final ball of Brett Hutton's 10th over.
They would love a breakthrough just before lunch now, Nottinghamshire. It would be their ideal situation. Obviously, Ben Foakes probably the easier option to go against as well, having only faced 4 deliveries so far. Latham, the set batter, you could say, 73 deliveries faced, 29 to his name. Nottinghamshire would really, really fancy a go at Ben Foakes here.
Full. And Foakes drives, but short mid-wicket, mid-on does very well to cut that from racing away to the leg side boundary.
It's a lovely looking shot for none.
It really was. Jake Ball, the fielder, he's not yet he's not looked comfortable. Has a quick chat with his skipper, who checked in on him.
Seems to have got up in stages from that roly-poly.
There's a real grimace on his face here. Maybe winded himself as he hit the deck, moving quite gingerly as he takes up his position.
I think you may be right. He is looking a little uncomfortable.
Ball, who went off injured earlier in the day, still leaning over at mid-wicket, doesn't look comfortable. James comes in again, plays it to Ball. I'm just going to keep an eye on Ball here. Went off the field earlier and went down there and it still doesn't look completely comfortable as he works on that ball. As a member of the seam attack, he will be desperate to keep that ball swinging for as long as possible. Lovely delivery from James, just beating Tom Latham's outside edge.
That is a beautiful delivery there from James. Always have a decent crowd in here for a Monday morning. Afternoon, should I say now, but for a Monday. Decent scattering.
Very, very decent crowd. Very, very decent. Big appeal. Given! Lyndon James strikes again. He picks up his second wicket and Tom Latham departs for 29. We were wondering whether or not it was Notts or Surrey's morning, but now it's emphatically Notts' morning, having won the toss and chosen to bowl first here. Surrey 74 after 27.3 overs. And
we said earlier that you wouldn't want to be on the higher side of being 3 down, and Surrey unfortunately putting themselves in that situation now. 70 for 4. It's the last over before lunch.
And yeah, they look like they're going off for lunch after the dismissal of Tom Latham. What a spell from Lyndon James. 2 huge wickets, Jamie Smith and Tom Latham bowling from around the wicket. Just bringing the ball into Latham.
It's just the angle he's come from.
Let's look at the replay here.
It's gone wide of the crease.
Possibly hits Latham on the back pad, but yeah, we're comparing Lyndon James's bowling to that of Tom Law's earlier in the day, and a lot of Tom Law's in that dismissal. Do we have a look at the dismissal from side on to see how far forward was Tom Latham? Where does it strike him? Strikes him on the back foot. That's not going over. You can almost tell from Latham's reaction that he knew that was going to be very, very close as soon as it struck him. What a moment that is for Notts. Just as Surrey threatened to make it their own session, they were 66 for 1 just a few minutes ago. 3 overs ago, they were 66 for 1 with Sibley and Latham very, very comfortable at the crease. Sibley on 34. He edged behind to Brett Hutton, the very impressive Brett Hutton, who's picked up 2 for 21 from his 10 overs so far today. And then emphatically backed up by Lyndon James at the other end, who started expensively, but then there was a change of end. He started at the Vauxhall end, but then came back at the Pavilion end. And since that switch from Hasiba Mead, the stand-in Nottinghamshire skipper today, he's picked up 2 really big wickets. First of Jamie Smith for a second ball duck, cutting him in half, inside edging through to Tom Laws, and then New Zealand's Tom Latham. LBW for 29, 70 for 4. You feel that after winning the toss, deciding to bowl first, that is now Nottinghamshire's morning. Will Jacks will partner Ben Folkes in the middle after the lunch break.
They have a lot of rebuilding to do here. It's a long session ahead of them this afternoon for Surrey. As they break for lunch, and what's happening during lunch then, Yas?
We've got an interview with Simon Mann, who chatted with Jack Russell and Alex Stewart during the last championship game here at the Kia Oval. Two iconic figures of English cricket in the 90s. It's a brilliant chat. I highly recommend it. I watched it live at the time. They will take you through the lunch break before we join you in about 40 minutes time for the afternoon session. Played to resume at 1:38 p.m.
Alex Stewart and Jack Russell, and we're going to be speaking to them very shortly. In fact, Jack is putting on his headphones now.
There was a reunion there. Briefly.
When was the last time?
It was a big hug.
When was the last time you saw Alec then? He looks like I've seen him for about 5 years.
I haven't. Pre-COVID, pandemic. I was probably painting here and I waved to him and and we sold it, didn't we? You did. We sold out. I think we sold out, thanks to you.
Well, it's great to get you together. Am I allowed to call you 2 old wicket keepers?
Yeah.
2 old wicket keeper batters?
Yeah.
Well, you are both very similar age. We're all about the same age, aren't we? The same vintage, and I saw a lot of your careers, and you saw a lot of each other's careers.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Jack, you probably wanted to play a bit more than Alec let you.
On and off the field, we saw. Yeah, I would like to, but I'm not blaming Alec. No, it would have been good, but we still played a lot. We still, people said, "Oh, you should have played more tests." And this. I said, "Well, I played 2 more than Bradman," so it's like I'm not going to complain. So, you know, it was a great journey. And if I wasn't playing, I was normally carrying Alex's drinks. So it was all good fun. It was great fun. Wouldn't have missed it for a minute.
That was all the talk about. You know, I kept Jack out. I didn't keep Jack out the side. You know, Jack was. I was already in the team, wasn't I? I used to open the batting, or bat 3, and Jack was keeping, and then the selectors decided to then leave poor Jack out and bring someone else in, and then I'd have to keep wicket. So it was. Well,
it was Angus.
The best keeper going.
It started at Adelaide with Angus because he had a bad hit from Melbourne.
Angus
Fraser. He bowled all those overs, and at Melbourne, that flat wicket, he got 6 or something, and he was still struggling when we went to Adelaide, and then I think they brought Staffy De Freitas in, and it was the first time I'd ever been dropped from a cricket team in my life. So it was a bit of a downer, but the silver lining for me was that I was obviously doing 12th man and carrying drinks, etc. But Don Bradman was coming to the ground, and I knew he was coming, and he would come quietly and sit somewhere. And I knew the guy at South Australia Cricket Association, and I said to him, look, Bradman signed a load of prints for me a few years ago. So we posted a load of prints at him. He signed 250, and he posted them back. I mean, what sort of, you know, that is a legend, isn't it?
He paid for postage because you wouldn't have done.
No, we sorted the postage out, and got it sponsored. And so I thought I've got to speak to him just to say hello. You know, I've got to thank him. So, but then the lads found out that I was going to meet Bradman one lunchtime, and of course they said, "Well, get him to sign this. Can you take that?" And so I went in with this trolley load of stuff. So I'd already got 250 signatures, and at first I said, "Look, I apologise. I really apologise. This is for the lads in the chain." He said, "Yeah, no problem. Sign." I had 15 minutes with him in a dark room in Adelaide. Windows were in an office somewhere. Curtains were up, and we just talked cricket for about 15 minutes. And it was the most amazing 15 minutes of my life, because he didn't talk about the old days. He was right clued up to date, and the bats are doing this and back this for this, and they're doing unbelievable. So that was a silver lining to that cloud. But I don't hold it against Alex one little bit. But people used to think we used to fight and argue. But when we played Gloucester and Surrey a few times, we would deliberately have a bit of a shouting match, wouldn't we? We'd barrack each other and swear, and everyone thought we were having a best fight. It was just
best of roommates as well.
Roommates, yeah, that was
that
was a bit difficult. Rooming was a bit for me because Alec is so tidy, and you know what he's like, and the room has to be precise and all tidy and all squared up and everything laid out properly. My side, bomb site, building site, just chuck all the kit in.
You'd have to have the bed nearest the window away from the door, or so I couldn't get to my bed.
Yeah, and the other thing is, Alec he said, he put, there was one rule, right? He said he put this long piece of white physio strip of tape down the middle of the room and says, anything comes my side of the room, right, at any stage, it's out the window, right? So as long as I kept everything my side of the room, it didn't matter what it looked like.
You put
we had ground rules.
Yeah, ground rules. Yeah.
So he could do whatever he wanted his side.
It's called living together, basically.
And he also, I hope there's no one offended, but he'd also wash certain garments of his, which he wouldn't send to hotel laundry.
Too risky I couldn't afford
undergarments.
Yeah,
he'd wash them themselves, and then he'd dry them by putting them on your bedside light. So a few times I did wake up in the morning, turn the light on, look up, and see some underpants.
I did rent your lamp from your side of the room, didn't I, at various times to drop me kit.
Price.
Yeah, we did.
So when you met Don Bradman, you didn't tell him I'm playing 2 more Test matches. You probably hadn't played them all.
No, I hadn't. But I never. You know, I played 54. I mean, that's from a little kid from a council house. How can I complain? It's like it was a magic journey. Even the bits where you're not playing, it's all part of the process.
And about your 50th, the one you should have played in Jamaica.
Oh, what about Okay. And you had to
tell the story, Jack.
I wasn't very well. And I'd never been ill. I don't get ill. And on tour, I don't get ill because I normally have my own. We normally used to have our own food, shipped in, and. But in the West Indies, it's normally fine. You know, we were in Jamaica, wasn't it? Pegasus Hotel. And day before, I'd do an Alex Stewart. I'll have chicken and chips. You know, it's not a problem. It should be absolutely fine. And in the middle of the night, I was so ill, and I had to get Wayne Morton, the physio, up about 3 o'clock in the morning. I could not get off the bathroom floor. It was coming out everywhere, and I tried my best to. Be fit and I actually went out to try to warm up, but I actually couldn't stand up, and I was on my knees, and others were saying, Mike Atherton was saying, are you fit, Jack, or not? Are you fit or not? And I couldn't answer him, and he just cleared off. He said, no, you're not playing, that's no good. So I went back to the change room and then went back to the hotel, and then I go to sleep because I'm absolutely exhausted, and I put the radio on after an hour or two, a couple of hours. There's no cricket. what's going on here? There's no cricket going on. I thought, I
reckon you'd seen the picture and thought, I'll be ill.
that was the abandoned test.
Yeah, that was the abandoned game. So I did
minutes.
So I didn't miss out in the end after all. But we got to 50 in the end. But I mean, playing with this guy is just he was so encouraging. You know, he understands the job obviously, and in the West Indies, it's not the easiest place to keep wicket. And
because
the wickets are a bit up and down. You've got to stand a lot closer. The surface between the stumps and you can often be a bit rough as well. And we played at Montego Bay. I had a long stop.
That was me. I was
a long stop.
And you had a helmet on.
And I stood back with a helmet on. And I never wore a helmet. It's the only time I ever wore a helmet because I didn't want it. It was the game before the test, and I didn't want to get hit in the face because I got a long barrier and the bleeding thing would go over my head. And so they actually they had to put a long stop in. Can you believe that?
I can't.
It's a true. No, it's a true story,
wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a football. It was a football
outfield.
Yeah, Montego Bay. We'll never forget it. But but this guy he's been. I mean, people used to think we argue a lot, but we never. I don't ever remember arguing with you at all about anything. Maybe football a little bit, but apart from that, because you're Chelsea, I'm Spurs. But the support, and also on tour, you only got yourself to. There were no wicket-keeping coaches then. Particularly, Nottie used to ring up occasionally. Alan Knott might help out in England a little bit, but basically we helped each other.
But that's where, from my point of view, Jack was so good. So, by choice, you've heard me say, I'd rather just open a batting for England, but I had to keep because of they tried to almost strengthen a weakness but actually weakened a strength with me not opening with Athers or Graham Gooch. But he was brilliant for me because obviously he wanted to play, and quite rightly so. But when he wasn't playing, the support he gave me was second to none. He'd hit balls at me, talk technically about because I learned on the job. I didn't really keep as a kid. I think I kept more for England than the other side I played for. So I was learning on the job, which isn't ideal.
How did that come about then, Alan? How did you go from being a batter to a wicket-keeper?
So I couldn't really bowl. I got 3 first-class wickets, but I couldn't bowl really. So my first winter away, and I'd signed here as a batsman who could possibly keep. I'd kept a little bit in the last year at school and a little bit at the club side, Malden Wanderers. And then I went to play grey cricket at Midland Guildford, and they needed a keeper. So I said, well, that's a club to go
in Australia.
In Australia, in Perth. And that's where I started to keep. And then Jack Richards was the keeper here, so I was always second to him, not because I was still a top order batter, batting at 3. And then I went on my first tour, which was the West Indies in 89-90 when Jack was number 1 keeper as a reserve keeper. But I don't reckon I'd have kept in, I'm guessing, 20 first-class games at that stage. So I was learning on the job, and therefore to have Jack alongside me to help and coach was fantastic.
The rivalry goes back to when we were about 14 or 15 because we used to have trials like south of England, west of England, and there were other National Cricket Association, AYC and all those. So we would come up against each other at trial matches. So Alec was keeping a little bit then. So the rivalry goes all the way back for, 40 odd years.
I don't call it rivalry, I call it friendship.
Yeah, it was a friendship.
He's more aggressive.
But it'd be like the same for me because, I mean, I remember sometimes in the West Indies we couldn't get net bowlers and things. Alec would stay and Alec would bowl to me. We'd be the last at practice, and it'd be Alec bowling at me for an hour at the end of practice just to get my batting up to scratch, and he used to help me with my batting. So it was a two-way. It's not a rivalry. You're right. It was a journey together. It was great fun though. It didn't always work out how we wanted for each other, but in terms of the results and things. But I mean, I wouldn't have missed any of it for the world.
Yeah. What you said you helped him, and Alec, you said that Jack helped you. What was the biggest tip that you gave him, do you think, or that you can remember that Jack passed on to you as a wicketkeeper?
Take the tension out your body. Really, he always spoke about if you're
from here
with
down.
the gloves.
Yeah.
When you have the gloves on. If you're tense, everything is rock hard and the ball can bounce out. So just drop your arms, relax your shoulders, forearms down, as though the gloves are almost falling off your hands, so that you're very cushioned, very soft, very relaxed.
And you have to be aggressive because you need the speed. So there's got to be determination in there. But I always used to say if you keep your thumbs loose and keep these lower part of your arms loose, then you take the tension out, and that helps a lot because especially in England when the ball used to wobble around quite a lot, we used to do a lot of work with the wobbling ball, and if you get tense. Suddenly, it just bounces out. So you have to go with it. You almost have to be a bit jelly-like and go with it. So, yeah. And Alec used to help me with my batting. Him and Alan Knott used to help me quite a lot. And
And what was your best tip to Jack about batting then?
Well, he should have batted right-handed to begin with. No, I was big on always making the ball is there to be hit first. If you go the other way of, am I going to defend the ball or let the ball go? By the time you realise the ball is there to actually score off, the ball has gone past you. So it was always have that intent, score first, then work out if you can't, you're going to defend or let go.
Also, but also I was a great player off the back foot in Test cricket. You do a lot of that, especially in the West Indies. You know, that's basically what you're doing for 2 or 3 months. So I used to watch him play and look at his trigger movements and think, right, certain positions you need to get into to play that type of bowling. So I used
You're doing that right-handed, Jack, aren't you?
Well, there you go. So
he did listen. He just didn't.
There you go. So eventually, I used to just watch Alec play. You know, I mean that game in Barbados where you got 200s was just unbelievable, just brilliant. So I used to I used to just watch him closely and in the nets, just watch him. Yeah, stood from behind and. Yeah,
but it's also sounds silly we're talking about, but that's what you want nowadays. You know, we've all done a bit of coaching. But you actually want players to self-coach and coach each other. So you'll see that in training session that the coach is a side-arming and throwing all the time to a player, which is fine. But if other players are watching as well, so when you're in a partnership, batting out in the middle, you can actually talk about things that are going well. If you're slightly off sync, Athers was brilliant for me. He knew my game inside out. And if he says, oh, your head's just falling across to the offside a little bit, or this is happening or that, you can self-correct. But if you're only ever reliant on the coach and not thinking of yourself or your teammate isn't helping you, it's a little bit one-sided.
Yeah, and good teams do that. If you've got a good coach that encourages that and is not
so it's like player ownership.
Yeah, that's quite important. Yeah, we used to do it because there were no coaches on tour, were there? There were no other.
No, you
had a manager and an administrative manager, and that was it.
And the scorer.
Yeah. And that was it. Basically, we coached ourselves. Even when we started playing county cricket, I mean, I didn't see myself on TV till about 1986. On John Player League on a Sunday afternoon on BBC, watching it on the telly, videotape it and go and have a look because we didn't have computers or anything, so you couldn't analyse.
And what did you think when you saw yourself for the first time on TV?
Oh dear, no, I wasn't. I thought I was. There were one or two things I think that I didn't think I was doing that like that.
Yeah.
So that was good. But these days with the computers and everything, you can overanalyse a little bit too much. Got to be really careful, don't get bogged down with it. But I remember earlier than that, cut a long story short, I was HTV West sports personality of the West, right, in
Of course you were, Jack.
1903,
Did you vote for him?
Almost certainly.
You know HTV West very well.
Sure.
Anyway, cut a long story short, the winning prize was a cruise, you see, to some, I don't know, America or New York or something. And I said to my wife, we're not going on that. She said, why not? I said, because the second prize is a camera with VHS tapes and you put in it. It was like this biggest thing you've ever seen.
All the years you're away from home, Jack.
I know. This biggest thing. And I used to set that up at the county ground at Bristol on the top there and get one of the 12th man or somebody to, I'm a 12th man's nightmare, as you know, but get him to, when I'm batting, between switch it on, switch it off, because the tape would only run for batteries only run. That's the only thing we had, to actually self-analyse. Or, in those early days, people like Andy Brassington or the senior keepers at the club that were with you, they're the only keeping coaches you had. So we learned. It was great, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it was brilliant.
Did your wife not speak to you for a couple of weeks after you went for the second prize rather than the first prize?
No. Look, I don't know. I got like a million other things. I don't know. I got away with that either. It's a long list of things I've got away with over 40 years.
Well, you certainly sound you got away with that. Who had the best chat behind the stumps then? You know, wicket keepers are always talking, aren't they? You've got to keep the team going. You've got to get in the batter's head.
Gloucester, sort of, you were the central focal point, weren't you? In that good one-day Gloucester side, you were. You'd get in the way of the batsman and that type of thing, and they'd throw the ball.
We'd take the ball in front of the face.
Until they came up against us in the final at Lords when we'd had So they did. They used to ping the ball to try and intimidate.
I used to catch it. So
and then follow
there'd be
through.
A big clap, and I used to smack the ball into it because I used to be soft hands. I used to smack it to make a loud noise in the batsman's ear. I'd be going like growling or doing something. And then in the final, you're going to tell the story with Wardy.
So we'd had a team talk that we know what they're going to do. They're going to throw the ball at us basically, but Jack would just get in front. So he said we're just going to stand there. But if the ball hits us and deflects off, we're going to run because they've thrown it to upset their mindset. So was it first? I think it's first over of the game.
It was early.
Ian Ward's opening the batting. and whoever it was, I don't know if it was
Chris
Mark
Taylor
Lane
threw-
or
Chris
Chris, it
Taylor
was
threw
Tails,
it.
who's now our academy director, hurled the ball in, and Wardy has just gone. He thought he was going to get a glancing blow on the helmet and then run, but he didn't. It made him straight on the forehead, straight in, dented the helmet.
The
had to
biggest
change
dent
his
you've ever
helmet,
seen in the helmet in your
and
life.
the ball just dropped down.
Yeah.
But they didn't know what to do.
Well, it was annoying.
And we just
You're messing our rhythm
it messed
up
up their rhythm. So we
Yeah,
just
yeah,
kept getting
yeah.
in the way, and
Yeah.
just getting out of the way at the last minute, so he could still
Yeah.
catch it. But
Yeah.
it
But
affected
you-
him. And we went on to win as
Yeah, I was
well.
going to say you're the only team that beat us
I
in
was
a
going to say
final.
there weren't many, were there,
No,
Jack?
that was the only
in
final
that
we lost.
sequence.
Yeah, it's
we got in their
but
face.
You did, but to answer your question about the chat, I only used to chat a lot later in my career. People don't used to do it from the start, and they're trying to get kids and youngsters to be vocal and do. It wasn't until later I got the confidence to actually do it, and I didn't. I mean, obviously, if in test matches you do a little bit, you pick your person. You didn't say anything to Lara, and those talks, or Viv, or any of those guys. You didn't do that. And people at Surrey, I wouldn't say anything to Thorpe. You see, wouldn't say a thing to Thorpe because you knew he would benefit from it. And batsmen used to come.
But you become more determined.
Yeah,
you
you wake
Make 'em
people
more-
up.
yeah.
You could wake people
Yeah,
up
yeah,
as
and-
such and get them in the fight. Steve Waugh was the same. He wanted to engage in a battle.
Yeah.
So we just said,
Yeah.
say
And-
absolutely nothing.
And our keepers say to me, "Come on, Jack, have a go." And I go, "No,
not him."
People like Lehman and those guys and Stewie Law and those types because they wanted the.
But you don't have to be verbal either. You
No.
know, talk about. And I say go back to James Foster, even Chris Reid, two wonderful wicket keepers, and it was said, "Oh, Chris Reid perhaps doesn't dominate, isn't noisy enough." You don't have to be. If you're catching every ball
Yeah.
and missing nothing, that is high value.
Yeah.
But you can still create energy and buzz just through your own actions. So it doesn't have to be verbal and
No.
noisy all
And
the time. You're still going to do what is natural to you.
You've just got to transmit to the opposition that actually that you're in charge. We used to try and strangle the batsman. We used to try to separate.
You try and suffocate them. don't you?
Suffocate. You try and separate the batsman mentally by lots of things happening. But a lot of that is to do with body language and the fielders and everything. It's not just the keeper. The fielders in the ring in particular. If the keeper can't do it on his own, you've got to have those ring fielders actually with people like Chris Taylor, great fielders, with the energy and so you squeeze that we used to call it that way. That's how we used to do it.
And
So
pinging the ball around,
pinging
it's
the ball,
just
sharp,
always
being
getting
sharp.
it back into
Yeah.
the keeper, just looking busy. Somerset do it brilliantly now and have done in all formats. They're probably the best of the current counties. But in T20, something here at Surrey we try to do and aim to do. But Gloucester set the
we
the
did,
tone
but
back
we
then.
even got Mike Smith saving a singlet mid-off. Now that might sound a bit, but Smudge was just wandering,
Yeah.
In the end, because if you gave away 2 at third man of final, you got the biggest rocket. You have, the coach he'd rocket me because I was head of department fielding, so I'd get it in the neck. So I made sure they did the job, and we even got Smithy saving. He wasn't doing it any quicker. It was just body language. It was just a bit.
And it can save you 5 or 6 runs as well, which in a one-day game is massive.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was all good fun.
I've got lots of questions, but one I want to ask you, and I'm sure a lot of people will be interested in, just bringing, in a way, the subject that we talked about at the start, up to date, really. Ben Folkes, Johnny Bairstow, thoughts, really. It's so difficult for Ben. It must be difficult for Ben Folkes not to be in that England side because he's worth his place in the side. Everyone knows that, even the selectors. I'm sure even Brendan McCullum knows that Ben Folkes is worth his place in the side. But it's a question, it's the whole thing, is it? How do you fit together the jigsaw?
And that is, so Johnny Bairstow, the batsman, walks into any test match side. And what he did last year and previously to that, world class, absolutely high class. Then sadly had that broken leg, so he went out to set up. But Ben Folkes came in and has shown why I said, 5-6 years ago, he's the best in the world. And he's proven that. But then to fit everyone in, I get the problem. I'm sat here with my Surrey shirt on. I'd pick Ben Folkes, but then you say, how do you get them in? You're going to have to change something up top. That was the problem, and if they weren't going to change anything up top at the top of the order, you couldn't get both Bairstow and Folkes in, so they had to go one way or the other, and they've chosen to go with a more attacking, aggressive batsman and a proven Test match batsman because he is a wonderful player, and a lesser quality keeper, and it's trying to get that balance right. Now he's had a tough game, in that first one at Edgbaston, a really tough game.
Did you have games like that as well? Do you know what he's gone through?
You're always going to make errors.
Yeah, we've all had games like that. Yeah. It goes with the territory. It's like the goalkeeper always lets a few in every so often, and you make mistakes because it's easy. It's such a fine line. But I feel for Ben because I was in that same position. And I'm not blaming anybody or having a go at Stokes or McCullum or anything. It's a conundrum that's had to be, and they decided to go that route. And I'm not going to sit here and have a go at those two guys because they've decided to go that route, and I'll back them on it because I don't want to give the Aussies anything to be shouting about. So we're going to get behind it. But I always think you pick your best keeper because it's the Ashes. It's the Ashes, and you've got to understand that there's Test cricket, and then there's Ashes above that because the.
And don't forget Ben Folkes can bat.
Yes, exactly.
So
it's not it's such a difficult situation, and I do feel for him because as we said earlier, I've been through that, and he's been playing so well, so it makes it even more difficult. And when he did play, he played well, so he's done nothing wrong. It's just they've gone that route, and it's what the thing that I hope we've not lost sight of is that the Ashes is a different level. And I mean, Johnny could catch everything. Johnny, more often, Johnny's a good keeper. You know, he's a brilliant cricketer. So I'm not having to go at him, but the Ashes is something.
It's another level up.
It's a different level because of the weight that's on you, and you can say whatever you like. I'm just catching another ball, and that's what you try and do. And we've all tried to do that. There is still that tension that comes in, and that expectancy, and you've only got to hear the crowd at Edgbaston to know what it means to people. And so it's been difficult all round.
And when you miss a chance, again going back to what we were speaking about, taking the tension out your body, it's easier said than done.
Yeah.
But that's gone, you can't change it. So it is the next ball that counts. And if I've got any sympathies for Johnny, one is obviously he hasn't kept a lot since his broken leg. I think he only kept once, did he? Possibly twice for Yorkshire. But I don't think, and apologies if I've got this wrong, I don't think England have a wicket-keeping coach at the games now. Leading into it now, you can say Brendan McCullum has kept wicket, but he's not a specialist wicket-keeping coach. Whereas we were lucky enough to have had Alan Knott, and then in more recent times, Bruce French has been brilliant for Ben Folkes, Matt Pryor, and whoever else. I don't think they have the wicket-keeping coach there now. Certainly didn't in the winter, because I know Ben Folkes struggle to have someone who could work with him all the time. So when you have, and it's not just the work you do on the training ground, it's when you come in at a break, you just need to, if you've done something slightly wrong, you just want to keep or your coach or your trust. It's just to say your alignment might have been a little bit wrong, or you do realise you're just coming a little bit early, or a little tip that just clears your mind. You're probably just reconfirming what you're thinking, but when it comes from a coach who you've worked with and alongside, it gives you that little bit more confidence.
But also, Alec will know, you can see things happening. He's going to miss one here in a minute because the wicket's doing this, or this bowler's doing that, or he's got slightly wrong-footed occasionally, and something's going to happen over here, or like the wicket's doing this now. So you chat about that. Well, the wicket's doing a bit more of that now, and then it just
it's where you stand,
and you refocus that person to think, oh, okay, I'll just be aware of that after tea or something because it's going to go through the gate and that sort of thing.
So even your alignment,
the
simple thing is where you're lined up. Certain keepers will stand very tight to the stumps.
What do you mean by that?
So if your left foot, if you're keeping to a right-hander, your left foot a lot of the time will be somewhere around middle stump, so that you're really tight. So you'll see a lot of keepers, if they stand a little bit too wide, as in close to the first slip, the angle of the ball that is bowled at the bowler's end forces you to the leg side, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So straight away you'll put your weight on your left foot and take a step towards the leg side. And then if there's an outside edge, because all your weight is on your left foot and left leg, to then push back to dive to your right is really difficult. And it's just little things like that. So that catch he caught one-handed, yes, it was a good catch, but I would still say if his alignment had been better, it was a comfortable catch.
And it's all about timing as well, because sometimes you think, and the other thing is sometimes you think you're concentrating and you're not enough. And that's what the Ashes does to you.
Oh, explain that, Jack. That's an interesting idea.
Because it's the intensity of it.
It's like batting.
It's the intensity of it. You think, I'm watching the ball, but am I really watching the ball? Right? Am I just watching a space? Am I watching a round thing? Or am I actually looking for a mark on the ball or the seam or something? Which side is little things like that intensify it. And I used to find later in the day I got more angrier and more because I'd had a good day and I didn't want to mess it up at 6:15. With 15 minutes to go because I wanted to have a good day all round. So the intensity of it, the focus, it's hard to explain it. And Luke Sutton actually I did a piece with Luke. He wrote a really good book on keeping. We had a long chat about it. It's a really good book. I recommend it to anyone. I tried to explain it a little bit there, but it's just a focus. I'm right, Simon. I'm looking at you, right. So I'm concentrating on you. Now I'm concentrating on you, right? Yeah. See what I mean? Like
greater intensity.
Do you know what I mean? So there's that edge to it, and so you're forgetting everything, but actually even more now. I'm really. So there's that, And you learn,
but it's switching on and switching off.
But you have to learn to do that, to
Yeah.
go out to in, out back in again.
So when you're batting, same when you're keeping, especially say reverse swing or even spin, when you're out of form, you're looking at an area. When the bowler lets go, you're not looking at the ball, you're looking at an area. When you're playing reasonably well, you're probably looking at the hand. When you're playing nicely, you're looking at the ball. But when you're really on top of your game, you're seeing the seam and the rough side and the shiny
and
side.
bits on it, marks on the ball.
So just those things that when you're really in tune, it's the same when you keep. And when you keep, you have that little bit longer to react. So really focus and it becomes a lot easier.
And the other thing I found coaching keepers is a lot of, between the batsmen, if they're stood up, between the batsman and them, their eyes don't work hard enough. You know, they might lose the ball, so you've got to search hard. And you think, again, you're getting lazy, you think you're watching it, and it's a bit peripheral, you know, instead of really expecting it through the gate or leg side or what it is. You know,
so a lot of the time, they always say every ball is coming to you as a keeper. And then if you look, but it's on a TV screen or a photo, is as the player has played the shot, say as a cover drive, is the keeper's head looking at where he thinks the ball is going, i.e. extra cover, or is he still picturing him missing the ball and the ball is going into his hands? And that's the difference.
And Alan Knott used to say to me, they hit the ball over there, just stay here, you're in the right position. So it made you, I learned
focus.
that in the early, and really, because the rest is irrelevant, it's because it's you and the ball. And I used to have I never painted the picture, but I should have done it. My visual was a ball on a black canvas, and the ball, and as soon as the bowler came round and started coming into bowling, that was my world. And on top of that, it was me against the ball. The determination to get, because that ball's trying to mess my day up, right, and make me unhappy. So I'm going to catch wherever it goes, I am getting that ball.
And there are times, aren't there, when you don't see the ball. They'll play over the top of one.
Yeah.
And you lose it, and then you've got to refocus and see it. Whereas if you're guessing or not concentrating, the ball's hit you.
If you're not expecting it, that's sorry, go
How
on.
exhausting is a day's keeping in a test match? Is it you absolutely shattered when you come off?
Right, we're going back to your point about Alec being and captain at the same time, opening the bat and keeping captain. What's going on? It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever.
You can't.
I
was talking to Phil Salt actually.
Did they make you do the laundry as well, Alec?
No, I did his. He didn't do it very well from memory, but no, it's one day cricket you can do all that, but in Test match cricket you can't.
And you've got
the highest a keeper should bat or could bat, I'd say, is 4. I wanted to bat as high as I could because that's what I was, a top order batter. Realistically, it's 5 or 6.
And if you've got Ashes, it's more draining.
Yeah.
Because of everything that goes with it. So it's and that's where you need your keeping coach there to make sure actually you're staying.
Make your job easier, support.
And it's just and sometimes you haven't got to do anything. You're just there, and and it might be just a word. It might be just Have I painted you or not? You should be painted. I should paint you. I did a sketch of you a few years ago, didn't I?
You did do a sketch. I've still got it in the study.
Just explain why you're here today. You're in London.
I mean,
you've got an exhibition on, haven't you?
It's our 60th year this year, both of us. And I've got an exhibition of 60 paintings in Chris Beatles Gallery in the centre, in Ryder Street. It is in St James's. And I had the idea a couple of years ago I thought, well, they asked me to do an exhibition for my 60th. I'll do 60 paintings. Not really realising how long it would take. But I was here at the Oval last year, thanks to John Surtees here at the Oval. I was up at the Peter May stand, the new bit, and up in the top corner. And I painted this amazing sunset for one of the T20 games. So that picture's in there. And I also did a picture of Jardine, which is the connection here as well. So that was good fun. But it's not all cricket as well. It's like the gallery.
Military stuff have you got?
There's no military, but there's landscapes.
Landscapes, yeah.
And various other stuff that I love painting. So it's not all cricket. So that's why I'm in town. So yeah, John said come in. I said, well, if Stu is here, I'll do it.
See, he's in here. Perfect. He's got to come round and do my front room as well. He said he'd paint the
ceiling. I promised you about 30 years ago. I haven't quite got round to it yet. So that's great, and it's going well with this on. It opens this week. Wednesday. I'll be there Wednesday morning if anyone wants to come in, pop into Ryder Street in St James's.
And are you selling them, or is it
it's been online for about a week, so they're selling quite quickly, which is always nice. But it's it's more. Yeah, there is that to it, but it's more. I get a kick out. I get a buzz out of it. Obviously, it pays the bills and it's a living. It's mine. It's the only skill I've got left, basically. So I know it's a business, and the art world is quite a serious business. So you have to get it right. But I get such a kick when somebody says, I want to put that picture on my wall at home. That is just, I get as big a kick of that as I did walking out in a test match or playing for Gloucester. They were taking a catch or a stomach. The actual buzz from that is really, and I love the energy of that. So we've sold a few so far.
What about your moment of victory?
Yeah. Well, I was there, wasn't I?
That was it.
We were there.
I've still got it.
Yeah.
Jamaica, my debut
1990.
test. Yeah.
Yeah, my first major cricket print, that was.
Set you on the way, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Well, we won, didn't we? So I owed it to all the lads, really, because...
Do you still get the same buzz, Alec, as a director of cricket, seeing your team win, or is there nothing replace that feeling of, well...
It's the closest you'll get. Once you finish playing, that's what you miss, the adrenaline rush and everything else. But having come back into this role, you don't feel it quite as much as a player, but it's not far off. Because you want your team, but you want your players to go and succeed, because you see the hard work they put in. But no, this is a great job. I'm very fortunate to be doing it.
What was the win like against Kent in the last game? To chase 500 and win?
Incredible. Because it was the flattest pitch going, and we'd probably not done ourselves justice in the first 2 days. And then Dom Sibley does what Dom Sibley does. He just battered and battered and battered. Jamie Smith got it on the way with that 70-ball 100. And then the way Ben Folkes played the next day was incredible. But to chase down 501, I know Brian Lara did it on his own, but we needed a few more. But an unbelievable win. I don't care how flat the service was, to chase down that number was huge. And a big moment as well to get that win, because at one stage we could have lost. Then, well, can we bat for a draw? But to get the win, especially with such a big difference between the 5 points for a draw this year and 16 for the win, from a league table point of view, it had a big impact.
Some people there said, not obviously right at the end, but well before the end, it almost felt inevitable. A bit like actually watching Brian Lara rack up his... I mean, I was there for his 400 in Antigua, and when he had 130, you thought, he's going to do it again here. And that was, he still had another 230 odd to go.
But the belief within the dressing room, when it was 501, and again, credit to our captain, Rory Burns, it was, we're going to do this. We've got a good batting lineup, a long batting lineup. And the pitch was flat, and they just went out and did it.
And as long as you stick in the process, I think that's the way you get set about it. You don't get too far ahead with 501, whatever. Even when you're chasing any total, you just it's ball by ball and build it in bits. And if you can do that, then the total takes care of itself. Great win, that.
I've had the 5-minute bell. I mean, we could talk all afternoon. I think you're staying on for a little bit, Jack.
I'm going to
stay
for
I think you are. Anyway, but Alec, you probably got to go back to the other side. But just a couple of final thoughts. Just going back to England. What do you think of Bazball? And has it? There was that coach's sort of chat with Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum earlier in the season. I don't know if you were involved in that. It might have been the head coach here rather than director of cricket. Has it sort of got through to the players? I mean, I've seen Sam Curran going out there and smacking it this morning, but that's the way he plays. Will Jacks, ditto, but that's the way he plays.
But that's the important thing. Each individual needs to play their way within what the team environment calls for. So, why would you ask... Come back to England. Ollie Pope and Joe Root, I think, have similar types of players, similar tempos. Why would you ask those two to try and play like, whether it's a Zach Crawley, whether it's a Ben Stokes, when play to your own strengths? And that's where it goes back to our conversations. Yeah. When the ball's there to be hit, strike it for 4, but be in control of what you're doing. So always be positive, have positive intent, but don't be reckless. And whatever you do, don't take the mickey out of the game.
See, just going back to that game at Edgbaston, I think we missed a trick in the middle. We've done all Bazball, and I haven't got a problem with it, but I'd just like us to be a bit more ruthless with it and be a bit more, use a bit more of this with it, because if we had this and the ruthlessness, then we are going to be difficult to beat, and we will probably win the series if we can do it. But there was a bit in the middle where I think Rooty was batting with 1 or 2 others, and if they'd have just knocked it around for 10 overs at 6 or 8 and over, without you didn't have to there'd been another 60 or 80 runs instead of guys running down and
when Joe Root was stumped for the first time ever in his professional career.
So be positive, and if you're going to go one way or the other, always take the positive option.
Yeah.
But that word reckless, take that out.
And that means that's the ruthless bit, because actually you could just say, I'll milk this for 10 overs, and then we really got them, and they're going to be even more down, because if you've got your foot on their throat, you need to squeeze a bit harder. And we didn't do that.
Yeah, and I get the, winning and losing doesn't matter. They're trying to take that out of the team. Well, winning does matter.
Do you think they really think that?
I think it's their way of trying to say play with freedom,
but
still play with responsibility. And even when Ben Stokes came in England's second innings, he got 3 off the first 20 odd balls. So he's an intelligent, smart cricketer, Ben Stokes. So they're selling a great PR story to the media and to the public, and everyone's brought into that. But winning is what you'll be judged
if we can just add those couple of other bits, I think we will win. I think we got a great chance, because they did knock them back a bit, but they just give it credit to the Aussies. They hung in there, didn't they?
Australia will just do what they do.
Yeah.
So England's left to play their strengths. That's crucial. but play within what you can do, not what you can't do effectively.
Don't push. It's pushing the boat's great, but just sometimes you lose.
Just
you lose your paddle.
Situation.
Would you have declared it 393 for?
I understand
for 8?
why you did it. I wouldn't have done, because I would have wanted to get a few more. I would definitely wouldn't have done. I can see why.
Imagine someone declaring you on news, John, at 118.
I'll give you the tip. I wouldn't have looked at the dressing room. but that was the thing. And listen, it's not even hindsight, because at the time, again, 20 minutes. If they'd got 2 wickets, everyone gone. What a great attacking. To me, first innings runs are so important. If Joe Root wasn't at the crease and it was just Robinson and Broad, I get it.
Yeah.
But when you got Robinson, who didn't look in trouble, and Root playing as well as he did, first inning runs are crucial. But anyway, they made that decision. Perhaps if the chances had gone their way, the declaration wouldn't even be a discussion.
We missed chances, and we didn't quite push home the advantage.
Good afternoon, folks. Welcome back to the Kia Oval. Interesting morning just gone. 4 down, Surrey, having lost the toss and been asked to bat first. Lyndon James, who did so much of the damage, back in again and immediately squaring up the new batter, Will Jacks, but he will pick up a couple down to third man. So yeah, intriguing morning here. Surrey lost Rory Burns up top to the second delivery of the morning. LBW to Brett Hutton, who bowled superbly with the new ball and then came back effectively as well in his second spell. From there, 66 were added relatively serenely between Dom Sibley and Tom Latham before Sibley went. Brett Hutton's second wicket of the morning caught behind by Tom Moores, and it precipitated a mini collapse. 3 wickets in all, including that of Sibley, across the last 15 minutes of play, building up to lunch. Jamie Smith came and Jamie Smith went. Second ball caught behind off an inside edge from Lyndon James, who's been doing a manful job. Jake Ball earlier in the piece seemed to twinge aside, and so he may not feature too much. He came back onto the field and was struggling clearly in the outer. So Lyndon James took on the mantle, got rid of Jamie Smith, and then got rid of Tom Latham in the final over before lunch. It's well bowled again. It's been a superb spell either side of lunch by Lyndon James. Just into his 6th over, 2 for 16 already. Brett Hutton 2 for 21. Jake Ball, as I say, just 5 overs and was clearly struggling with his fitness. And Dane Patterson 7 overs for just 7 runs as well. Kept things very tight from the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end. So 74 for 4. Will Jacks and Ben Folkes are the not out batters. Taha, set fair for an intriguing afternoon.
Yeah, and just such a crucial spell from Lyndon James. You know, Jake Ball was clinging onto his side and in quite a bit of trouble early on in that morning session, and so James, as the all-rounders, really had to step up and
squared him up again. Will Jackson, he will pick up. In fact, it's going to run away for 4. Lightning fast outfielder and a short boundary on that side. And so he moves on to 6, but neither of those 2 scoring shots were particularly convincing. Lyndon James coming back in to finish off his over, having taken a wicket just before the luncheon break, and bang on the money again. So a nervy start for Jacks, although he is on 6 from 4 deliveries, and Ben Folkes yet to get off the mark, just faced those 5 balls before lunch. Surrey, as Yas Rana was saying before lunch, just trying to exercise the demons really of that collapse here against Lancashire that very few people saw coming. They haven't done much wrong in that morning session, but there's been some good nagging, tight, medium fast seam from certainly 3 of Notts' 4 seamers. As I say, Jake Ball clearly struggling a bit with his fitness. As far as I can see, he's not back on the pitch, Jake Ball, this afternoon. He came back and was clearly struggling. And so it's going to be Dane Patterson to resume from the JM Fin.
And as I was saying with James, that it's important that he doesn't just play a holding role, that he also kind of pick up the wickets where Jake Ball would have been in action, and he's done that so far. It's been a really brilliant performance from him. He kind of started off at this Vauxhall end, but has done the damage from the Pavilion end. And yeah, Patterson, who is playing a holding role himself from the Pavilion end in the morning session, now coming from the Vauxhall end. He's getting some good shape.
Ben Foakes solidly in behind that important knock for Foakes for obvious reasons. He's very much the talk of social media, as he has been for months now, really, in light of England's decision to move away from him in favour of Johnny Bairstow. That'll be furthest from his mind at the moment, of course. He's got a championship to try and win here for his side. But there are various developing subplots across this summer, one of which, of course, is whether Ben Foakes will yet be recalled. Foolish driven nicely across those pitches, and it won't go for 4, but they should come back for a comfortable 3 here. Hasib Hamid in pursuit. And so Ben Foakes is away. It's going to be very watchable this afternoon, whatever happens here. Surrey's stroke makers are in and lurking as well. That famous lower order. Jordan Clark carded to come in next. Sean Abbott, who's been so lethal with the bat against the white ball and the red. Jamie Overton, really good news for Surrey fans that Overton's back on the park and bowling. He was playing as a batter only in the T20 side, but he's now carded to come in at 9, and he'll be pushing off the sight screen. Really good news for Surrey. Jackson behind it. And then Tom Laws and Dan Worrell also bat. So, as visiting teams have found to their cost coming here to the Oval, Surrey are never done. They may be tottering up top, but they bat all the way down, and so Notts will have to keep on pushing here.
What kept Surrey in the game against Lancashire a few weeks ago was that 130-run last wicket stand between Dan Worrell and Sean Abbott. So they are relentless in terms of their batting lineup.
Foolish, as he has been all day, Dane Patterson. He's allowed that ball to swing. Not got anything to show for it just yet, but bowling a brave length. And they'll be delighted with their work so far. A bowler light with Jake Ball's problems, and looking at 66 for 1, 20 minutes before lunch. To have Surrey's middle order prized open here, absolute dreamland really for Hasib Hamid, having won the toss and bowled. And there's been movement all day, as you see again. That's leapt off a length. Springing their step, Taha.
Yeah, and Patterson, you know, when he was bowling from the Pavilion end in the morning session, he was getting a bit of extra nip and bounce from that end. And, you know, we thought it was just from that end, but again, if you look at this ball here, it's kind of like leapt up at Tom Moores. He's taken that quite high. So he's going to be a bit of a handful from the Vauxhall end as well. And it's a tough ask, this, for Will Jackson, Ben Foakes coming in.
It's an absolute perler as well, by the way, that final delivery. Nip and zip and spat really off that length and carried through hard. He's had nothing to show for it yet, but he's been bang on the money, and he's allowed Notts to really keep their foot on the throat here of Surrey all morning. Didn't get away at any point. That rebuild job from Sibley and Latham the game never got away from Notts. They got their rewards towards the back end of that session. So it's going to be James to continue, having completed that truncated over, and quite right too. 6 overs into his work, he's got 2 good wickets to show for it already.
This innings from Ben Foakes is just kind of dripping in narrative, isn't it? Johnny Bairstow obviously had a tough test match at Headingley with both the bat and the gloves. And here is Folkes, sun out at the Oval, having batted beautifully in the County Championship so far this summer as well.
Yeah, he's made 2 championship hundreds so far. 100 in the first week of the season. And then that 4th innings, the 3rd centurion of that mammoth record-breaking chase when Surrey saw off 501 against Kent and did it with time and wickets to spare. Folkes made a typically classy 124 that afternoon. Good leave, coming back on the arm. Lyndon James has got it going both ways. And as we saw with his wicket of Jamie Smith to an inside edge, good tumbling catch going down the leg side off his wrong foot by Tom Moores. As you can see, he's getting it going both ways here off the seam. He's really running in hard. It's a good mini contest this between the two. Sorry, Taha, all yours.
Quite a lovely, simple action. Lyndon James, kind of very much straight lines, and then just kind of trying to nip it off the seam, both ways. Provoke a bit of indecision from Folkes, who, you know, like the rest of his teammates, had a lean game against Lancashire. So Surrey, you know, at 8-1 for 4, usually we talk about the depth of Surrey's batting lineup, but they're still, I guess, you know, that Lancashire game might still be in their heads a bit.
Playing a miss. Late swing again. He has this batting lineup in the palm of his hand at the moment, does Lyndon James. It's been excellent stuff, and as you say, he had to step up. A seamer light, a greenhorn spinner as well in Calvin Harrison. Big ask for him to come in and do the job of the containing spinner, and so a hell of a lot of pressure and responsibility on Lyndon James's shoulders, and he's doing this superbly well so far. The loose shot by Folkes. Runs this time. Pick up an easy couple.
And he's moving it both ways. That delivery, about 3 balls ago, he moved one back in over the stumps, and then the next one moved away from Folkes. So it's tough out there for the Surrey batters right now, trying to rebuild Will Jacks and Ben Folkes. Folkes obviously has a more patient game. Jacks, of course, will really want to put his foot down, but against Lancashire as well, he recognised the need to stay patient early in Surrey's first innings before he actually started to play his strokes. So I think he might be of the same mindset here, that, you know, Patterson, a tricky customer from this end. Just stay patient for the first few deliveries.
Come to expect this from Dane Patterson, who's been bullseye straight all morning and now into the afternoon session. So come on, Taha, I'll put you on the spot. If you're picking that squad for Old Trafford, who's your wicket keeper?
At this current stage, I would go for Ben Folkes. I totally understood the decision at the start of the summer.
And it's leapt again off that length. You're seeing this pitch become more and more lively. It's a really excellent cricket pitch. You bend your back, you can get something from it, no doubt. With the sun beating down, it'll take a little spin towards the second part of the game. But of course, it's the Oval, so of course you get full value for your shots as well. This is compelling stuff so far.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the summer, I totally understood the decision to bring back Bairstow just because of how incredible he'd been last summer, but also because as a wicketkeeper in Test cricket, he's been excellent, really. He's been solid. I mean, in the past, he's been he's been excellent. He's one of those people who I don't think, as people would say, Ben Foakes is a stronger wicket-keeper. But Johnny Bairstow's, he's not let England down behind the stumps before. But he's obviously really struggled in this series so far.
Beats him. A theme is developing here. Tough for the batters. Would you play Bairstow as a batter?
I'm not too sure. It's tricky how you fit him in, but I guess in a series of such tight margins, the wicket keeping does become really important. Those kind of 1 or 2 drops in innings have become crucial. You didn't just obviously see it with Johnny Bairstow behind the gloves as well. You had Mitchell Marsh dropped on 12 in the slip cordon by Joe Root.
It's good leave on length. It's probably bounced somewhere over off stump. Shows Will Jacks though is thinking about his cricket here. He knows he's in a battle. A lot riding on the next half an hour in this cricket match, because if Surrey can just flatten things down a little, then it becomes a very, very nice place to bat. But they're under the pump, and that ball has continued to swing. We're now into the 31st over. Trying to make something happen there is Will Jacks. Wasn't quite there for the flick off the legs, so can only really cloth it into the onside. Good over, testing over. Maiden.
A bit too straight there from Patson, but otherwise that over, decent carry to Moores behind the stumps as well. Movement inwards to Jacks, just travelling over his stumps. So he's really testing it out. Only 10 conceded from his 9 overs. It's been brilliant bowling from the South African seamer. And now James has been doing a very good job from the other end. So they've got, from both ends, the squeeze on. They didn't really have that for quite a bit in the morning session.
James in again, really running in hard. And Foakes has to smother that, knowing that there's going to be a hint of movement away from the right-hander. Such a solid defensive technique. He's the glue in this side. The more expansive players coming in behind him. Of course, he's a versatile enough player himself. I feel this is an important partnership in the context of this innings. Very good again. Lyndon James has found a pitch and conditions overhead that is very much to his liking here. So I guess the follow-up question, Taha, is will they?
I sort of highly doubt it. What they've shown so far over the last year, this management group, is that they back their players and try and instill as much confidence as they can. So if Bairstow's have a tough couple of matches, he's also been the guy that's delivered for them last summer. So they'll want to just instill that confidence within him again and back him. And he's someone they've shown a lot of faith in. I guess even when he was picked last summer, there was still some question marks around his place, despite having had a pretty solid winter. Harry Brook was doing very well in the county championship, but they said to Bairstow, who was coming back off the IPL, "You're our man at 5."
Pick up a single into the onside.
And then again, at the start of this summer, they said, "You're our man with the gloves." And I feel like they'll stick to that. And I know there's I guess, the extra gap between tests, gets a lot of people asking these selection questions. It gives space for that kind of selection drama to unfold. But at the moment, from just how they've gone about things over the last year, I expect Bairstow to be keeping and batting for England at Old Trafford.
Inside edge, but he'll pick up a single down to long leg. Stifled appeals, pretty straight again. He's been wicket to wicket as Lyndon James. Murmurs of swing and seam with every delivery. And he snaps through his action as well. He's not quick, but he's quick enough on a pitch with a bit of assistance. Good cricket. Well played on the up by Ben Folkes, moving into the shot, keeping his shape. Tidy work at backward point, no run, so we move along. 85 for 4. Fascinating contest developing here.
There's the odd ball going onto the pads, but otherwise not. This is 2 quicks at the moment, just not giving anything away.
It'll be Patterson again to resume. Having to drag himself to his mark. He'll get there in due course. No one's in any great rush here on a sleepy Monday afternoon. A natural time for a cricket match to start, of course. He's in now to his work. Will Jacks waiting and dropping it into the covers. No joy just yet. Yet to really open those shoulders. He'll be playing himself in as befits the situation. No one yet looking to use their feet either, really, to advance, to smother any swing and seam. It's been very, almost reassuringly conventional cricket up to now.
No, it's tough to do that as well, just because of that extra bounce we're seeing. It's a risky move to come down the wicket when Patterson's getting that extra nip.
Push this time, that will be 4. Longish half volley, not tried to overhit it. Will Jacks punches it past the wideish mid-off for his first boundary. Yeah, you're right, Taha. It probably wouldn't be the time, and yet you know that Ollie Pope would be moving down into the ball as well to try and smother that swing and seam.
Just a bit too full there from Patterson. Quite a simple extension of arms for Jacks. Didn't have to do too much with his feet because it was right there under his eyes. Beautiful shot.
And then right in behind it. Not much movement for Patterson after lunch, and the ball now 32.5 overs old. You feel like it does have a shelf life, and once it goes too soft, very lush outfield, so you can't really imagine there being that much reverse swing on offer, which makes this period of play all the more important in the context of this first innings. Good from Jacks. Decent judgment outside off stump.
He's left well on length so far. Been quite a few balls that have travelled directly over the stumps. But Jacks has looked quite comfortable there.
Tucked him up this time. Anything on the hip, you fancy that there are runs aplenty there through that onside. Such a short boundary, but nothing doing just there. Perhaps just surprised Will Jacks a tiny bit because Patterson has been so remorselessly on that fullish length. I'm interested to see if Calvin Harrison comes in this afternoon, if Surrey settle in and get away. An attacking yet raw, tall leg spinner, playing just his 5th first-class game. Has passed Hamid this time, well timed for a forward block. Steps into the shot, picks up another couple. That ball from Patterson's end just appears to have lost a little bit of the nip that we saw before lunch. And Hamid, as skipper, will have to shake things up a bit here with Jake Ball absent. We haven't seen him after lunch. It's going to be Lyndon James to continue then from pavilion end.
Mead there. Just had a slight word with Patterson. Maybe just a slight tweaking of the plans. I think Patterson's still on. Going to continue from the other end.
Still 4 slips and a backward point.
Yeah, interesting how Hamid used the leg spinner. Obviously we've got that short boundary there. And even if he does come from the pavilion end with that longer boundary on the leg side, someone like Will Jacks will, you know, no doubt he'll be looking to take on the spinner.
Yeah, however you look at it, you'd think against the right-hander the favourite is to bowl from the pavilion end, but even so, anything slightly short and wide, and it's going to be very hard to defend those boundaries. Foolish, beautifully in behind it. Ben Folkes is technically as sound as they come. Yeah, it's a hiding to nothing, you would feel. The only thing in his favour would be that you do get some purchase from this oval track, maybe not on day one so much, but certainly as the game unfolds. But you can't afford much margin if you're bowling spin here, and especially where we are set up on this track as it stands. But they've picked him. It's the attacking move. It's just short of second slip. Authentic Nick pushing forward, left him late, just died a little on second slip. It's Montgomery there at second slip, and yeah, legit authentic edge. It's always easy to say, but perhaps they are a little bit deep. You have to gamble a little bit here at the Oval.
Keeping it nice and simple, James, running in straight lines. Get that ball angling in to Folkes, and maybe one just nips away, maybe one just holds its line, and it's troubled Folkes so far. He's not looked entirely comfortable. He's on 6 of 23 so far. Some might be shining, but it's not easy out there. That pitch, which has a nice green tinge to it as well.
Excellent stuff. One delivery out from completing his 9th over. 5 dots. Got a man in short now at mid-wicket, just in case Ben Folkes punches through that onside a little uppishly. Just short again. Beautifully bowled. Folkes squared up, trying to play it through the onside, I fancy, and just shy again of the slip cordon on the half volley.
He was looking for that flick through mid-wicket. Yeah, edge just dropped short there of the man at third slip. James is bowling beautifully from that pavilion end. He's not giving anything away, and then he's also bowling these balls that just look like they're going to get the edge and bring that cordon into play. But that's a couple now that have dropped short, so you do kind of wonder about the positioning, perhaps.
Yeah, both of them healthy edges, as they say, and for neither to carry, I think the slips might be having a little word with themselves and just having to live a little, come up half a yard, maybe even a full yard. It's not going to be flying too fast through them. It'll be Patterson to continue then. Back where he belongs, on a length, on off peg. So, as we said earlier, full complement of fixtures today. Just going through them just quickly in Division 1. Northants batting first against Middlesex at Northwood, and they are 3 down for 92. In a relegation battle, that game really. Will Jacks picks up a single into the onside. Kent have had a terrible morning against Warwickshire. at Canterbury at home. They are 8 down for 106. 3 wickets for Ollie Hannon-Dalby, a couple for Rushworth, a couple for Henry Brooks. Very, very good side Warwickshire have. Glenn Maxwell in the side, I see, having the odd red ball game as well to keep himself loose. Not much play at Blackpool, unfortunately, in the big one, Essex, Lancashire. Folks in behind it. Essex lost one early on. Nick Brown gone for a blob, and then the rains swept in. So just 4.1 overs possible at Blackpool. They took an early lunch, and the game is still delayed by rain, as indeed is the game down at Taunton. More's happened down there, though. Somerset 4 down for 74, having chosen to have first hit against Hampshire. And I guess Surrey fans will be taking keen interest in that one. Hampshire lurking in third, with Essex ensconced between them. And that's the Kyle Abbott show, not for the first time. 3 wickets and a run out attributed to him as well. 5.3 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 6, Kyle Abbott, plus a run out. They don't get much better than him. Runs are plenty in Division 2. Sussex 173 for 1 in 36 against Derbyshire. And Yorkshire 142 for none against Worcester. Runs, 4 of them, there to hit, cuffed away by Ben Folkes, short and wide, a rarity by Dane Patterson, and put away with absolute class and authority.
Bit too loose there from Dane Patterson. Just sort of slightly on the shorter side here. And wide as well when Folkes, having been locked into a battle from the other end with James, you know, got on strike through a jack single, finally gets to have a decent look at Patterson and punches away hard for 4.
Yeah, it's one of his shots. He's more of a back foot player. He waits, stays relatively leg side of it, and cuffs it away. Doesn't try and overhit those cut shots. Full, flicked hard, lovely looking shot, but straight to the man. 2 men there on the catch, really, on the onside. So it's a theory that they're trying to work on against Folkes in particular. Played with authority, but no run. So 96 for 4 from 35. Yeah, just briefly then, Taha, 173 for 1 at Hove, Sussex Derby. Tom Clark's on 64, not out. And Tom Haynes, one of the best players to watch in the country, 86 from 96 with 15 fours all in the first session. That would have been quite the watch. Yorkshire, Worcester, Adam Lyth and Finley Bean, both with unbeaten 50s. So more runs in Div 2 as it stands than we've seen in Division 1, where it's been a lot more cagey. Not least here, 96 for 4. James again, full, driven, not got much of it. And so Hasib Hamid can pull it in, just a long single in the end for Will Jackson. Not sure Notts will mind that. Folkes had 1 or 2 problems in the previous over against Lyndon James, and so he's now got 5 deliveries to negotiate.
Yeah, I'd say Jackson's been the batter who's looked probably more comfortable so far in this session. Folkes has had a testing period against James from the pavilion end. James has kept it quite tight. That was slightly loose delivery from him, having been so parsimonious earlier.
He's starting to move nicely now. He's faced 30 deliveries as Ben Folkes. Played within himself up to now, but he's starting to get some rhythm. Even in his defensive shots, they're coming off the middle of the bat, easing himself forward when the opportunity arises. Beats him. No luck at all for Lyndon James post-lunch.
We've seen quite a bit of this so far in this session from Lyndon James. Just getting the ball to angle in And I think this one just moved slightly away, might have just held its line. Folks not getting an edge this time around. He has edged a bit and the ball hasn't carried.
Those slips are appreciably up on what they were previous over. Left on length. Good judgment. Excellent spell. Not let his pace drop either as Lyndon James. He's coming hard now into his 11th over. Really impressive work.
Interesting to see what Hashim does in terms of his next over, who he turns to. Does he keep going with Patterson, who's been slightly loose in his last couple of overs?
Yeah, it's a tricky call when you're down a seamer.
He wants to probably give Hutton a bit more of a rest as well. He's his lead seamer.
Well, Patterson's bowled 11. This is the 10th for Lyndon James. Hutton's bowled 10 as well. Jake ball 5, but probably out of the picture. And so, rather slim pickings in truth. Calvin Harrison will have to get through some work this afternoon, you fancy, unless Notts can somehow knock Surrey over in this session.
Hamid surely still wants to stay with his quicks. There's still enough on this pitch. As James has shown so far, Patterson's shown it as well. There's carry, there's a bit of movement, there's a bit of swing as well. So I guess he doesn't want to turn to his leg spinner too quickly, and it will be Hutton. He was warming up earlier in James's over, so Hutton's going to take over from where Patterson was.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call. He bowled 6 up front, came back in the second hour before lunch and bowled 4 off the reel, but pretty well rested. He'd have been rested for an hour and a half now, and if there's still a bit of seam and swing on offer with that ageing ball, then Brett Hutton's going to find it from his round arm action. Still 3 slips. We've had a minimum of 3 all day. And there he goes. Brett Hutton, you know exactly what you're going to get. But just because you know it doesn't mean to say you can negotiate it. Punched up to Hasib Hamid, but no run.
Jax has looked comfortable so far, playing well off his front foot in particular.
Yeah, it'll be a good test of his technique this afternoon. He's playing necessarily within himself. Punch that through the offside. Won't go for 4. Not try to overhit it, but pick up an easy 3. And again, just a sign that he's thinking clearly here, and that the Will Jacks overdrive is far from required at this point. Mini recovery on its way. Surrey 100 up now for 4. He's a matured cricketer now, of course, is Will Jacks. Test cricketer. Only a matter of time before he begins what you imagine will be a long and fruitful white ball career with England. And folks will pick up an easy single down to long leg. Crowd building up, a few thousand in. Good show on a Monday afternoon. Apparently for some people it's a work day, whatever that means. Pavilion heaving as you'd expect. Jacks again, playing within himself. This is good.
Hutton so far in this over hasn't, I guess, found too much assistance from the pitch. Not too much swing. So suddenly things looking slightly better for Surrey in terms of the conditions on offer for these two batters. Jack's playing rather nicely off his front foot so far as well.
Definitely been a reduction in lateral movement, certainly from this end as we look at it, from the Vauxhall end. It'll be up another thing. It might have been bat onto thigh pad there. Heard two noises yet. Nigel Long indicating that it was a run off the bat. So 101 for 4 from 102 for 4, correction, from 37. Taha Hashim vacates the chair. He's got better things to do. Yas Rana joins me again.
I don't have better things to do. The sun's out, Phil.
Yeah, it's lovely.
And batting looks not easy, but more comfortable than it did before lunch under the gloomy South London skies.
Lyndon James in again. Leg sideish this time. Filthy leg bite.
It feels a little bit like... this is a bit of a stretch, but it feels a little bit like the second afternoon evening at Lords when Nathan Lyon was down, and that obviously meant that the rest of the Australia attack had to do more bowling. Jake Ball's off the field right now. Lyndon James, Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson have got a lot of work to do, and you feel that they've gone with Calvin Harrison in the spin department, that they can really get some mileage in the legs of the Notts bowlers early in this match.
Oh, well left again by Ben Folkes, but there wasn't much in it. And he knows that Lyndon James is bothering both sides of the bat. He's been a revelation, really. Very solid, repeatable action. That's jagged a long way, yes.
Very, very similar to Tom Laws, I think.
Yeah.
Me and Nikki were talking about this earlier in the day, just before lunch. A lot of similarities there.
And again, gone the other way this time. Lyndon James, it's a fantastic spell.
Similar height, similar speed, both quite upright actions, both slightly quicker than you'd expect, I guess. Lyndon James is probably slightly bulkier than Tom Laws at this point, a couple of years younger.
Runs this time behind square. Again, perhaps just off the pad. Couple of leg side deliveries here by James. If he is getting a wee bit tired, it would be no surprise. He's into his 11th off the reel here. But Hamid's in a bit of a bind, isn't he? It's a gamble to keep your quicks going. But that's pretty much what he's faced with, knowing he's got a tyro spinner and your senior seamer crocked and off the pitch. Difficult decisions for the visiting skipper. Short one this time. Perhaps the first out-and-out bumper we've seen so far. No ball. The added effort wasn't worth it for Lyndon James. 2 men out though. We've seen this a few times this summer.
If you're after an update on Jake Ball's fitness, there is no update yet. We are trying to get official word from the Notts dressing room on the status of Jake Ball's fitness.
Were you on when he came back onto the pitch just before lunch and made that fielding stop at mid-on? Was clearly in a lot of discomfort. Off the stumps this time. Played nicely into the onside. Thought about a second, but no need at this point.
You think that if you're Hamid right now, it's a big risk to bring on the spinner. I know that they're one man down in the attack right now, but with such a short boundary on one side, with a player like Jax, who is a 360 player, he'll target. He's capable of targeting whatever boundary he wishes, especially if it's a slow bowler.
Yeah, it's a day for a lot of hard yakka for three seamers. Beat him again. No luck at all after lunch. Ben Folkes is hanging in there against Lyndon James. You wouldn't mind getting up the other end, you fancy?
I think Phil Walker is going to leave us, and I'm going to be joined for the next 40 or so minutes by Nikki Chaudhuri. Good afternoon, Nikki. Just saying to Phil, Nikki, just completely different conditions to what it was just before lunch when the ball was doing all sorts under the gloomy skies.
It's not so gloomy here anymore though, is it?
Still a breeze going from right to left as you look on your screen. Hutton in again. Jacks tries, but straight to the fielder at short cover. I guess this will be a real test. The next 10 or so overs, flattening out a bit under the sun, ball's a bit older. Can the Notts bowlers still get the ball to just do enough to challenge both edges? That last over from James was excellent. Really challenging folks. You two quite tight leaves. Driven through the offside. That'll race away to the boundary. Hamid chases in vain. Jacks picks up 4. That's his third boundary of the innings. He moves on to 24. Lovely shot. Hutton maybe just looking for that extra bit of movement away from Jacks. Jacks standing outside his crease already. Makes a big stride forward. And then confidently pierces the gap on the offside.
It's a lovely looking shot, and just place that in the right spot to pierce the two fielders on the offside.
Oh, that's glorious from Will Jacks. Takes a couple of strides down the ground this time, but flicks Hutton through middle wicket for 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Will Jacks.
That was a lovely looking shot there from Jacks, and I think that just goes to show the ability to play that sort of shot means how much confidence, and the fact that you're playing on such a good track here at the Oval. That sort of shot is very hard to play on every single cricket ground. It just means that you've got trust in the wicket, the ball's coming on nicely, and you've got the confidence to hit that on the rise. And as a batter, that's a feel-good shot as well.
That was not a bad ball from Brett Hutton.
It wasn't.
Look at the replay, that's pretty much top of off stump. And you see the effect of the attacking intent from Will Jacks. Already loses a slip. Just 2 slips now for Jacks. Punches down the ground again. That third slip has moved to a short mid-wicket. But I guess when Jacks is at his best in the county championship, you can see that he's got different modes, even though he's got all the shots. He knows when to use them at his best. A classical cover drive, second ball that's over, then a brilliant flick through mid-wicket, third ball. Hutton into Jacks again, left alone. Really smart cricket from Jacks here. Takes the aggressive option. Third slip disappears, and once he's already picked up 8 in the over, he's very content to let that one go past.
Yeah, he's analysed it well, because obviously he's got that boundary. He's obviously not having to go fully fledged at the moment, just take it as it comes. And as the field slowly disperses, it will become easier for him just to knock it around and rotate strike.
Punches it off the back foot again for no run. Make a very good point about the trueness of the pitch. That flick through mid-wicket isn't really the shot you play if you don't fully trust the pitch.
You definitely can't play that sort of shot if you don't trust the pitch, because A, you have no idea of how much it's going to bounce. And that sort of shot is very much, you need to be able to hit it on top of the ball. It's something that, should it not be as true, not have as much bounce or carry, that can go very wrong very quickly as well. So the lucky aspect that the Surrey players have is having been brought up here at the Oval, where they can trust the shots they play, and I think that also, as a batter gives you a lot of confidence to go out there and play those shots, and as a result you develop your game slightly quicker, really.
It's another beauty from Lyndon James. There's an appeal from third slip, but James isn't interested, and neither is the umpire.
Because you're probably not always wondering, oh, will I time this one? Will I get it? I think you know that should you be in the right positions, and obviously they've trained enough to make sure that they do get into those right positions at instinct, that it should really luck out and go their way. But then again, you can look up and down the country where pitches aren't always as nice as this one, and you are having to probably hedge your bets a little bit and just probably nerdle or refrain yourself in a lot of situations.
James in again, and this time, folks, shuffles down the wicket to almost smother the ball before movement really comes. That previous ball from James is another beauty. He's really unlucky here not to get Folkes. It's a really interesting battle between the pair. Folkes now 11 or 41. I suppose going back to that Jack's flick through mid-wicket, it's also a shot you don't really play if you think it's moving too much, which might suggest that there's not as much in the air now as there was an hour or so ago.
Yeah, it's definitely not a shot that you would be playing if the ball was nipping around a fair bit, because where you make contact with that would completely change. As we mentioned, the ball's getting slightly older now. It's doing less, and as the sun is making a nice appearance, it does become easier, and hopefully the run rate might just pick up a little bit here for Surrey.
James is doing a really good job to Folkes here. 3 men in front, square on the leg side, bowling stump to stump, in again. Yeah, if you're just comparing the field James is bowling with now to the one that he bowled with early in the day, deep square leg is in, square leg is right by the square leg umpire really, and that just cuts off a single option for Folkes. When Sibley and Latham were going well earlier in the day, they were able to rotate strike potentially a little bit too easily. Hard to do so now for Folkes to James. Try to drive through the offside.
It's a lovely clean hit there from Folkes, but straight into the hand of backward point.
It was, and just to follow on what you were saying earlier, that's a good length ball. It's a kind of shot you can't really play unless you really have full confidence in the surface.
I might be wrong, but I think obviously there is such a high percentage of Surrey players who go on to play for England, and I think I do have to give some credit to the fact that those players are exposed and are lucky enough to be playing on wickets like this, because you're able to go out there with a lot more confidence, play your own game, and you're not having to worry about the other bits and bobs that could and can affect especially a batter's mindset and ability. So I think the trueness of the wicket here really does help build players.
Definitely. I remember Stephen Fleming saying something on commentary in New Zealand, where he said that when he was coming through the New Zealand setup, because New Zealand were light on batters, he was always promoted quite early on, maybe a year or so too early every time he made a step up, and he said that as a result he never really learnt the art of constructing an innings and scoring not just hundreds but big hundreds. And Fleming famously had quite a poor conversion rate despite an excellent test record, and I think pitches at the Year Oval are true enough for good young players to learn how to compile big score after big score.
And I think what you just mentioned there, learning how to construct an innings, it's so crucial, and it's only something you can do should you be able to spend enough time out there on the middle. And when you are trusting the wicket, the ability, your ability, that does become easier.
Definitely. Very, very different field here for Brett Hutton to Will Jacks. Now just a one slip, more of a standardised ring field. Slashed away for 4. Hutton offering a bit of width.
A little bit too much of width there from Hutton, and Jack's just able to free his hands through the offside. That's a bit of a stand and deliver shot.
Absolutely. And perhaps we're just seeing the consequences of not being a bowler down at this stage. Brett Hutton and Lyndon James have done a lot of bowling already today. We're only in the 41st over of the game, and Hutton, who started so well, dismissing Rory Burns at the second ball of the match, is already into his 13th over. Finds his line, and Jax defends it to mid-on. I wonder how soon it will be before Haseeb Hameed turns to the leg spin of Calvin Harrison. Not a hugely experienced first-class cricketer, but given
the nature of leg spin, you never know what can happen with leg spin, because it can always pick up wickets when you're least expecting it. Even not so great balls can pick up wickets with leg spin, so
whipped away into the leg side, but excellently fielded by Montgomery at mid wicket. Harrison, it's only his 5th first class game. He's 25 years old, South African born, in good form in the T20 Blast, 4 twofers in a row. Took a 4 in the championship game against Warwickshire a couple of rounds ago as well. So he's coming into this game with a bit of form with the ball behind him. Big swing from Jackson. The ball ends up in the hands of second slip rather, but via the gloves of Tom Moores rather than the bat of Will Jacks.
just looking ahead at the forecast for the rest of the week, tomorrow doesn't look so great for cricket. It shows it's meant to be a little wet and damp here in London, especially in the morning.
Well fielded again by Montgomery at mid-wicket. Extra bit of protection on the leg side. There's a fielder just in front of square on the leg side boundary. Really trying to cut off the boundary options for Will Jacks. Talk us through the forecast for the rest of the game.
Well, I'm not a professional one, but so tomorrow morning doesn't look so great. It's meant to clear up roughly around just after lunch. And Wednesday afternoon looks a little bit damp and thundery as well. So in terms of Nottinghamshire, I think they're in a decent position here, how they've got Surrey to 4 down.
Width again from Brett Hutton, and Jacks is frustrated with himself. He's nailed it, but straight to the man at cover. He's really missed out on an opportunity to pick up 4 there. Four runs off that over, but I think Jacks will be annoyed at himself to not have picked up more. Interesting pairs of battles going on here. Hutton, I think, is tiring just a little bit, offering 4 balls that he wasn't earlier in the day, but at the other end, Lyndon James has been impeccable, really. 2 expensive overs to kick off the day, but ever since then he's been going at well under 2s. To be honest, I think he's been really unlucky not to pick up the wicket of Ben Foakes. He's been honing in on that off stump, 4th stump line, nibbling it both ways. In again, slightly straighter this time, and Foakes flicks it through mid-wicket, finds a gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, over to that extremely long boundary on the gasometer side of the ground. Picks up 3, he moves on to 14, and I think we'll be pretty pleased to get off strike to Lyndon James.
It was a lovely looking shot as well, and as you mentioned earlier, that leg side boundary is rather large that Foakes was able just to stroll for his 3rd.
It's an easy 3 out there, isn't it?
It was an easy 3, especially bearing in mind we don't have that many fielders on the leg side.
Oh, that's a beauty from Lyndon James. Beats Jacks. All ends up very different threat from the pavilion end at the moment from Lyndon James. So we look at the replay here, see if this does anything off the pitch. Just holds its line, really. Just after that delivery, Ben Folkes walked down the wicket to have a quick word with Will Jacks, perhaps informing him of what James is doing with the ball. Jacks confidently blocks that one.
Yeah, with the way the field's set, obviously it's very clear the line that James would be looking to bowl. And I think beginning of the over, that 3 that got away to Ben Folkes is probably just mean he's just slipping away from that line, because it's not exactly where he set him up for.
James squares Jacks up a little bit here. He'll pick up 1 for it, but that's another moral victory for the bowler. Nikki, we're talking about the prospect of spin. Calvin Harrison is currently undergoing a vigorous warm-up at second slip.
With his floppy cap on?
You'd think that if he's going to bowl, it's from the pavilion end.
You would think so, especially a leg spinner. You'd want the large leg side boundary, and that is extremely large, so we may see a change from the pavilion end shortly.
Crisp leg side flick from Ben Folkes for no run. Yeah, I think we'll see him most likely replace Lyndon James. Maybe this is the last over of James's spell, but yeah, it'll be interesting. I think either end he bowls at, and that is a short boundary, and someone like Will Jacks very comfortable hitting it both sides of the wicket. Bit of width, but Folkes doesn't get hold of it. Cloths it to Hasiba Mead, extra cover. End of another excellent over for Lyndon James, but this time he concedes 4 from it. Sorry, 1, 2, 3 for 4.
That's an aesthetic looking scorecard, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And almost exactly an hour into the afternoon session. Sorry, steady the chip somewhat.
And we are seeing a change of bowler, but I'm quite surprised with the end.
We've got the ends wrong, Nikki.
We've got the ends wrong, and I'm really surprised about this, because Harrison's going to be coming in, bowling leg spin with a very short leg side boundary. And bowling leg spin myself, I can assure you that you feel much more relaxed when that leg side boundary is in your favour.
And just as you say that, Nottinghamshire captain Hasiba Mead is pointing directly to that leg side boundary, and they're having quite a long discussion, I think, over how many fielders they want back. So they've got a sweeper out on the offside.
You will definitely be pushing one down to deep mid wicket as a player makes their way out there, because I was taught this in a very funny way, actually, yes. So as a leg spinner, you really do want your 3 guys out on the boundary on the leg side, protecting those slightly fuller ones, and obviously, given the nature of the art, they're like your 3 meals of the day, your breakfast, lunch and dinner. They're as crucial as your 3 meals.
Well, I think not so hungry, because they've got 4.5 meals here. They've got 2 men out on the leg side boundary. Mid-on is just hovering as a single two, and then you've got long off back and deep point. Just 4 men in what would be the ring in a one-day game. 1 slip, Harrison in again. Started nicely here, straight into his work.
It's a good start here from Harrison.
I wonder how long Will Jacks will resist. Driven into the offside. I guess with the field as it is, with protection on the offside, you're really saying to Harrison, with that field and with the short boundary in the leg side, to toss it up outside off stump. Kind of.
And you have got the man back at deep cover, so there is a single there pretty much any day of the week. So Folkes and Jacks can play out Harrison without having to take on too much risk, really.
And a very different field Ben Foakes, you really see the benefit of playing with the intent that Will Jacks has, because there are so many more easy run scoring opportunities with the field back when he's facing up. So the difference in the field, you've only got one man on the boundary on the leg side for Harrison. You've still got the guy hanging at mid-on, but there's no deep mid-wicket. There's a man at short leg, and long off is up to a conventional mid-off. You've still got a sweeper, that offside protection is still there. Mid-on just actually retreating a couple of yards, and Foakes picks up a single to that man at long on. It's interesting to have two right-handers in the crease, Nikki, and the field
completely
being
two different
so
fields.
drastically different.
In effect, I think it depends how you look at that short leg fielder as well. Because there's many players out there who think that's basically a fielder lost, and
bit of a drag down, but Jacks just knocks it down the ground for one. At the moment, quite a cautious start from Jacks towards Harrison.
yeah, there's many players throughout the history of the game who have spoken about obviously having men round the bat. Is that a pressure? Like, do you feel pressurised? And many have gone on to say that it just feels like you've got some fielders out of the equation.
That's another drag down from Harrison, and Foakes really just rocks onto his back foot and flicks it through the leg side for 4. 7 runs off Calvin Harrison's first over, and really that is leg spinning over, really. Bowls 5 very good balls, concedes 3, and then 1 drag down, and it's punished by Foakes.
Yeah, it's definitely too short there from Harrison. And you've just kind of released all that pressure that you did build up.
Yeah.
All that hard work that he's just put in. Those last 2 deliveries, slightly on the shorter end, it's just released all that pressure on Surrey.
And it also shows Surrey that actually they can score at a decent rate off Harrison potentially without taking many risks. You saw how many players are on the boundary, and it was Foakes actually who had the more aggressive field who picked up that boundary off the last ball of the over. There's a bowling change, a very, very impressive Lyndon James. He's removed from the attack, 13 overs, 2 for 32. And Dane Patterson replaces him from the pavilion end. And he strikes first ball. Or does he? Yes.
That was a very peculiar shot choice from Will Jacks.
First ball of Dane Patterson's spell. Jacks advances down the ground, goes for a wild heave across the leg side. And there's an outside edge that goes straight through to the keeper. That, against the run of play, we've got to say, Nikki, we've not seen a lot of movement recently. Calvin Harrison comes into the attack, 7 runs off his first over, knocks a bowler down, Jake Ball off the field with an injury.
If we watch it back here on the replay now, I'm just quite puzzled with that shot selection. He's come down the track and he's not really got the ball in that area where he wants to hit it. It kind of feels a bit like a nothing shot, if I'm honest with you.
No, absolutely. Patterson's first spell going at less than 2 and over. First ball that he's bowled in this spell to Jacks. Jacks doesn't take a look. It's a good length ball, just outside off stump. There's not a lot of movement. And you've got to say, not only is it a wicket against the run of play, but it's a wicket from nothing. Notts haven't really had to earn that wicket. It's a mistake from Jacks.
He's really just handed that over to them on a play, and yes, I understand using your feet, but he never really got the ball at the length he was after. And after that, still deciding that he kind of wants to continue with that shot.
Absolutely.
Because as a batter, you get to a point when you know, actually, this ball isn't quite where I need it, and then you have the ability to actually maybe just hold on and just change the shot you want to play. But it seemed there like Will Jacks just thought, hey ho, let's just have a go at it, and he's really just handed that one over to Nottinghamshire without them really having to work for it.
He really has. I think Jacks has left a lot of runs out there. I completely understand what Jacks is trying to do. He has a lot of success playing that way, but I think to
you've got to look at the scoreboard and analyse the situation you're currently in, because
first ball of his spell as well. He's not had a look. He's not had a look.
Just figure him out, look at his actions, see what's happening, and then potentially decide your game plan. But that was the first ball of his spell. He'd be disappointed with that, I think, when he looks back at it.
John Clark, the man in at 7. Jackson, must be said, although he falls for 35, performed a crucial rebuilding role for Surrey. Patterson into the new man Clark. Cuts it to the man at backward point. And now again, momentum shifts. Surrey, who were looking good this session, 1 hour. They got through that really impressive spell from Lyndon James unscathed. And first ball of Dane Patterson's spell, he picks up his first wicket. Deservedly has a wicket. He bowled really well.
He deserves a wicket, but I don't think he deserved that sort of dismissal.
And all of a sudden there's a very different feel to this game. 3 slips in for the new man Clark. Still don't think the ball is doing anywhere near as much as it was
this morning,
or even at the start of this session. And sure, Surrey bat really, really deep, but equally we're already into the guys who aren't frontline specialist batters. John Clark averaging 27 in first class cricket. Patterson in. Leaves that one alone. 130 for 5.
We're back to a normal, more traditional field, I'd say now, with Patterson. Although talking about field settings, we've seen some absolute crazy field settings over the last week, I think, especially with the Ashes.
The field England had to Khawaja at Edgbaston, that kind of umbrella field with 6 men catching in front of square. I love that one, and I've loved how...
It was also Ben Stokes' innings, right, when Australia had every single person back on the boundary. And still they were basically useless at that point because the way Stokes was going about his innings.
End of the over. Wicket maiden on Dane Patterson's return to the attack. We've got an update on Jake Ball's fitness. Not so, just assessing him at the moment. No further info available. But more confirmation that ball is off the field. And with that breakthrough, Hasiba Mead, the Nottinghamshire captain, is sensing the moment to pounce. He brings Brett Hutton back into the attack after Calvin Harrison's sole over of a leg spin. You know, we're talking about the workloads the Notts seamers might have to endure with ball off the field and having to bowl more than they ideally would at this point in the game. But you get them 5 down, you think, well, the best way to not bowl too many overs is to bowl them out quickly.
That's the easy way of looking at it, and I think Calvin Harrison's just 1 over spell. I think it actually did the job that it needed to, because perhaps it did build up a little bit of frustration within Will Jacks, because the sort of shot he's got himself out to looks like a shot you'd play out of frustration. It's, I want to hit the ball, sort of. I want to get off the mark. I want to be powerful. And perhaps he's just done his job.
Folks plays that behind square on the offside, picks up 1. We'll bring Clark back on strike. Folks move to 20. Yeah, that's not a shot that we'd associate with Ben Folks, that's for sure. Been really impressed by Hamid's captaincy today. Really, really proactive. Constantly in conversation with the bowler. Clear plans to different batters, clear plans to different bowlers. Hutton in again. Left alone.
Completely missed this. It's just popped up. I'm sure you probably know more on this than me, but apparently Prithvi Shaw has signed for Northamptonshire.
Bit of width and cut away for 4. John Clark off the mark. Bit of a freebie, in all honesty, from Brett Hutton, who was tiring just before he was taken out the attack just a few overs ago. Was brought off, replaced by Calvin Harrison, and then the wicket of Will Jacks has seen Hutton return to the attack. It's another tired delivery from Hutton, who started the day so well. Yeah, just on shore, if I understand that deal correctly, I think that means we get to see Prithvi Shaw here against Surrey in September in the county championship, which will be...
Yeah, I believe he's been signed for the remainder of the county championship and obviously the Royal London One Day Cup. It's quite interesting actually, because I've seen more and more players from India now currently coming over and signing contracts with UK counties to play some cricket, which for a period of time wasn't that common because they were pretty much stopped by the BCCI. So I think in terms of benefiting their game, it's a great move.
Yeah,
and it's nice to see that trend coming in again and players being allowed to come and develop.
Especially for the guys who are not currently in the India test setup. So Prithvi Shaw's currently not involved in India in the Caribbean at the moment. Test series starts on Wednesday. But also someone like Arshdeep Singh, who's at Kent. You know, that's a really canny signing for Kent. You know, world-class white ball bowler, still making his way in the red ball game. And India aren't. You know, India are probably short on young seam options coming through at the moment. So that's a good big shout, but declined quite quickly. Yeah, India have obviously a very good seam attack, but there aren't lots of youngsters coming through. So if they can give someone like Arshdeep Singh experience in overseas conditions, that can only be a good thing for Indian cricket and county cricket. As we have a look at the replay of that shout from Hutton. Really jags back in off the seam. Hit him in line, almost certainly too high. Clark was a long way down. But even if it's not moving through the air, the bowlers are still getting the ball to talk off the surface.
No, I think you're right. I think it'll benefit everyone actually. Obviously the players themselves, the county, the quality of county cricket, and obviously who you play against. It's a huge learning curve. And in terms of, as you've mentioned, Indian seamers, probably that department maybe needs to get slightly stronger, especially as we look at the youth. Because I'm just going back to the World Test Championship that was here. You can tell still with the way the Indian seam attack was, perhaps they're still not used to bowling the right lengths in the UK. And I think obviously Kent have signed Arshdeep, and last year they had Navdeep Saini. So I think perhaps allowing the players who are your pipeline on the bench to come over to the UK, experience it, and get that experience under their belt, knowing how to play in different situations on different tracks, is crucial. Because a few years ago, do you remember when Jason Gillespie was the head coach for Sussex and Ishant Sharma was over as Sussex's pro? I think there was a story then when Gillespie was speaking to Sharma a lot about the lengths bowled, and Sharma said that he had a very insightful conversation with Gillespie, that throughout his entire career he said he just lacked that knowledge of what was the correct length to bowl here in on UK pitches. And to the extent he said he's played how many years of cricket, but just now having this experience down at Sussex, and the insight from Gillespie himself, who's obviously got so many wickets under his belt and has been a great bowler in his day, has really changed the game, because I think they still struggle with that department. Obviously their seam attack in India is superb, but that's within India. But when you look to go out of that comfort zone, out of what you know, and when things need to get changed up, then I think it's great to see them being allowed to come out.
Definitely. And it's good for the county game as well. Bit of star power.
I think that's also going to lift the status of county cricket as well, right? Because it is nice when you have got a bit of stardom in the game, and then you could have kids who are fans of Indian cricket. And
cut away for 4 again. Jordan Clark picks up his second boundary. Once more with the cut shot. Bit of width from Patterson, and that's punished.
Fans of the IPL, and you may have teams that you're supporting, and obviously if those players come and they're maybe just playing half an hour down the road from you, you will want to go and watch, and I think it's also a great investment for the game.
I think there'll be a lot of Surrey fans watching Patterson and Hutton tire. We're really frustrated with that Jack dismissal, just because 4 more. Clark drives through the offside. Previous ball a touch too short, this one a touch too full. Clark picks up back-to-back boundaries. Yeah, just in terms of the state of the game, the conditions have been batting friendly for the last hour or so. They resorted to the leg spin of Calvin Harrison earlier than they perhaps wanted to. His over went for 7. Patterson came back into the attack. With his first delivery, Will Jacks ran down the ground, tried to heave him over the leg side, and was caught behind the wicket. Hutton in again. Over pitches slightly. Folks picks up 1, well fielded by Hamid, mid-off. About 40 minutes left to the interval. Nikki, Notts won the toss and chose to field. Who do you reckon is the happier side right now?
I definitely think Notts. I think Notts will be very chuffed with the situation they've put Surrey in at the moment. 145 for 5. It's day 1. If you look ahead, as we mentioned, the forecast for the rest of the week doesn't look so great. So I think to have them 5 down now, it is a strong position to be in. Obviously they've got a lot of work to do from here. Jordan Clark and Ben Folkes. Here's a long way out to at least get themselves to a respectable total.
Dab down towards deep third, and Jordan Clark picks up his 4th boundary. Only been in the middle for 14 balls, but he's already picked up 4 boundaries. For comparison, Ben Folkes has picked up just 2 boundaries from his 55 balls at the crease. Really looking to be proactive, but in quite a risk-free way so far. He's really pounced on any additional width, or if a ball's been over-pitched or a bit too short. Nice little counter punch here from Clark.
And I think obviously those are the balls they want to capitalise on, because Nottinghamshire have been bowling well, and when the length's just maybe not where they want it, the line's probably a little bit wider, I think that's the opportunity that Surrey need to use to just get those few extra runs on the board. I don't think we need to see any more dismissals like that Will Jacks dismissal.
Ripple of applause around the Year Oval as Surrey bring up their 150, 5 down in the 47th over, still 49.2 overs left to come today. I think Folkes has played a really important role here in sort of neutralising that excellent spell from Lyndon James. Bit of width, but can't quite time it. And a few of those this afternoon for folks. Really battling hard. Got through a difficult spell from James. But since has had a couple of freebies on offer and he hasn't quite been able to take advantage of them. Hutton into bowl the final ball of his 15th over of the day already. And Folks nudges it into the leg side for a single. 151 for 5. Phil Walker will be taking my spot up until the end of the afternoon session.
Still got roughly 49 overs to go in today's play. Tea will be taken with 32 overs remaining, so Phil shall be joining me for that afternoon, Phil.
Afternoon, Nikki. Yeah, quite a stretch. So we've got, what, 17 overs until the tea break. We're just gone 3 o'clock, so we're well behind. Nonetheless, the players know the score, so they're just going to have to sweat this one out. Good hour's cricket at least, and then some probably until the tea break. And it's a crucial moment really in this cricket match, which is very delicately finely poised as it stands. 151 for 5. Knots, as you say, just now to Yas. Definitely will be the happier of the teams. Won the toss, elected to bowl. They lost one of their key seamers, Jake Ball, to injury early on in the piece, so they're a depleted attack, but they're doing it well. Dane Patterson in particular, who picked up his first and only wicket of the day so far to a wild Yahoo, really, from Will Jacks.
Thoughts on that shot?
Well, I can understand that he was trying to change the tempo of the innings and that he was enjoying himself against Dane Patterson, against Brett Hutton earlier on in the piece. The ball had stopped swinging from Hutton, and so Jacks thought he could get on top of it, and I can understand that thinking. But first ball of the new spell from the bowler of the day in Dane Patterson, I thought it was audacious, would be a kind way of putting it. Slightly foolhardy would be a less charitable way. But that's the way he does it, and he's had a lot of success playing that way in the past, so I didn't so much mind the theory, the thinking, but the execution was found wanting. He fell well out of shape in the shot, lost all control, left it to the gods really.
Do you think that sort of momentum that he's trying to play with is obviously what we're seeing more and more encouraged within the top level, within that England side?
I think it feeds down, I think. That's probably fair to say. I did, for the magazine I work for, I did a round table of captains at the start of the season, and one of the questions was, will the Stokes McCullum so-called revolution feed into county cricket? And there was general consensus that it would, up to a point. There will be certain occasions when teams need to consolidate and that there's value in the draw, but the idea of taking the positive attacking option as Folks pushes down the ground but no run would naturally, I think, feed and filter into the county game. I think you're seeing that. I think you're seeing that as well with the strategies of captains here to win the toss and bowl first. Traditionally you'd win the toss and bat at the Oval. So I can understand the thinking is a more adventurous and expansive way of going about things.
So going on from that, do you think that's fair? Because if I was to then go up and down, look at players performing in county cricket, obviously not everyone plays the same way. And there are...
Sure. And he's gone up for it. Umpire says no. I think just dropped his hands in time, did Ben Folks. It caught him by surprise, though. Definitely flicked something through to Tom Moores. I think it may have been the shoulder or the chest. But it certainly spat up from short of a length. And Folks was in some discomfort for a moment, managed just to drop his hands in time and almost deflected off his chest.
I think that just goes to show how well he's watched the ball.
Yeah, he's played that well, had to drop his hands, but come out of nowhere, well bowled. Short, cut away, but straight to the man at backward point. So, good contest this, maiden over, He's been superb, really, as Patterson, all day long. Just that one wicket to show for it. Going back to the question, I didn't have any issue with Will Jacks's thinking there. Just the execution was, he gave himself less chance of pulling it off because he allowed himself to fall out of shape in the shot. I don't mind a player advancing down the track to try and make something happen. You get to 30, 40 odd.
If you're set, then you're in a
middle order
position
player
where you can. But in terms of the mindset being filtered down, obviously, if you look up and down the country, there are players scoring runs, but not everyone plays a certain brand of cricket.
Sure.
So with a lot of players there who are probably having their eyes on earning themselves that England cap, do you think, A, that's going to change the way players are going to play? Are they going to start changing their game to ideally fit in to that bracket so they potentially could get looked at? And if that is the case, would there be many players who may not be getting looked at because potentially they just don't fit the brand, even though they may be scoring runs, because they may not be scoring runs in the aggressive, powerful way,
Sure.
and they may just be more stroke players and taking their time in the longer format? So does that lose their credibility in terms of looking at options of progressing further in their career?
Yeah, look, it's a very good question, and it's the question on the lips of lots of people who watch county cricket and study county cricket, and of course those who play it. I would say that within a 450 plus professional game, there's a number of players who have made their peace with their limitations, let's say, and whether they have had a taste of England in the past or whether in their heart of hearts they know they don't have the ability to bother the highest levels of the game. Players play within themselves because that's what they have to offer the game, and it's not to denigrate opening batters who don't have expansive games, but if England aren't looking for that kind of player, then they shouldn't have to change their game accordingly. Cut behind square, that will run away for 4. Jordan Clark getting into his work. It was short and wide, it was asking for it. Brett Hutton in his third spell, not nearly as effective as he was pre-lunch.
Because we know how strong the coach-captain combination is and how influential, especially should they be on good terms, it can be quite powerful. And we've seen that, for example, with the Virat Kohli era when he was captaining India and Ravi Shastri was the coach, and we saw the sort of players that were making their way into that Indian side. And you can perhaps look back now and look at the transition of players making that side with Rahul Dravid under, and obviously Rohit Sharma in influence as well. So
Bouncer missed everything. He wasn't in a great position to play that shot, was Jordan Clark. It looked like he was advancing down the track. Perhaps even Brett Hutton may have seen that and banged it in. And it's the kind of delivery that could yet have just taken a glove or a tickle. As it was, nothing doing. Definitely would have seen him coming. It's a well bowled by Brett Hutton. Sorry, Nikki.
So looking obviously at the power the coach-captain combination can have and how it can influence the type of players making the side, as a player, surely that must be really difficult, because obviously that combination can change quite frequently.
Sure.
And should you have to try and fit that brand of cricket that the top level or that team or that dressing room wants, as a player, surely it's quite a difficult situation to be in, because you're brought up playing your game, you've got your own style to things, and obviously then everyone perfects things and they go about playing their game in a certain way. But when you're looking to progress,
I think when it comes down to the test match side, I think because the game has advanced so much and batting techniques have advanced so much, and the blurring of the lines between red ball and white ball applies to your average middle order player. If you're a really good middle order player, if you're Joe Root, then you're a good player whether you're facing a red ball or a white ball. And I think you're seeing that. Harry Brook is an interchangeably good player. Johnny Bairstow, Ben Stokes, they're interchangeably good players in the middle order. Where it becomes, I think, more interesting and more of, if you like, of a culture war is up top, where you have in someone like Zach Crawley, someone whose numbers aren't great, but he plays in a certain way, and England like it because he, for a moment or two, takes the initiative away from the bowling side against that new ball, and he hits good balls for 4. But what you get, you sacrifice the cold hard numbers with somebody like Zach Crawley. In this game, we have 3, if you like, old-fashioned or conventional orthodox opening bats, all of whom have played Test cricket. Hamid, Sibley, Burns. Now, in the current philosophy or the current iteration of this England side, it's hard to see how those 3 playing in their particular style fits with the way they want to play their cricket at the moment.
That's what I was going to ask. Would Hamid get into this England side right now? Would a Dom Sibley fit that brand to get into that England side, or do they just have to wait their turn, perhaps thinking,
for the philosophy to change again?
I can't change my game so much because that may impact the way I'm scoring runs or my performance. Maybe I just keep going about my game as I do and wait for, hopefully, if something does change, then maybe my brand of cricket will suit that situation and environment eventually.
Well, Hasib Hamid was asked this at the start of the summer, and he acknowledged that if he wants to get back in the England side, he will need to expand his game a little. He played his first 2 T20 games just last week for Notts, and he has tried to bring in a bit more extra rhythm and tempo into his game. Runs into the onside here, dropped quietly into the onside by Ben Folkes, who's rather becalmed, but building, as he tends to do, in a very undemonstrative way, a very useful innings here, holding the middle order together. And so Hamid acknowledged that with a change of philosophy, it becomes incumbent on him to advance or expand his game. But somebody like Dom Sibley, who seems serenely at ease in himself, going about his business, playing in his own way, I don't think he would bother considering about some eventuality whereby England come looking again. Or bowled again, tight lines by Dane Patterson, who keeps on running in for Notts here. I think Sibley has played enough cricket, knows his game. Same with Rory Burns. They know their games, they know where their virtues and qualities lie. And to try and upend something that has worked very nicely, thank you very much, up until this point, would
exactly.
There'd be no requirement for them to do that. There's nothing compelling them to do that. And in the end, you can only really be a reflection of your talent. Short, hit hard. In fact, not got that much of it. You tend to think that with Jordan Clark, it stays hit just up on towards the stickers, and so only got a little bit of it. 2 men out, but at least he's hitting it down, so no danger of the airborne top edge. Yeah, county cricketers, there are some who are on the edges of the England side and desperate to break through, and there are some who have had their time, and there are some who are content to be a part of the ecosystem of the game. In again, well bowled. Very good by Patterson, who maintains the pressure here. Notts are doing this manfully, really, considering they are a seamer light.
It is a hard one, though, isn't it? It's like you mentioned, there'll be some players who are just part of the ecosystem that will just keep going and just working, but they'll never actually perhaps get that England cap, and some people are completely fine with that, but perhaps those who are looking or are on the brink and names are being popped up and discussed, I think for them it's probably a more difficult situation.
Yeah, I think that's fair. As you said, though, you know, theories come and go, and coach and captain partnerships shift, and perhaps the next version might be slightly less flamboyant, slightly more conservative. Although I have to say, I'd be surprised were that to happen. Ollie Pope is officially the vice captain now of the Test match side, and he said should Stokes miss a game, then he'll just be continuing those messages. And I think once England have, if you like, taken a step down that road, or more than a few steps down that road, I think it becomes very hard to reverse back up where you come from and become a less expansive cricket team, especially when it's been so successful.
But like, if I have to translate the message that we seem to be getting from that England dressing room. I would just say they're basically saying, play each ball on the merit, commit to yourself. If it's there to drive it. I think at that point, it's not saying much more than that. Obviously this word intent is thrown out and people can use it and interpret it how they want, but apart from that, I don't really see much more being taken from that approach. And I think the issue comes when you start defending balls that are meant to be driven, for example, because that's when the pressure builds up. And as a batsman, that's when you start to soak it in and you perhaps go into your shell even more.
I think,
for example,
I think the Ashes series in Australia, I think, had a profound effect on how Ben Stokes sees the role of leading that team. He's spoken about the effect of watching Travis Head change the direction of cricket matches at number 5.
It's like no fear of failure, obviously. But as a player, especially going through the pathway, the system, you're told not to have fear of failure again, but then it's very hard because of the situations you're put in and how that whole pathway works out, because you're trying to play for yourself, you're trying to get on that team sheet on a week-by-week basis, but then once you're potentially in that side, you're in that England dressing room, they've backed you, then that fear of failure element probably shouldn't come in as much. And when you do see people kind of go into their shell when they do play test match cricket.
Yeah, and that, as I was saying, was, I think, the light bulb moment for Stokes. As Folkes cuts that one away behind square, that will almost beat them. In fact, it does beat the man. He gets to it. It's Liam Patterson-White, the subfielder out there. He got to it, but he couldn't haul it in, and so much needed boundary for Ben Folkes, who's just moving nicely along here into his work. Third boundary 4 for Folkes. 5 boundaries already to Jordan Clark, who has rattled along to 25 from 28. I think Stokes looked at the top order of England in that tour. Of course, Joe Root was captain at the time and felt that it was too passive and that teams could bowl at them and dictate the play. And it was only really when they brought Zach Crawley in towards the end of that tour that there started to be a little bit more of a challenge to Australia's quicks. And since then, that theory has hardened under McCullum. And rightly or wrongly, and we can argue the toss, and many do, they are trying to pick match changers, players who can shift the story, the narrative of a test match in an hour or so. And the feeling, rightly or wrongly, is that a more conventional accumulator opening bat is not what they want when they're playing this particular brand of cricket. That's the theory, at least. That's why Zach Crawley, whose average, as we know, teeters around the 30 mark, has played the best part of 30 test matches now and is broadly an ever-present in the Stokes era. It's driven, that will beat the man at backward point, that runs away. He didn't get all of it, wasn't quite where he was aiming, but Jordan Clark has come in and played very freely and comfortably here. Nothing undue, no silly risks. He moves on to 28 with 5 boundary 4s, 29 correction, with 5 boundary 4s, pretty much at a runner ball, just 30 deliveries for that 29. And this is what you felt like Surrey needed. They were plodding along somewhat. Will Jacks looked maybe slightly off kilter, trying to force the issue. 168 for 5. Crucial passage of play. 12 and a bit overs to come up to tea.
Yeah, it's been some exciting cricket that they've definitely put on display. Yesterday, I think I lost all my fingernails. But
it was horrifying.
It was honestly horrifying. I sat there and I was like, I can look, I can't watch, I can't watch. But
I couldn't eat, couldn't drink. Honestly, it was terrible. Anyway,
I think the only thing that was only concerning me regarding the approach is not what's happening really at the top level. I think it's the message that's going to be filtered to the younger ones playing cricket. I think that is a little bit concerning because in that England dressing room, everyone's competent enough. They've got the skill set. So I don't think anyone's really going to be doubting their ability that much. But when that message is being sent down the pipeline through counties, through pathways, when you're going to under 13 cricket and kids who are pretty much just learning the game, and they don't have that skill set and they don't have the ability of a Joe Root, obviously, because they haven't hit the same amount of balls, they have not had that experience, then at that point I think maybe when it comes to learning, developing their game.
4 more, similar space and area again for Jordan Clark. He's throwing his hands at anything wide and getting plenty of purchase. This was always going to be the danger you felt for Notts with that depleted seam attack. And Dane Patterson's been so good today, but just a couple dragged down outside off stump. Short boundary, no third, or no backward point, deep backward point either. So you're going to get full value. They just have to be careful here to the visitors that this doesn't run away from them. 33 at a runner ball now for Jordan Clark. And finishes up with a tidy leave. Interesting. 45 overs bowled. In fact, correction, 52 overs bowled, 44 still left in the day. 5 down, so Notts doing this fine as it stands, but with an old ball and the sun out and a pitch flattening out and 2 men who are in now, folks, as the foil to Clark. They don't want this to run away from them. Yeah, as you're saying...
I've lost my train of thought.
No,
where was I? Oh yeah, so with the pathway stuff, or kids developing under 13, under 12, under 14, I've done lots of coaching at that level. And I think when you're still so new to the game, you're learning the game, you need to be out in the middle, you need to know how to build an innings, and obviously with age also comes maturity. When you're under 12 and you're under 13 and you're questioning why you need to know how to defend, that it should be more important to know how to play a reverse sweep, that's when I'm starting to question how that message is getting interpreted. At the top level I can understand, but when you're looking at players coming through a pathway system to be the next generation of players being produced within the system, playing county cricket, go on to play franchise cricket, play and represent their country, I'm concerned about that, because I've been in plenty of situations that no one really wants to do the dull stuff, which I'm sure I've heard, and you've probably heard plenty of times, and Joe Root has mentioned how many times he's had to do those drills, tennis ball drills, and really work on the basics and fundamentals, because when your fundamentals are strong enough, then playing all those more out of the norm shots, your reverse sweeps, your dinks, your scoops, all of that becomes easier. And at the moment, kids are only seeing that side of things and not understanding the actual work ethic going behind it.
Yeah, it's a very interesting point that you raise, and I've heard many coaches talk about this. Some are more relaxed than others about the direction of travel in the game. I think much of it comes down to whichever level you get to. I think if you have real talent as a young cricketer, and if you move up through the age groups, and if you're involved in county academies and so on, then every coach worth their salt will tell you, as Ben Folkes picks up another single quietly into the onside, they will tell you that the fundamentals of any batting technique remain the same, and that you have to build from that fundamental foundation, and all the funkiness that you see now as standard, that develops on top of it. Now,
that's like the icing on the cake.
Exactly.
But
exactly.
I think the issue is that with what my experience is, and some of my friends that I've played cricket with, there's a lot of people in the pathway, and to some extent some coaches within the setup, where the funkiness gets encouraged slightly more than the fundamentals. So when players are, perhaps obviously everyone has their own brand and how they play. If you're a conventional player, you're probably not credited or promoted enough as though you were someone who perhaps went into the innings, first ball decided to do to scoop it like Joe Root did in that second test, So I think that's
it's a balancing act.
The balance, and I find that hard to know how that's going to be translated in the long run, especially for players developing and making their way through the system. I think that's what is confusing for me, and I don't really understand.
I interviewed Alex Stewart, the gaffer here at the Kia Oval. I interviewed him a couple of years ago about this, and he said to me, when you're persuading young people that cricket's the game for them, just let them hit it, let them enjoy it. Lyndon James back into the attacks with the pick of the bowlers, along with Dane Patterson. Bowled a superb spell either side of lunch, picked up 2 wickets before lunch and was luckless after lunch. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 32 so far. Could have had Ben Foakes any number of times, had him in all sorts of problems in the first 20 minutes after lunch, but Foakes saw that one off. And now James coming back for another spell. So I think there's 2 entry points here. I think when you're introducing cricket to young people early on, don't get waylaid by technique. Let them play, let them enjoy it, let them get the
feel
sense,
for it.
the feel of wanging it down and hitting it clean, and don't overcomplicate matters. But then if somebody becomes a good young player, an established young player, then point them to Joe Root, point them to Harry Brook. Harry Brook is a really good example, perhaps a more telling example than even Joe. 4, beautifully played by Ben Foakes, up on his toes, stays leg side, punches it through the vacant offside gap, right at the top of the bounce. He's played that really nicely, and again, just a small sign perhaps that the ball has lost a little bit of its zip, a little bit of its menace. It's a very Foakesian shot that stays leg side, stays side on, doesn't try and overhit it. Anything short and wide, he cuffs it away or he drives it off the back foot. Classy shot. He's into the 30s now, survived those early scares, as I say, but he's definitely growing into his innings here, and he enjoys being the ice to the fire of the hitters at the other end. They've pushed the man back now to deep point. I think it's a good move. Leaves it. And so, entry point number 1, just go out and play. Entry point number 2, when you're starting to refine your game. Harry Brook is obsessed with technique. Harry Brook, I interviewed him a couple of months ago at Headingley, and he grooves his technique constantly all the time. He has a fascination with defensive technique. He's a Yorkshire boy, so he plays it late, he plays it under his eyes, and this is why England fancy him at number 3. They don't have a problem with him up against the new ball because they think that he's got a rounded enough technique. As indeed does Ben Foakes, who's been defensively sound all afternoon. And so if anybody has aspirations to become a player in the game, then he's the perfect person to look at, because this is a player who's earning lots of money from hitting white balls all over the place, all around the world. And yet the real challenge for him, and he is trying to define himself as an all-round red ball batter. And you can't do the things he does in red ball cricket unless you fundamentally can fall back on that sound defensive technique that he has. Short, left alone, no interest by Ben Foakes. He's very much in control of himself here now.
Exactly, and obviously if you are a good white ball player, most likely than not, and you are playing red ball cricket, it will root from there, because if we look at the top players in the world, Joe Root, Kane Williamson, Steve Smith, like everyone has got really good red ball fundamentals as well. Like Virat Kohli as well. Obviously we won't talk about his recent performances but in terms of their base, their fundamentals stemming from that strong technique, I think there is a chance that we might just drift away from that. Obviously, as you referred to Brook being from Yorkshire, and that ethos and that way of playing cricket, as we tend to see from players from Yorkshire, is there, but how long is that going to last? That is just my concern.
Yeah, I can understand that entirely. I think in the end, county cricket in particular, playing on the pitches we play on, with the breadth of the challenges involved. I don't think you can do it as a dasher. I don't think you can get away with it without
you need
the
that
fundamentals.
Strong technique, that bit that you can fall back onto. If you know the going's got tough, let me just rear things in.
Now, as we see Jordan Clark play this quietly, he settled into his line and length as well as Calvin Harrison.
Right, I'm going to make way because there's going to be a change in the box, so I shall catch you later, Phil.
Okie doke. Got to be tight. Oh, direct hit. And Ben Foakes would have been struggling.
Afternoon, Phil.
Afternoon, Taha. I was having a lovely chat there with Nikki, and she cut us off in our prime, halfway through the over. Have you been following events here?
I have, yes.
Good.
As well as your conversation.
Calvin Harrison settling in here, doing a tidy job, keeping it tight as he had to. Not much spin on offer just yet, but he'll be satisfied so far. Got to get out of this over, just a single from it so far. And he does so. Solid work by Calvin Harrison in the containing job. .178 for 5 then. 55 gone, so 41 still left in the day, so that's a 9 over stretch up to tee. Notts will be desperate for 1 or 2 more here. This partnership has ambled along quite positively for Surrey, just a couple shy of the 50 partnership. Jordan Clark, dominant man, 34 from 38 from it. You feel like this day's cricket is just simmering away. Deep point now fully ensconced for Jordan Clark. He lets that one go again. Good angles, making sure he bats on off stump so can leave anything outside the eye line.
Been interesting watching Jordan Clark go about things. Obviously Will Jacks was looking really, really good during his innings. Playing on the front foot, playing his strokes, was getting down the wicket. And then Notts, they've just managed to, those regular breakthroughs, made sure there's no significant partnerships in this innings.
Runs that first one hard, he wants it, but it'll be a foolhardy second. Yeah, come the highlights tonight, Will Jacks' shot will feature, and people might look at it and be under the impression that it was a sort of overly expansive Harry Carey kind of innings, but it wasn't. That shot wasn't really in keeping with the tenor of the day at all. It's been quite a self-contained day really up until now. Neither team prepared to really show their hand. It's been a very conventional first innings by Surrey. Beats him yet again. That must be half a dozen times since lunch that Lyndon James has either beaten Ben Foakes' outside edge or found the outside edge. Those two chances that fell just shy of the slips earlier on in the piece.
Yeah, it's been a captivating battle this. James from Pavilion End 2, folks. Just constantly getting it in the right area to the right-hander. Foakes usually, you know, by this stage of the innings he's in sort of full flow, but he's still kind of battling there. You know, Clark's already overtaken him in the scores.
Yeah, they've bowled well to him. Not very much to hit at all.
Whereas Clark's been a bit more adventurous, you know. There was at one point where he's kind of advancing down at a ball that ended up going quite short, and he had to try and hook it away. But he's, yeah, he's kind of injected a bit more rhythm into this innings that Surrey kind of desperately needed after Jacks was out.
Flick the hand, and run through to the stumps, but Jordan Clark was alert to that, so makes his ground comfortably enough at the non-strikers. Just a quick tour around the grounds, and very little play at Blackpool between Lancs and Essex, which will be frustrating for both teams. Lancashire need a win to move up the table, buoyed of course by that surprising result here at the Kia Oval a couple of weeks ago, turning Surrey over for Surrey's only defeat of the year so far. We'll pick up a single there, slightly untidy, and that is the 50 partnership, acknowledged by this crowd. Yeah, so just 12 for 1. That score has been stuck since 20 past 11. Essex 12 for 1. There is a inspection at 4:30 at Blackpool, but with all of that wind and rain crashing into the coast, you wonder if they're going to get much more play. That is a great shame, though, for both teams. They'll be desperate to get back out there, both desperate for points. And in the other game, featuring a side in the top 3, Hampshire lurking in 3rd place, reduced Somerset to 70 for 4 before the rains came. They're back out now at Taunton, 80 for 4. Somerset resuming 30 overs into that one. Calvin Harrison doing a very tidy job here. 2 men short on the leg side, so the sweep is very on to that invitingly short boundary. He's bowling with good control so far. Again, lands it tidily on a length. Not much turn, not much lateral.
Yeah, interesting to see Harrison bowl from this end with that shorter leg side boundary, and no protection there really. 2 men in that short mid-wicket region.
Tossed up this time, pushed to mid-off. Sign of his growing confidence.
So kind of inviting folks who's on 34 of 90 to maybe go for a big shot on the leg side. But it's kind of hard to pull off that shot if Harrison's going to keep landing it on that spot. He's bowling really well so far. And what's a tough challenge for a leg spinner bowling from this end.
Yeah, in just his 5th first-class game as well. Beautifully done. Ripped it right across Ben Folkes, who played from the crease, tried to play it quietly from the crease, and it's spat at him and beats the outside edge. Slip in play as well now. Quality stuff by Calvin Harrison. Excellent back-to-back maidens. In fact, correction, there was just the 1 run from his 4th over, but just the 1 single from his last 2. Doing an absolutely invaluable job here for Hasib Hamid.
Just a replay of that ball earlier in the over. Getting the ball to rip past Folkes' outside edge. And he's got white ball pedigree as well, so it's not necessarily loopy stuff. He's still getting it flat and with pace, but there's still some turn there as well for Harrison.
Yeah, Hasib Hamid would have been praying that his leggy was able to find some rhythm today, because he'd be rather exposed without it. So 5 overs for 16, right in the heart of this day. Surrey looking to press on. It's been superb stuff, and has allowed Hamid just to rotate his seamers from the pavilion end, keep them relatively fresh. Lyndon James in again, leg side-ish this time, but overall he's been superb. I think moved it both ways.
Feels like the control of this day is hinged on how Surrey would play James and how they played Harrison as well. You know, Patterson and Hutton are going to deliver with a new ball, but with Jake Ball having kind of pulled up with a side issue and not been seen since the morning session, how was Surrey going to take on James from one end and Harrison from the other? So far, those two members of the Notts attack, have done really, really well.
Stifled appeal. Nobody too fussed. Jordan Clark mildly inconvenienced by that delivery, but nothing doing. But this is a good sustained passage of pressure here. Just at the very point where you'd be thinking Surrey were to be trying to push through their ascendancy. Notts have pulled this back really well in recent overs. And again, another dot, join them up, very good. So just 3 runs from the last 3.2 overs. Cut away, that might go all the way. One bounce for. Oh, Lyndon James will be cranky with himself there. Didn't need to deviate or diverge at all from hitting that hard length. It was there to chop away. Just no need for it really. Doesn't quite have the pace to get up above the shoulder, and it was there for Jordan Clark.
With a man back at deep square leg, and you've got a fine leg as well. If he wanted to go at that length, he had to be a lot straighter. He just went far too wide there. And finally a bit of a release, and Clark's obviously going to put that one away.
Inconveniences in there though. Going wider of the crease this time, Lyndon James, and angling it in to Jordan Clark. End of the over. 7 runs, even including that boundary 4, 7 runs from 4 overs. Notts holding things together impressively here. And Calvin Harrison in particular will be very encouraged by that last over. Definite turn off the straight. Seems like he puts a lot of revs, a lot of effort on his leg break.
Turn, but also just not enough flight really for folks to come down and try and hit it over these fielders that Hamid is keeping up. It's quite a aggressive field from the Notts captain. He's really showing a lot of faith in Harrison.
Yeah, it's good to see. So deep square leg has remained open all game, goading the batters to play that reverse, that sweep shot rather, that cross bat shot. And folks, it's not really his game.
No sort of easy leg side single on offer for him as well. Those 2 men in that mid-wicket region.
This time though, he does find the gap. Beautifully played, punched between the catcher, the skipper Hamid at short extra, and the man pretty deep at mid-off. That's a gorgeous shot. Shot of Ben Folkes' innings so far. Not that much wrong with the delivery, just slightly full. Doesn't need to be too downcast there, does the leg spinner.
It was a pretty tight gap as well to manoeuvre, but he placed it beautifully to the right of Hamid and to the left of the man at mid-off.
And again, really giving that a rip, bit of air as well. Good to see as well, after you've been punched down the ground for 4, that you're not going into your shell and dragging it down. You've still got the confidence to get it up above the eye line. This is good stuff. Good to see. Quick inspection of the ball, but nothing doing. Back in the hands of the leggy and ready to go again. Close into the stumps this time, and nothing doing for Ben Folkes. No room for manoeuvre whatsoever. This is good plucky stuff here by Calvin Harrison, just as I say, his 5th first-class game. Young cricketer just finding his way. Good again. Just 10 first-class wickets coming into this one.
That one was tossed up just maybe slightly slower.
Hamid just coming down to have a quick chat to the keeper, Tom Moores. He's been quite lively in the field, hasn't he, Hasib?
Ben Slater, though, just fielded that ball in the mid-wicket region. I think might have slightly hurt himself. Just shaking it off at the moment.
Folks, just looks over his left shoulder at that wide open space. And he tries to find it, but doesn't get much of it. He'll be frustrated with himself because that was a wee bit shorter. Possibly there to manoeuvre into that gap. Just the boundary 4 from it, that over. Very good by Calvin Harrison. As you say, he does have white ball pedigree. He's played in the 100 as well as, of course, for Notts. Featured for Hampshire as well early on in his career. Played 43 T20s. But as a red ball cricketer, he's raw. Just turned 25. But it shows the faith that Notts have in him. They see him as a fully rounded option for them across the formats. And you can see why. So Lyndon James is having a breather, and Brett Hutton back into the attack, first time from the pavilion end. And that's for, straight away, a tired loosener in truth. Sat up and begged. Jordan Clark's played this innings very well. Surrey needed some impetus from somewhere. Came in with the score on 130 for 5.
Too short, far too loose from Hutton, his first ball of the spell. And Jordan Clark's played really aggressively. He's on into his 40s now.
Better from Hutton. Noticeable how much less effective he was in his 3rd spell when the ball had ceased to swing and seam for him as appreciably as it did in the first couple of hours, where he was immaculate first up with that new ball from this Vauxhall end as we look at it.
We are into that part of the day now where Notts are kind of missing Jake Ball more than they might have done at the start of the day, where there is new ball movement and you've got Hutton and Patterson who will kind of exploit that. But this is that part of the day now, sun out, where you just want that bit of extra pace with the softer ball. Got Harrison bowling beautifully from the other end, and Lyndon James was doing a nice job there holding it up as well, but his game's just crying out for that extra bit of pace. And Clark right now will comfortably attack this.
This one's gone finer, but Patterson is backward of square on the offside, so just a single. Yeah, this is the hard yakka time for a seamer coming back for his 4th spell of the game. Just 3 fit seamers and that leg spinner.
And now Hutton looks like he's got a problem himself. This is really not good for Notts. See them, he's in conversation with his lead quick.
He's wincing and he's holding his left hamstring. That'll be a terrible blow for Nottinghamshire, should that be what it looks like.
Yeah, he's really struggling here. Hamid's smiling, but inside he's wondering just how unlucky he is. Filling in for Steve Mullaney, and he's already lost Jake Ball earlier today. And now Hutton, he's going off. He's going off. They're going to have to turn to someone else. Lyndon James has taken his jumper off. The all-rounder's already done an incredible job today, but Hamid needs him to go again from the pavilion end. This is really significant, not just today, but in this match as well. Because Hutton was really clutching his hamstring there.
Lyndon James hands his jumper back to the umpire and smiles as if to say, remember me from 3 minutes ago? Well, I'm back in the attack. Desperately tough luck for Notts. You can see Steve Mullaney on the boundary as well. Skipper, of course, but unable to make the cut due to a slight side niggle himself. And now he's seen his new ball attack both stumble to the dressing room. Jake Ball and now Brett Hutton. Brutally bad luck. And so Lyndon James, who's just getting himself loose yet again. He's been a star today, but he's suddenly into his 17th over. Immensely tough luck here, and it's a shame for the spectacle as well.
See, Hamid's going to be looking around now and thinking back to net sessions and wondering which players here have turned their arm over.
Oh, was there any nick there? I'm not sure. It died anyway to Tom Moores, but again, more appreciable movement. Further example of just how much skill Lyndon James has with an old ball.
Angles in and leaves folks. Oh, it's an edge.
Big one, big edge.
No, drops quite short of Peter Moore. Moore's there, diving to his right.
But again, that's 3 times now. First to second slip, then to first slip, and now to the keeper, where Ben Folkes has got legitimate, authentic edges, and they have not carried. And this is the Keir Oval. Chances do carry those slips, and the keeper have to have a look at that. It's elementary stuff, really, in truth. And you need, with an attack on its knees, you need every single thing to go for you. Penny for the thoughts of Lyndon James, who could have had Ben Folkes 3 times now. And again, beautifully done here, Calvin Harrison. There's been scant fortune going round this afternoon for Notts, you have to say.
Harrison having a go at Clark now. The field's a bit more spread than it was the previous over when Harrison was bowling to Folkes. But interesting that Hamid, he hasn't pushed mid-off and mid-on back to long off and long on. He's still keeping them that kind of 3/4 space to sort of invite the big shot, but also open up the catching opportunity.
Exactly that, they are there for the catch. Will Young in front of us here at a 3/4 deep mid-off. Not stopping the one, but there for the miscue. 5 men out though now. Almost a one-day field, really. And Jordan Clark will pick up a single easily enough up to long on.
Now the field comes back in because Ben Folkes is on strike. He's less likely to take a riskier option against Harrison.
Desperately hard lines here for the visitors.
That's the only space he's got for a leg side single, and he gets it. That square leg area.
So, as it stands, only 2 fit seamers. We are still 3 overs away from tea. And those 2 fit seamers, Dane Patterson and Lyndon James, have bowled 32.2 overs between them. It's very hard to know where Hasib Hamid turns. They need wickets here because the evening session looms large otherwise. Lyndon James, been a revelation today, keeps running in hard. And Ben Folkes playing it quietly into the offside. He's got very little from Lyndon James all afternoon. He's been on him insistently right from that first over after lunch. Folkes has lived a relatively charmed life against Lyndon James.
He's still smiling. He's got a sense of humour about the situation that he's been placed in.
Well, he's a young lad, he's 24, so he should be loving this. Bowling to a test match player. It's been a cracking contest. He took 2 wickets pre-lunch, got rid of 2 very, very good players. Jamie Smith caught off the inside edge. Tom Latham pinned LB on the back leg. It's surprising that he hasn't added to his tally yet this afternoon, as we move into 2.4 overs left before the tea break, which will be a bittersweet thing for Notts, really. They'll get in and they'll look around and they'll see what's left. Left again on length. Good by Folks, who is hanging in there.
Interested to see how Ben Folks goes about things now. He's been, yeah, like you say, hanging in there in this innings so far. Slightly uncharacteristic. 39 off 105 balls. And James from this end has given quite a bit of trouble, but Notts down 2 quicks. How does he change things up? Looking for the single there, and Clark said no. Does he change things up, or does he still keep sort of battling through?
Well, as I say, that tea interval and after, you feel like the game could really run away from this threadbare attack. No fault of their own whatsoever, just the twists of fate have conspired against them here. And Folks will be thinking, get through to tea, 40 odd not out, and then with an attack on its knees, make hay in the sunshine of the evening. Poor old Lyndon James has come up short. He's got to go back and run that one through again. He's into his 17th over.
We're slightly worried though that he was pulling up.
Yeah,
last thing Notts need.
That would be brutal.
Me just checking in, I think. Are you all right? Please be okay. I think he is. But this is a tough ask for him. Now into his 18th over.
Yeah, you can see he's a wee bit laboured in the body. He's got to try and get through to tea. It does bring into question the notion of substitute fielders, doesn't it? We saw it with Nathan Lyon, who was so clearly damaged by his calf strain or calf tear at Lord's. And we've seen this again here. They are internal injuries, sure, but nonetheless, it's immensely harsh. And does run the risk of rather demeaning or undermining the integrity of the contest, where you're now playing 9 v 11. And through no fault of your own, your 2 opening bowlers are both cropped.
No, I take that argument, and yeah, like you say, this was a debate that was had when Nathan Lyon pulled up with that calf injury. I think one of the things I enjoy about a test match is about the importance of the selection debate and the importance of selection and getting it right, and that selection is heightened by the fact that you can't replace players. But like you say, when it gets into the contest, then you slightly worry that it demeans it when one side is struggling with injuries.
Well, I think
just trying to make it up.
I think as the game evolves and we now have a 12th man in effect for concussion injuries, you know, I can absolutely understand the reasons why they have not been brought in for internal injuries. But I think increasingly we're having to confront this question. The game is not as straight-jacketed as it once was. When you have something as blatant as the Nathan Lyon situation, or in this case something so clearly self-damaging to the fielding side as to lose your main opening bowler 4 overs into a 4-day game, then there is no tactical or strategic advantage you can glean from that. And so as we now have opened up the game to more flexibility with 12 men for concussion. Well bowled again by Calvin Harrison. It's been a superb spell, this. Then I wonder if this conversation needs to be had a little bit more loudly. If you just take this as an example, this is putting Notts in an awful position, and it's no reflection at all on their preparation, their planning. It's just sheer bad luck. And for a team that is struggling desperately trying to get points on the board down at the bottom, near the bottom, just feels kind of harsh and unfair, and takes some of the edge away from the competition itself, or the contest itself.
Slightly short from Harrison, but he's got protection on the offside. This is his 8th over now, and I get the feeling that he's going to be in for a long haul.
Yeah.
In the afternoon session. So this is basically just a warm-up for what's to come, and as we get lower down this Surrey lineup, with the ball strikers they have, they're going to come after him. But he's bowled really, really well so far. I'll say 8 overs now and just 24 off him.
So 33 still to go in the day. Final over before the much needed tea break for Notts, who have fought valiantly through this afternoon session, but so far Ben Foakes has repelled them, and Jordan Clark has played very tidily indeed. So it is going to be Matt Montgomery's occasional off breaks just to give Lyndon James a breather. Makes sense with just just 1 over to go before the tea break. Try and just squeeze this one without too much damage. Matt Montgomery, an top order batter, number 3-4. Making his mark in this Notts side, but not so much with the ball. Just 30 balls in first class cricket. Make that 31. Well bowled though.
I mean, still, even with the part-time offie, still slight aggression in this field. He still wants a wicket, not just 6 dots.
Beautifully bowled. Good stuff. This, he might be finding his way into the equation for the evening session.
This is an audition, isn't it?
So, 2 deliveries to go before the tea break. Single into the offside for Jordan Clark, and so it'll be Ben Foakes to see this session of ebb and flow off. Just 1 delivery still to come.
This has been more than serviceable so far. Montgomery. So yeah, he's in for a long session as well.
Pushed up to mid-off for a single. That will be the tea break. And the 200 is brought up from the final shot of the 64th over. Ben Foakes will resume on strike for the start of the evening session on 42. Jordan Clark has played very enterprisingly for his 47. 200 for 5, Surrey. Rory Burns went to the second delivery of the day. Dom Sibley and Tom Latham put together a tidy partnership of 66 in 24 overs before Sibley nibbled at a wide one from Brett Hutton to give Tom Moores the first of 3 catches. Jamie Smith came and went without troubling the scorers. Another second baller caught behind again by Moores. Good catch, diving to his left from an inside edge from Lyndon James, who picked up his first wicket. And it was a case of two very sharpishly. Surrey were 4 for 70 in the 28th when Tom Latham, just before lunch, was pinned on the back leg. That gave Lyndon James his second wicket, 2 for Brett Hutton at that point. Surrey have had the better of the afternoon session. It's not been without its alarms. 1 or 2 slices of fortune as well, but Ben Foakes is secure now on 42, Jordan Clark on 47. Will Jack's the only man to go on 35 when he ran at the first delivery of Dane Patterson's next spell and nicked a rather inauspicious shot through to Tom Moores. He went for 35 from 51. Surrey 200 for 5 from 64. And we're going to take a much needed 15-minute break, and we'll be back here before you know it for what should be a fascinating evening session.
The over to Jacks, hammers it up and over extra cover and out towards the boundary, and the first 4 of the evening.
Without loss, winning the toss, batting first. Bailey is in, and here's the ramp from Evans. He's played it really well. It's got inside it, that's 6. He has just jumped outside the off stump. Runs away from us into Laurie Evans. He's going ramping again on this one. He's managed to ramp for 6. They are as Will Jacks waits for Bailey. Oh, he's ramping as well, and he's ramped it straight to short fine leg. And Will Jacks goes.
Wood balls to Evans. It's gone high towards the leg side. Over the rope. Watch out below the point. It's coming your way.
For 1. As Hartley is in to Jason Roy, who's sweeping. It's top edgy, but it's got a lot of height on it, and it'll run away over the boundary rope. Livingston is in and bowls Laurie Evans. He's looked to sweep Laurie Evans, and it's hit the leg stump, and that's good from Liam Livingston. In front of the new hotel. That's going into the new hotel by Jason Roy, and those people in those seats, almost the ball going towards them. It's actually those in the sofas.
This is his 4th and final over as Roy hammers it out towards that wide long on boundary. Mitchell gets across and stops the ball. Again, they come back for 2, and that'll bring a 50 for Jason Roy. Wood in, balls to Roy, up and over extra cover. Has he got enough on it to clear the man? No, he hasn't. It's a great catch. Brilliant by Stephen Croft. Wonderful diving catch, falling backwards, hits the ground hard. An absolute skyer from Roy.
Over the wicket he comes again to Sam Curran. He's gone for it again, and this is drilled by Sam Curran down the ground, and Dane Vilas takes a terrific catch down at long off. Coming into Chris Jordan. Swing and a miss from Jordan. Run out. Jamie Overton trying to get himself back on strike. And Joss Butler took aim and fired and hit. It's good work from Butler. Bailey into Jordan, another slower ball, and this is swung by Chris Jordan down the ground. Vilas will get round to his right to do the fielding. As round the wicket goes Jacks, and Salt off the back foot, shots her. Ooh, that's a lovely shot from into Butler with those knees bent. Oh, what a shot that is. It's such a clean strike of the cricket ball, straight into the Surrey dugout.
Will be Sam Curran, left arm over the wicket, bowling to Salt from the Anderson end, flicked off his hip for 4. Barmy night in Taunton. Curran's into Butler, that's nudged away down to fine leg, and 4 more.
Around the wicket he goes to Butler. Butler's down the ground to him. Oh, again, it's the feet of Butler. It just looks so easy.
So far between these two. That's driven up to Jordan. That's a good catch. It's an excellent catch by Jordan. We've seen some good catching all night, and that's a good one too. Salt's gone for 13, 35 for 1.
Break this partnership.
Moriarty's in. He has broken this partnership because Butler's backed away and chopped it straight in the air to Laurie Evans at backward point. So
Narayan to Livingston, that's gone high, out towards the leg side. Overton underneath it, in position, takes the catch. Overton takes the catch. Livingston, the captain, goes for 7.
Very good. Oh my word, this is swung high in the air. Sam Curran! Oh, it's a brilliant effort from him. It just kept going. That was massive. As this is short, this is cut by Croft like a tracer bullet, and Gus Atkinson does very well. We haven't seen him with the ball yet, but he's done very well. And that's 50 for Stephen Croft. So well played, Stephen Croft. On to 50 he goes.
Anyway, Jordan, now.
He's in. Oh, with a perfect Yorker to Stephen Croft. It's exactly what Paul Abbott was talking about. It is the perfect Yorker. Coming into Daryl Mitchell. Mitchell, slower ball, looks to swing it lead side. It's come off the toe end of his bat. They're going to come back for two. Jordan takes aim, fires, hits, out. Luke Wells, run out. Rob White is in a good position there and puts up the finger. In comes Jordan to Villas. He's playing the ramp too well, straight down Fine Leg's throat. He's played that far too well, Dane Villas. He's got too much of it. With Daryl Mitchell on strike, Abbott is in, Mitchell drives, it'll just be a single, and Surrey are through to finals day, and they have won this by the margin.
latest scores from around the country. County Championship Division 1. Northwood, Northamptonshire 144 for 6 against Middlesex. Canterbury, Kent bowled out for 171. Warwickshire 77 for 1 in reply. Taunton, Somerset 117 for 5 against Hampshire. Heavily rain affected Blackpool, Essex 12 for 1 against Lancashire. No play yet at Cardiff in Division 2, match between the Morgan and Leicestershire. At Hove, Sussex 247 for 4 against Derbyshire. At Worcester, Yorkshire 142 for no wicket against Worcestershire. And Chester-le-Street, Gloucestershire 259 for 5 against Durham.
Afternoon, folks. Welcome back to our live coverage from the Kia Oval of this intriguing cricket match. Surrey 200 for 5 having been put in by Notts this morning on a pitch that has offered excellent cricket to all concerned. Bit of pace and carry for the seamers up top and some appreciable movement as you'd expect in the first hour or two. Full value for your shots. And as you can see by the scorecard, Jordan Clark 47, Ben Foakes 42, both men able to comprise an innings of real substance. Notts will be delighted with how they've stuck at it up to now. Surrey were 4 down at lunch. They had not much luck in truth, beat the bat a number of occasions. 1 or 2 chances just dropped short of the slip cordon and the keeper. But Surrey have rebuilt this innings impressively well. But the big story really is that Notts' 2 opening bowlers, Brett Hutton and initially Jake Ball, have both been crocked in effect. They are not featuring out there as it stands. Jake Ball went off after 5 overs holding his side, returned briefly to the fray, was clearly in much discomfort fielding. And Brett Hutton, at the start of his 4th spell, pulled up with what looked to us like a hamstring injury, and so both men off the field. There's going to be a lot of work for Calvin Harrison, the young leg spinner, playing just his 5th first-class game, but he was very impressive in that afternoon session. Kept things very tight. Runs immediately after tea behind square, cut away, just be a couple, I think. Jordan Clark is looking for a third, and he will turn and make his ground comfortably enough. So 3 to Foakes, takes him on to 45. It's been a steady and contained innings by Foakes up to now. And so that is the landscape as we move into this evening session. Notts 2 seamers down. They will need to get a lot of work out of their leg spinner Harrison. And as we saw, the first over, or the final over before tea, Matthew Montgomery's occasional off breaks yet to bring him a first-class wicket. May well be seen a little bit more as well. We saw him going through his action at the tea break on one of the support pitches. So yeah, Hasib Hamid, the skipper, is going to have to think carefully here. Taha Hashim is with me. How do you see it?
Well, if you take a look at the scorecard, Surrey 204 for 5, Notts at the home of the champions. You think, from a Notts perspective, look, I've done a really good job so far. You know, we're into the lower half of the Surrey batting lineup, but 2 bowlers down, you just feel Surrey are going to put the foot down here and just be utterly dominant. And so it's a big ask here now with the leg spinner bowling. Hamid, he needs, you want your leg spinner to attack. You want them to toss the ball up and get some sharp spin and look for wickets. And don't worry about the runs, but Hamid's going to need Harrison to keep it tight.
Bowling to a leg side field here against Ben Foakes in particular, who likes that mid-wicket area. So Hamid's posted 2 men on the drive, or on the onside drive, one catching close at straightish mid-wicket, and a man at mid-on as well, trying to cut off that single. So they're trying to squeeze Ben Foakes from this end, from the Vauxhall end, as we're looking at it. They are going to maintain some seam from the other end, from the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end. Dane Patterson comes back into the attack. This will be his 17th over. 1 for 40. He's bowled very tidily indeed up until this point. New ball, of course, due in 15 overs from now, so perhaps a short, sharp burst, and then they may well go back to the occasional off breaks of Matthew Montgomery, try and get up to that 80 over mark. It's hard yakka for Hasib Hamid, stepping in to run the show here after Stephen Mullaney failed a fitness test. Slight side niggle for the skipper, and it's been a tough gig for Hasib Hamid, to say the least, up until this point.
And it feels like he's already asked a lot of, you know, aside from Dane Patterson, he's asked a lot of Lyndon James as all-rounder to do a job after Jake Ball went down. So yeah, he's not got too many options at his disposal at the moment.
Deep point is out for the short and wide one. And that enables Jordan Clark just to drop it at his feet, amble through for the single. And that brings up an excellent 66 ball 50. 9 fours in it. He came in with Surrey in some peril at 130 for 5. Dominated this partnership with Ben Foakes and got Surrey into a position from where they can strike.
And he's naturally aggressive player, Jordan Clark, but he hasn't gone all out attack here. He hasn't gone to take down the leg spinner. He's played pretty sensibly, and yet 66 balls. He's, you know, showed that he's capable of playing that slightly more patient innings.
We've gone up for it and he's walked. Ben Foakes has gone to just the second over after tea. Did not need that. Dane Patterson's got one to wobble late and just feather the outside edge, and Ben Foakes doesn't turn round to query the decision. Turns on his heel and walks. It's been a useful hand. 46 from 118. He's played the anchor role this afternoon, but now he has to go.
It was a battling innings from Ben Foakes. And he's been troubled from that end from the seamers, and Patterson strikes. Getting the ball to move away. Foakes was walking straight away. He wasn't going to wait around for the decision. It's a good low catch there from Tom Moores. We've seen a few edges die, and so he had to get forward and hold on. He's done pretty well there.
Good cricket from Dane Patterson, and isn't it funny how it goes? Ben Foakes hung in there throughout the afternoon, and one slight aberration, a very good delivery, did nothing wrong, the batter whatsoever. Takes the outside edge, and his work is done with the bat for now. Good low catch, as Taha says. A few haven't carried, but Tom Moores gets underneath that one. There was just a moment hesitation as to whether that had carried, but Foakes is a keeper himself, knows when it's gone in fairly into the mitts. 207 for 6, and Notts really did need that, as we've said numerous times now. They are really up against it. Sean Abbott, the new man, in at 8. He's been in explosive form with the bat, not just in white ball cricket, where of course he posted that extraordinary 34 ball record equaling 100 in the T20 Blast first game at home for Surrey, that was, but also in red ball cricket as well. He's really worked hard on his batting here at Surrey and become very much more than just a lower order hitter. He's a game changer at 8 in this side, as we've seen more than once this year.
Just the perfect start for Notts in this session. I mean, they would have walked off just incredibly disheartened, having already lost Jake Ball in the morning, and then Brett Hutton with what looked like a hamstring problem in that second session. So Hamid was looking for bringing Patterson back, you know, 15 overs before the second new ball, really just looking for a breakthrough or two before they get their hands on the fresh cherry.
Full this time, inviting the drive, but Sean Abbott says no, not for now. So if you look at Surrey's impressive batting stats for their championship campaign so far this year, sitting pretty above the likes of Ollie Pope, Ben Foakes, Jamie Smith, Dom Sibley, Sam Curran, Rory Burns, Will Jacks, is Sean Abbott. Sean Abbott averages 55, and it's not just a couple of lower order hits that have boosted up that average. He's made 385 runs at a strike rate, incidentally, of 86. 350s from his first 7 games. This is his 8th of the year. What a player to have in at number 8 when you consider he's an international pedigree quick bowler. Hit hard. This might be a sign that Jordan Clark is not going to hang around. That was in the slot, slapped past the bowler.
And a test for Hamid's captaincy now if Clark does look like he's going to play his shots down the ground. You've got mid-on, mid-off up. You do have protection on the leg side with a deep mid-wicket. But so far Hamid's trusted his leg spinner. No. So we've got mid-off, dropped back quite a bit now. Not on the boundary, but just a few yards ahead in. And Harrison goes flatter this time.
Yeah, no one likes getting hit for 4, but he won't mind getting pumped down the ground. It's when you drag it short and get flat batted, that's when your spirit sags a little as a wrist spinner. You know you're always in the game if a player's trying to bunt it past you in the air. Any slight deviation, and the man on the 45 on the offside is in the game, as indeed of course is slip and short extra. Interesting passage this now.
Good comeback since that boundary from Harrison. Just bowled it tight and flat. This
Tossed
one
up.
Tossed up.
So Sean Abbott, uber attacking player. How does he approach this conundrum? So the man now back at deep mid-wicket, and a man on the sweep just behind square as well. On the onside, he plays that right under his eyes. Final delivery of the over.
Interesting to see just how many overs Hamid gives Patterson here. He's already taken that wicket in that first over back, but he's got to keep his eye on that second new ball as well. Still a while away, 13 overs. But if you're down 2 quicks, you've got to keep an eye out on how your lead man's doing. Make sure his body's right for the fresh burst.
He's going to try and bowl stump to stump here. Look for that outside edge, but also be attacking the pads. Got a man very straight at mid-wicket and a straightish mid-on as well.
The question Surrey's batters also have to ask themselves is, you know, you look at that score and you think, yeah, why don't we just put the foot down now and play the big shots? But if an attack's struggling with injuries, why don't you just keep grinding them down with a more patient game? Or Jordan Clark's probably not going to listen to that advice. He's throwing the bat at that one. Just got a single.
Played very much within himself though, hasn't he? There's not been any risks attendant to those offside shots that he's played. He's only really gone airborne the once in the previous over. The uppercut just before tea was another, but he's played sensible cricket. Two slips to the new batter. He's brought deep point up as well into a catching position, backward point. I like the way Hamid has moved his fielders around here. He's given Surrey's batters the olive branch of shots through that offside. He's kept his field up in the main, certainly to the new batter, goading them to play outside of their comfort zone here. Good call by Jordan Clark.
Sean Abbott was desperate there for the single. He pretty much got halfway down. Doesn't matter how many runs you've made this season. When you're starting out in an innings, there are those nerves. And it's an interesting position in the match as well. And Abbott will know that. Yes, he's a number 8, but he can play as a number 5 or number 6. He can play that type of innings.
Oh, Dane Patterson throws his head in the skies. 4 runs off the bat. Another one goes through the cordon. Hard to see if it did carry. Tom Moore seemed to react just a tiny bit too late to it. Authentic edge yet again.
Held its line, poked at it. Oh, we've seen them die off the outside edge so far in this match, but that carried through. That was high up there until Moores just couldn't hold on.
Yeah, desperately unlucky for Dane Patterson, who's come in hard all day. That was a keeper error. Significant nick. He probably did have to go for it. It would have been a tough chance for first slip. It was dying on first slip, but as you say, Taha Moore's definitely got there. And another chance goes begging. There's plenty in this track, though, for the seamers, as we've seen throughout the day. The ball is 68 overs old now.
Patterson looks refreshed, really. There was a slightly tired manner to him in that second session, but he started off well with his 2 overs after the break. And now Harrison as well, he's bowled really well from the Vauxhall end. And Clark showed some signs of aggression to him in the last over. He's going to try and go straight down the ground again, I imagine. If Harrison, of course, provides him with some air. That time it was flatter, quicker, not much you can do about that.
You feel it's coming. There it is. Well bowled. Very, very good. Picks up a single into the onside, but Calvin Harrison is doing an invaluable job here.
Slightly more aggressive field to Sean Abbott. Long off and long on, turn into mid off and mid on. Yeah, it's been, like you mentioned earlier, it's been quite interesting to watch Mead captain. He's quite animated, he likes to move things around, he's keeping things quite a bit funky. Every ball he's sort of looking around, seeing if there's a change.
Quality stuff by Calvin Harrison. 11 overs for just 36 on day one at the Kia Oval. That's excellent work by the young leggy.
It would have been quite easy after the tea break for Notts to feel sorry for themselves, really, but they've started off really well here. Patterson picking up that wicket of Ben Foakes, Harrison keeping it tight from the other end, and he will create opportunities. They will try and attack him. So far so good from Notts, and they will also look out for that second new ball, just trying to get themselves there for a fresh burst, but they're doing a pretty fine job.
It's a gamble, isn't it, that new ball? Still 11 overs to go until it's available. He's played that one down into the ground. It's got big on him, but he's controlled that hook shot nicely. Through the flurry of pigeons, picks up a couple. Can't fail to be impressed by Notts today, the way they've weathered these setbacks to stay in the game. Cut away fine, and for 4. Jordan Clark's playing a gem of an innings here, moves into the 60s now, 63 from 79.
This is an excellent shot from Jordan Clark. Really, ball was tight on him, close to the body, so not a lot of room for the cut, but he's played it really deftly to that third man boundary.
It's more like it by Dane Patterson. Tighter into the stumps this time, homing in on that middle leg. He's going to have to suck this up at this point into his 19th over. 2 for 52. He's been a standout along with Lyndon James today. Got through a lot of work, the two of them. Could have had even more as well. That drop catch in his previous over. Pushed hard to mid-off and he'll pick up a single. That bat is looking ominously wide for Jordan Clark if you are a Notts fielder. He's starting to hit it very crisply indeed, but he's playing controlled and sensible cricket.
Brett Hutton, we should say, is on the field at mid-on. Whether he's in a position to bowl, we don't know.
Yeah, we saw this as well with Jake Ball. He did come back onto the field in that opening session. Tight single, well judged. So Jordan Clark, what a signing he's been really for this club. Been one of their standout performers across all the formats. One of the first names on the Red Bull team sheet now. 200s in his career to date. This was his 16th 50. How he would dearly love to turn that figure of 200s into 3. And were he to do so, it puts Surrey in a remarkably good position now in this game. Long way to go yet, of course, but he's held this innings together through the afternoon. Weathered the storm, been pretty chanceless. Looked to be most at ease of all the Surrey batters so far. So it's going to be Calvin Harrison to resume, as you would expect. Hasiba Me just having a chat with Dane Patterson, geeing up his seamer, asking him how much more he's got. Trying to coax another over or two out of him, no doubt. These are the hard yards for a fielding side, even with a full complement of bowlers. Lands that leggy very nicely, Taha.
Yeah, he's given little way. He's not bowling necessarily an attacking line outside off stump, bowling quite wicket to wicket. And just managing to keep Jordan Clark quiet, which is an achievement in itself. This time he threw it up slightly wider. Clark maybe slightly frustrated with himself there that he didn't get more of the middle on it. But now Harrison gets to have a go at the new batter, Abbott, and so the fielders straight come in to mid-off and mid-on.
Playing a miss, deliberately dragged down outside off stump. You feel like Abbott will be looking to get on that front dog and play the cross bat sweep, the slog sweep over straight mid-wicket. That will be an area for him. Such a strong player through that region. Tight single. So the field moves out again for Jordan Clark on 66. Short this time, punch, but straight back to the bowler.
Clark again a little annoyed with himself there that he didn't take advantage of the short ball.
We move on, 229 for 6. Quick run round the grounds for you from Division 1 initially. Northants 158 for 6 against Middlesex in that relegation scrap. Kent bundled out for 171 and Warwickshire already eating into that. 90 for 1 in quick time. 4 wickets for Ollie Hannon Dalby. And Warwickshire just 23 overs into their reply, 90 for 1, so they're bossing that one at Canterbury. Somerset hanging in there really, first innings, having won the toss against Hampshire at home at Taunton and chosen to bat 163 for 5. Pick up a couple, I think, into the offside. Yeah, Somerset 5 down against Hampshire, 163. Mini recovery in truth. They were 80 for 5. Casey Aldridge has got together with James Rew, a couple of very, very good young cricketers there. James Rew continuing his marvellous season. Young keeper bat, left-hander, making runs for fun at the moment. He's 59. Casey Aldridge on 40. Well bowled again by Patterson. Got to keep going here. Got to dig deep. So a mini recovery for Somerset against Hants. Title chasing Hampshire, of course. And I guess the other big news is that they're still not back out at Blackpool. Further inspection in 8 minutes' time. But you feel like day one may be all but wiped out. Essex won the toss and chose to bat 12 for 1 after 4.1 when that game was curtailed. Short played well, but straight to the man. In complete control of that shot though, Sean Abbott. And they're the kinds of shots that as a batter, once you get one out of the screws, cross bat shot in at the body, play it with control and authority, that might just be the switch flicked. As I say, topping the averages with 385 runs coming into this game. Not bad for a number 8-9. Short this time again. Banged in, 2 in 2 now by Dane Patterson. Really great effort here by one of Notts' 2 fit seamers. The question as well, of course, with that new ball, can you take it? I guess it does hinge on whether Brett Hutton can get through whatever problem he has. Looking very, walking in gingerly at mid-on. That'll be 4 more. Jordan Clark, what an innings this is. Full of touch and class as well as power. 70 now from just 88. Chanceless. Cut above today.
Just delicately played. We saw him a couple of overs earlier play a nice cut that was close to the body but just deftly guided for 4. This time it was even finer from Jordan Clark. I did see Brett Hutton just turn his arm over a few deliveries ago, but having seen the way he hobbled off earlier in this match, you know, it's hard to tell whether he's in a fit state to bowl.
The one thing you would say, a hamstring twinge is more manageable than a hamstring tear, and he wouldn't be out there if it was a full hamstring problem, so we wait and see. They need him if they can possibly get him to that point. He wouldn't be out there unless they didn't think he had something to offer at this stage. So Surrey going at just a tick over 3.2 and over. It's been quite a contained innings up to this point, really. No one has really broken out. Jordan Clark's been the most fluent.
And despite being on 70 off 89, the innings has been more about the deftness of touch, really, than any real overbearing power. And Sean Abbott's still kind of working himself in as well.
On strike to the leggy again.
Tossed up there, invited it, but it was on the pad, so just a little flick from Abbott.
He's only beaten the bat 3 times, beaten that outside edge 3 times was Calvin Harrison. But he's bowled to his field and he's shown great attitude here and self-belief. in trying circumstances to go at 3.1 and over up to now through 12 and a half.
And that too with a really short mid-wicket boundary. Hamid's shown a lot of faith in him, and Harrison's responded with a really tight spell.
You just feel with Abbott that he's trying to restrain himself here. Don't do anything too silly. Don't fall into that trap. Not to goading him as best they can. That's the way to do it. Wait for the drag down and punch it out for a single.
I mean, the template is staring at him from the other end. The way Jordan Clark's gone about his innings, they're sort of similar profile of batters. They've got a lot of power to offer lower down the order. But the singles are on offer. This is a depleted not attack with injuries. You can play calmly and accrue the runs like that.
Very good again. I like the action he puts on the ball as well. It's a very modern leg spinner style, reared on white ball cricket. There's real energy through the crease. And he's got one or two off the straight, which is no mean feat on day one in the championship here at the Kia Oval, and promises much, you would say. Recognised perhaps more as a batter at this stage in his career. So it's going to be Lyndon James, the creaking 24-year-old limbs of Lyndon James, back into the attack. He's been the star today alongside Dane Patterson. 17.2 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 42, and could have been even more in that afternoon session. He went past the bat a number of times, induced the edge 3 times from Ben Foakes just to fall short of the cordon. He's been a stand-up bowler here for Notts all day. And he's maintained his smile as well, somehow. Loving his work. Just 2 slips now. And that man stationed at deep backward point. No one in close, catching in the ring from cover point to gully. I think they're prepared to give up that single now to protect the boundaries and try and bowl wicket to wicket, see what they can come up with. Try and contain these 2 right-handers, both of whom will be ticking, ready to get going here. Abbott in particular, devastating counter puncher. Playing a miss, well bowled. And Lyndon James, you have to admire his attitude. Smiles, turns on his heel, and back he goes.
That was a real tempter for Sean Abbott, who's still making his way in this innings. Just hung it outside off, invited the big drive. Abbott more prodded at it, really. And the 2 slips waiting there, still. Waiting for that edge.
In again, Lyndon James. Full again, punched hard, but straight up to mid-off. They're hanging in there, are Notts. You can't ask for more as a skipper. Asif Hamid has rung the changes. He's been very alert and nimble in the field. It's been interesting to see him go about his business as stand-in skipper. And he's received great support, really, considering what they're up against here. And again.
How many times has he beaten the bat today? He's been relentless. It just hasn't had that luck. When he's got the bat as well, the edges are dying on their way to that slip cordon. But there's a lot to like about the action. It's straight. He's constantly making the batter play because he's angling the ball in, and then just getting just enough movement to sneak an edge.
Not for the first time. He aborts his run-up. It's a question of mind triumphing over tiredness now at this point, you would feel. Just a relentless schedule at the best of times.
Just injecting further terror into the mind of Haseeb Hameed.
Punched nicely into the offside, but straight to the man. So 5 dots, last delivery. And there will be a couple at least into the offside. .74 gone then. Surrey move on to 239 for 6. Going to have a double change here in the com box. Taha Hashim making way for Nikki and Yas Rana for myself.
Afternoon, Yas. Afternoon, all.
What a day for Haseeb Hameed as standing captain, having to manage an attack short of Jake Ball, who's only bowled 5 overs today, and also managing that injury to Brett Hutton as well. Really brilliant effort from Lyndon James, 18.2 overs so far. Dane Patterson, 20 overs so far, and the leg spin of Calvin Harrison as he comes into bowl at the start of his 14th over, slightly short. And we talked about it, Nikki, when we were on earlier in the day, that the fields that Hameed set for Harrison with that short boundary are going to be so important. And they've worked so far, right? He's a leg spinner who's going at 3 and over on the first day, bowling to the short boundary.
It has worked so far, although I'm still a little surprised, although he could have potentially swapped ends. We've had quite a few overs since we've last been on air, and potentially I'm thinking they could have contained Harrison even further should they have been able to swap ends and have him bowling from the pavilion end. But nonetheless, 3 and over is not exactly too damaging either. But I must say, Surrey did really step things up, Jordan Clark and Ben Foakes, because they were 130 for 5. So to now be 240 for 6 just really shows how deep both of them dug. I can't seem to get my words out this afternoon. I need some caffeine. But yeah, it's great credit to those two.
Yeah, I've been really, really impressed with Harrison. Really impressed. As Phil was mentioning at the end of that stint, he's quite a modern leg spinner. He's quite tall, comes over the top, fires it in. Bowls a lot of balls like that aren't big turners, but they're types of deliveries you actually see quite a lot of in white ball cricket, where spinners kind of dig it into the pitch at quite an awkward length. They're not really deceiving batters in flight necessarily.
I just think it's so fascinating. Obviously, watching a lot of women's cricket, and leg spin is a complete different art in men's and women's cricket, honestly.
How so?
The action is really different. I think perhaps due to physicalities, women aren't able to get a side on as men can, and also the arm slot. For example, if you look at a Shane Warne, if you look how side on he can bring his arm around from, that is potentially one of the reasons he could get so much turn on it. And then of course we've got factors such as the trajectory, the pace off the wicket, then you've got the dip in the air, and I think it's not as evident in the women's game. I think from just looking at the actions, it's very different. Women aren't able to get a side on. The release point is actually quite high up. You'd look at roughly probably like 1 o'clock, maybe a 2 o'clock, but very rarely have I come across someone who can bowl really side on. in the women's game with leg spin. And then, of course, you've got the power, the speed off the wicket, bounce, all those elements that come in together, and it makes it a completely different art to play. You can play leg spin in the men's game, you can play against leg spin in the women's game, but the trajectory is definitely one of the most difficult aspects to grasp, because I think in the men's game it can beat you in the air, off the wicket, and obviously the trajectory is much flatter and the ball's at a quicker pace. In the women's game it can get tossed above your eye level slightly more, it's slightly slower, and obviously the pace, the bounce off the wicket isn't as much.
Driven down the ground, and that'll be 4. Glorious shot from Sean Abbott. He moves on to 16.
Isn't that a proper cricketing shot? That was a lovely drive down the ground.
One of the shots of the day from Sean Abbott. On women's leg spin, Alana King's one of my favourite bowlers to watch in the world game at the moment.
I think she's a great bowler, and I think potentially if I was to compare her against one of the men who bowl leg spin, I think Alana King's probably got an action that imitates that much more than anyone else in the women's game, I think, at the moment.
She really tosses it up. I think in a lot of modern leg spin in the men's game and the women's game, it's very, very different to how you associate the leg spin that we were brought up and watching through Shane Warne, for example, in that someone like Rashid Khan really fires it in close to 60 miles per hour. He's obviously the best T20 leg spinner in the world, and he's capable of doing all sorts, but a lot of modern day leg spinners really do just fire it in.
And I think the length also is crucial that leg spin's bowled at. If it's slightly too full, then obviously it's much easier as a batter to go forward and drive it. But with that added element of pace and bounce, especially in men's cricket with leg spin, the length is crucial, and it can really be the main factor which determines should that batter go forward, back, or do they get caught in the crease and get out LBW, or does it nick off as much and carry to slip, because you don't see it that much in the women's game. Also, that goes to
well left from Abbott.
That goes to show where the angles are as well, because if there's not much pace in the ball in leg spin, then obviously where your slip is, we've got a wider slip, but in men's cricket you can still see the ball carries a bit more, there's bounce, so you can afford to not have your slip so wide. It's a completely different game. I think you can, you got to really play your shots carefully playing leg spin in men's cricket as opposed to playing against leg spin in women's cricket. Well, I guess that's the fun of it, right?
Definitely, and I think Surrey have been potentially surprisingly cautious against the leg spin of Harrison. I think this pair have realised that they can quietly accumulate without taking too many risks. As I say that, Jordan Clark goes for a bit of a hack to a ball that was not particularly short and nor particularly wide.
Because even now, if you just look at where slip is, due to the fact that Harrison has got that little bit of speed off the wicket and it seems to be skiddy, he can afford to position his slip there, and in the women's game potentially not so much. But Alana King, yes, she's definitely one of the most consistent leg spinners I've seen in the women's game.
Do you think Notts could almost tempt this Surrey pair into going for the big shot a little bit more?
I feel like I understand where you're coming from, but then again, the cricketing awareness of Sean Abbott, I don't think he'd succumb to it. I'd be surprised if he did succumb to it. And obviously Jordan Clark's been playing a fabulous innings. He's currently 73 off 95. And there are plenty of gaps here in the field. They can pretty much knock it around and get through the overs and capitalise on the slightly fuller delivery, because as a leg spinner, you are going to bowl the bad ball. It's very rare you're not going to at least give one bad delivery in your entire spell. So just knock it around and then wait for the fuller delivery. Should Harrison toss it above his eye line, come down the track. Oh, if it's slightly shorter, make sure you can use the depth of the crease and get on the back foot. But that's a good over there from Harrison. Just 3 off of it. 15 overs so far.
The reason why I asked the questions, I think that's a pretty good over for Surrey as well. It's a very odd game situation here in that Surrey at 248 for 6, having been inserted, that's a decent enough score. They've recovered pretty well after losing those 4 early-ish wickets. But at the same time, they actually might be in a slightly better position than the scoreline suggests because of the state of the Notts attack. Notts are a bowler down, potentially 2 bowlers down at the moment. And they know that actually a lot of the workload is being undertaken by quite tired bowlers, and there are gaps in the field, and these two more than capable at 7 and 8 to just quietly accumulate without taking too many risks. And with Jamie Overton and Tom Latham and Dan Ward still to come, actually it just doesn't. If Surrey play their cards right, they're actually in a really good position at 248 for 6, just by virtue of the state of the Nottinghamshire bowling attack at the moment. I mean, I think Nottinghamshire have done a really good job to contain Surrey this afternoon, but can't hide from the fact that they're a bowler or potentially 2 bowlers down.
Yeah, and as you mentioned that, we've got another change of bowling from the pavilion end. Montgomery with some off spin, so we're going to have spin from both ends here now. And again, the last over from Harrison was a good over for Surrey, and I think they should be able to continue that with Montgomery into the attack as well, because it is slightly easier with the field spread out.
Clark moves on to 75 there. There's so many gaps in the field.
There's no need to take any risks, really.
Exactly.
And looking at their current situation, Surrey will want 300 plus on the board to at least put themselves into a position where they can defend a decent score. So with no risks, I think this is an easy option here for Clark and Abbott. If you just look at the leg side as well, they've got the option to come down the track, use their feet. And it's only about opening up the field to manipulate it for their benefit, right? It just means one shot from Abbott and that could throw Montgomery off guard. It might end up making him pull his length a little bit, and then that's exactly what Abbott wants to do, get into his head so Montgomery's not able to settle either. And Abbott can manipulate the field.
Abbott goes for the reverse sweep, picks up one for it, and there's applause around the ground as Surrey reach 250 to pick up their first batting bonus point. Yeah, we have 4 men in the deep at the moment. Long on, deep mid wicket, deep fine leg, and a deep backward point. But again, Surrey just knocking it around into the gaps. I guess the game's in a bit of a holding pattern. 2.1 overs away from the second new ball. It's tidy enough from Montgomery. Slight misfield at short mid wicket. 4 singles off the over. You can see what he's trying to do. Bowl relatively straight. Give away nothing on the offside where you have that shorter boundary. You've got 3 men in the deep on the leg side and 1 in on the single short. Decent over from Montgomery. Surrey 252 for 6, 2 overs away from the second new ball as Notts captain Haseeb Hameed comes over for a chat with his bowler Calvin Harrison. If you're bowling now, what would you be thinking? What's the game plan here?
To be fair, if I'm bowling right now, I'm also quite content with going at 2-3 and over, I think. Because you've set your field and you're not going to go too attacking at that point because you know you're going to leak more runs. As long as a bowler, I'm consistent with my line and length, and I don't give the batter that opportunity. And if my field is set right, they're going to create those opportunities themselves, because it is a game about patience, right? So at one point, one of them's going to decide, let's take it on, and I'm just going to hope luck is in my favour at that point. And again, with leg spin, who knows which delivery is going to get you a wicket.
And also, I guess, for Nottinghamshire at the moment, given the injuries in their attack at the moment, to get through to the second new ball in a decent enough position, that is the moment that they will attack. And I guess for them, they don't really mind the game being in a bit of a holding pattern at the moment. And I think they are actually, we're talking about trying to tempt the Surrey pair into a big shot. For Abbott in particular, deep mid-wicket is in, just kind of hovering on the edge of the ring, and long on's in a good 20 yards from the boundary rope as well. So the big heave over the leg side is on if Abbott wants to take it, but he's been very patient so far. You know, the score of a 34 ball 100 in the T20 Blast early this season, he's 20 off 47 at the moment.
Yeah, the option is there, but I think just the way the ball's playing at the moment, we're not far off from getting the new ball. The only fielder, I think, who's probably potentially could say wasted, I'd just say slip at that point for Harrison, because at this point both these batters are in, they're set, and they seem to be knocking it around, so potentially the chances of it going to slip are quite slim unless Harrison just produces an absolute worldie, and it does everything. Slip maybe not as important there.
Oh, well bowled from Montgomery, tossed up. Clark goes the booming drive, doesn't quite get to the pitch of the ball and goes through him. Brief appeal for a stumping, but the umpire's not interested. And that's edged towards the deep third boundary. It will trickle away for 4. Again, another moral victory for the bowler, but Clark picks up 4 more to move on to 81 as we have a look at the replay. Tossed up again, and to Jordan Clark's credit, I think he has deliberately played it towards the third man region.
But I think I'd say the same here for Montgomery as well, with slip in place. Looking at his action, he's got quite a tall action. His release point is quite high up, so will the ball really carry to slip? Is that a good use of a fielder right now? Potentially not. I'm just going by the way his action is, and obviously how we've seen these two players
Driven down the ground and well fielded by Montgomery off his own bowling. That boundary, by the way, brought up the 50 partnership between Clark and Abbott. Stand worth 51 now. Clark defends that into the offside to bring an end to the 80th over. Sorry, 258 for 6. The second new ball is available. 16 overs remaining in the day. Notts racing through the 4 or 5 overs in the lead up to the second new ball. A meeting conversation with Brett Hutton at the moment. Hutton hands his cap over to umpire Long. And 3 men stroll immediately to the slip cordon. Look at the state of Hamid's fingers.
How much tape is too much tape?
He's got more fingers that are taped up than a left bear.
Good thing he doesn't bowl, because he wouldn't be allowed to bowl with that.
Hutton comes into the attack, but judging by the pictures in front of us, it looks like Notts are continuing with that old ball. Hutton, just as he warms up, looks like he pulls something, but he's smiling that suggests that he's okay to go. I must admit, I am surprised that he's back into the attack with the old ball rather than the new one. But anyway, he returns and he's down straight away, I'm afraid. First delivery produces a full toss that Abbott sends to the boundary, but most concerningly for Nottinghamshire, Hutton, who looked in discomfort before he ran in to bowl that delivery, spent a good 10-15 seconds on the ground after it was dispatched to the boundary. And Nikki, he's limping back to his mark, briefly clutches his quad.
It's not a good day for the Nottinghamshire bowlers, is it? In terms of slight niggles. Looks to be in a little bit of discomfort there as he approaches the crease.
Yeah, just sort of collapses afterwards. He definitely, there was a
Has it cramped up?
Hopefully it's just a bit of cramp. He comes in again. Oh, he pulls out again. Oh no. And he chucks the ball to one of his teammates and immediately retrieves his cap from umpire Long, and it looks like Hutton is going to leave the field here.
And it's not a nice muscle to blow either, is it? It's quite a large muscle group, and he looks to be...
It was just as he entered his load up again, exactly the point in the previous delivery where there was a clear drop in energy in the run-up. That's a real blow to Notts. Hutton bowled so well first up. Has missed Rory Burns, the second ball of the game.
So we've lost ball. Hutton's got a bit of a niggle, so he's going off. It's making the life of our stand-in skipper much harder.
Much harder. I wonder if that was why he decided not to take the new ball straight away. He wanted to have a look at Hutton to make sure he was good to go before giving it to him. Because, yeah, as we see here, it's Harrison who will complete the over. And it may be that, given the state of their bowling attack right now, they continue with spin for just a while longer, just so Lyndon James and Dane Patterson can recuperate, really. It might be they wait until tomorrow, give Hutton and Ball a night's rest to see if that improves anything. But if you're just joining us, sorry, 262 for 6. Notts won the toss, chose to bowl first, but two Notts-seamers, Jake Ball and Brett Hutton, off the field injured at the moment as Harrison comes in to complete the over. You really feel for Notts today. I think they've done a really good job. They've done a really good job. When they picked the leg spinner Harrison, they wouldn't, I don't think, have foreseen him bowl this many overs on day one.
But he's done a really good job. He's bowled some really good areas. And he's got a really good seam on the ball as well. It's a bit of a blow for Nottinghamshire though, that seam attack. Slowly going down one by one.
Having watched a lot of Sean Abbott this summer, I can't believe he only averages 24 with the bat in first class cricket. Driven hard straight to Hamid at short cover.
He's well covered with all the tape on his fingers. Surrey are 263 for 6. Still got 15 overs left in the day. But what do you think is going to be the situation now for Nottinghamshire? Are they going to take the new ball, or are they going to continue with spin from both ends? Obviously,
it's really difficult. They've only got two seamers.
I know. Obviously, they've only got two seamers. Of the other few, they've all gone down.
And we've only got 15 overs left in the day. So I think if we do see the seamers brought on, I don't think they'll give them the new ball now, bowl a new ball spell, and they'll finish that spell with some overs to play. I think they'll probably take the new ball when there are maybe 10 overs left, and they give James and Patterson 5 overs each with the new ball. I think they'll want to finish with seam tonight.
For sure.
Abbott picks up one more, moves on to 26.
And I think I'm going to be swapping out with Taha, who's going to see us through to the end of the game. So I hope Surrey continue in this great form.
I think that's news to Taha. Montgomery in his 15th first-class game, yet to pick up a first-class wicket, but bowling more than respectable off-spin here. Doing a really good job for his team. Driven hard down the ground. Clark picks up one as Nikki leaves us and is replaced for the next half an hour or so by Taha Hashim. Montgomery finishes over, draws a thickish outside edge that goes only as far as the man at short cover. 2 off the over, Surrey 265 for 6, as I go downstairs and I'll be replaced by Phil Walker.
Seems like Calvin Harrison will be continuing here. Not still going to wait on that second new ball, having watched Brett Hutton go down once again with his hamstring. That was a tough old thing to watch him try and just bowl the ball, really. And so they'll have to stick with their spinners for a bit longer. Get those quicks a bit more of a rest.
Yeah, it was painful to watch afternoon Taha. It was painful to watch Brett Hutton try his damnedest to get through that over, only to pull up lame. His first delivery barely got there. It was a long full toss, bunted past him, and the second he pulled out just before trying to deliver that ball down there, and that was his day done. It was all very painful to watch, really.
Seemed like just as he was warming up, ready to go, that kind of the pain returned, really. And he went in and tried to deliver and just didn't look right all the way through until finally it was confirmed to us when he fell to the floor. And then tried one more time. And yeah, quite clear that he was in no fit state to continue. And so that's why Notts are pursuing the route of spin, hoping that they can get a bit more rest for James and Patterson, the 2 quicks that are remaining after both Ball and Hutton went down today.
Yeah, it's a slightly surreal moment, really, in this game. 13 overs and this final delivery to go of the day. And you wonder if Notts are just trying to take the sting out of the day, get through to the close without too much more damage, maybe pick 1 or 2 up with the slow men, and just try and stagger to the finishing line, really, regroup overnight, and then pick things up with the new ball, with the two fit men that they do have in Dane Patterson and Lyndon James, and try and see what they can do tomorrow morning. It almost feels like they've set in for the day, Taha.
Yeah, but one thing that maybe puzzles me a bit is that Surrey potentially haven't been a bit more aggressive against these spinners. I mean, it's not two quicks down. Maybe you just tuck into one of the spinners, confuse Hamid a bit more, and then where's he going to turn to? He doesn't want to go to his quicks right now.
But this is where they may well sense that this is the moment, Surrey, to really drive it home. The chance of that new ball came and presumably has now gone. It's possible, I suppose, that Hamid might try and find 2 overs each with his 2 seamers at the end of the day. But you would say this is not a bad time to be batting, to say the least. And yet they continue to play within themselves, entirely within their rights, of course, and Clark in particular has gone at a good lick and batted beautifully all afternoon. He's 83 from 112. Abbott's just simmering a bit, 28 from 62. The cold hard facts are that Surrey are 268 for 6, with 2 men in, and they're beginning to hold the cards in this cricket match. Remember, they were 4 down at lunch. So Jordan Clark keeps the strike. He's edging towards what would be a landmark 3rd first-class 100 here. Still some work to do, but he will have half an eye on that with 12 overs to go.
It's an odd little passage where I think both sides will take what they're getting. Surrey comfortably batting, picking up the singles. Hamid just wants his spinners to rattle through the overs, basically. And that's kind of what's happening. It's almost like they've declared a truce.
Exactly that. Another single. It's almost as if Notts will take this 3 or 4 times and over just to get out of what has been a bruising day for them. Calvin Harrison can't have bowled too many 18 over spells on day 1 of a championship match, but he's doing this manfully so far.
He's offered nothing loose. It's been really impressive. When he has gone short, it's bowled with pace.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's no time to rock back and pull or cut.
I can't think of a full toss either, and normally you throw a few of those into the mix with a wrist spinner. Really impressive control. There's not much to work with on the surface just yet, although he has got 1 or 2 to rag. But if you're looking for your wrist spinner to offer that kind of support and control, and he needs to quieten things down at a certain point in the day, then there's a hell of a lot to work with here. Good again, bowling to his field. That's been a feature all day. If you look at the figures, 0 for 50, 0 for 51 now, ticking over, but barely tells the story of what he's done here for Notts. $11 to go. 272 for 6.
Montgomery's going to have to rattle through another one here.
Do you think they can possibly squeeze a couple more out from the seamers with that new ball just before the close? Do you think that's what he might be thinking?
Potentially. I think you'd have Patterson had a decent rest James had a decent rest.
The thought of just 2 overs each as well with a new ball in your hand, with that extra motivation just to maybe get rid of 1 or 2 going into tomorrow. Tomorrow morning won't look quite so daunting. I think Hamid will be looking to his 2 seamers and saying, do you have one last push in you? I think they need it, really. It's still a long way to go in this day for them to, as Taha so perfectly put it, call a truce on the contest. Strangely subdued by the Surrey batters, but more than happy to accumulate at this stage.
Abbott and Clark don't look like they're in any sort of mood to force Hamid's hand. They seem happy with how things are going here, with the spinners just ticking along comfortably for some singles.
That will be 4 though. That was a drag down outside leg stump. Easy pickings, moves into the 90s now. Jordan Clark's had a very good day, whatever happens from now. 91 from 122, the standout knock of the day.
Montgomery's bowled well so far, but that time showing why he's a part-timer, dragging it down, and Clark pulled away comfortably for 4.
Make that 4 more. He's moving through the 90s at a fair lick here. 95 now, that was there to hit. And this game of cat and mouse, he's ready to pounce, you feel. It's about recognising the moment to go, and this could well be it for Surrey as the clouds roll in. Early evening now in South London. Jordan Clark moves on to 96. Sudden flurry of runs. Retains the strike. He's doing this very well. It's going to be Calvin Harrison again. 10 overs to go. Penny for Hasib Hamid's thoughts here. What he'd give for just 1 or 2 more this evening. However they come around.
Clark on strike on 96, just 1 shot away. Does Harrison tempt him with 1? Toss 1 up.
Mid on and mid off are back all the way. And well played by Jordan Clark. He's not going to be dragged into any funny business here. Not played 1 sweep, has he, all day? Played very straight. Cut away with just a single, although he's coming back hard. He's done that very well. Liam Patterson-White, I think it is, could have attacked that with a little bit more venom, you feel, at deep cover, but it's been a long day for everybody out there.
Clark absolutely thundered in for that first single there. He was desperate for 2 from the get-go.
98 not out. He'll just pick up a single.
We've only seen 1 County Championship 100 here all season.
Is that right, the Ollie Pope knock?
Yep.
Seems like a long time ago. So we're due another. We'll have to wait for a moment. Sean Abbott, meanwhile, playing within himself. Quiet hand so far, 30 not out from 66. Been very respectful to the leggy. He'll pick up a single this time into the offside. 1 delivery to go. Calvin Harrison coming up to 20 overs. Hasib Hamid calls in the field, trying to squeeze Jordan Clark here. Yeah, deep mid-wicket comes up as well.
Does he offer a tempter?
Nothing doing, well bowled Calvin Harrison. Jordan Clark will not be moved. Impressive from the both of them. They've been the stars of the afternoon, really. It's been a compelling battle and contest between the two of them. And Clark is edging it as we speak. He'll have to sit on his bat, though, just for now. 99 from 128. And the occasional off breaks of Matt Montgomery. I don't suppose he'd have turned up this morning imagining that he was going to be bowling 7 or 8 overs on day one here, but so it's come to pass. Abbott on strike, punches down the ground. The crowd smattering of applause because they know the big story here is Jordan Clark on the cusp of what will be his 3rd first-class 100. He's really blossomed into one of the county game's finest players.
Hamid just tinkering with his field now, bringing his men in. Might be sending one back. This man going to deep mid-wicket. Everyone else closing in now. Jordan Clark on 99.
Tight offside field. Pushed into the ground. For a moment there the crowd may have been excited, but no, nothing doing. Tension builds here. Clark again, been a feature of his innings, how he's played with such clarity of thought. Not got drawn into anything at all. Again, well bowled here by Montgomery, keeping it tight, bowling to his field, leg side heavy. One delivery to go.
It doesn't matter how well you've played, there are going to be nerves on 99.
It's gone down the ground and he's found the gap. And there it is. A little jig for joy. Jordan Clark, 3rd first-class 100 of his career. He's held this innings together throughout the afternoon. He's been a cut above, 133 balls for it. 16 fours, chanceless throughout. He's been in complete control. He's showed touch and finesse and deftness as well as the power you've come to associate with him. He lived a little on 99 there, Taha, and got away with it.
A fabulous innings from Jordan Clark. We know he's a powerful player, but the situation demanded showing a bit of respect to the Notts bowlers, but then also showing control when seeing that there were 2 seamers down. He's played brilliantly, and 133 balls. It is a quick innings, but he's played with a deftness of touch. Those little late cuts off the quicks have been the highlight, in my opinion. And then at the end there, he did want to go for the big shot. He didn't completely nail it, but he got the boundary and a much desired ton.
Yeah, Haseeb Hamid had his head in his hands after that shot. He was at straight, catching mid-wicket, close in, and mid-on was there as well, ready for the catch. The ball's gone at head height really between the two, but it was hit hard. Fortune favours the brave. It's been a classy knock from a classy cricketer. It rather summed up Notts' day as well. They've tried hard, they've been inventive in the field in trying circumstances, but those half and half moments haven't quite fallen for them. So this is their last throw of the dice for the day. 8 overs to go, and Dane Patterson again back into the attack. So you imagine this will be a last blast of seam. Hamid had to go for this. Pushed into the offside straight away. There's runs for Sean Abbott. Hamid, the skipper, in pursuit. Be a comfy 3, might even be 4. No, they'll settle for 3 in the end. Huge boundary out that way. And so it brings Jordan Clark back onto strike. So fresh new ball in his hand. What can Dane Patterson summon at the end of a bruising day here? 295 for 6 is edging towards Surrey's day for sure. That's a tired delivery. But 1 or 2 more tonight, and the visitors will traipse off, feeling like they've stuck at it really well here. There's still much to play for. 7 overs after this. You imagine, of course, it will be Lyndon James as the only other standing seamer left on the park from the far end. Can they just find 1 or 2 more in the gloaming here at South London? That's why they're trying with this new ball. That's an absolute perler, and not for the first time. Dane Patterson beats the outside edge.
It's been a long old day for Dane Patterson, but he's got to summon every ounce of energy now. Got the new ball, got 2 batters who are well in, but that ball's still going to do things. We've just seen that with that previous delivery.
And that's caught him, and I think he's down and hurt here. Right in the unmentionables.
A cheeky smile from Patterson.
There's been a few wry smiles from Notts players today. These are one of these days that old pros talk about in their dotage. The day when half your bowling attack went down before lunch. He's in again. Manful effort this. Bang on the money. That's a tired body, but he's still able to get it down there.
Yep.
Yeah, that replay confirms it. That will run away off the pads, I think. Fine for 4. Leg byes it is. That's a tired delivery. Falling away in his action a little bit. You didn't see any of that leg side stuff earlier in the piece. Dane Patterson has to be philosophical at the end of a day like this. Grabs his cap from the umps and traipses back into the outer, reflecting on one of those days. Here, as expected, Lyndon James, not for the first time, hands his cap and his jumper to the umpire, smiles at his skipper and says, "I'll do what I can."
Lyndon James returning to bowl at the pavilion.
It's Jordan Clark's wagon wheel there. See those runs down to third man.
That's it, so strong,
Behind
exactly
square.
that. Exactly that.
He didn't overdo it on the cut shot. He wasn't about blasting it. He just let the ball run off the face. It's been a very controlled innings.
Another feature of it. 300 up for Surrey, 300 for 6. What a recovery this has been. Considering at one point they were 70 for 4 with the whole of their top order removed. Another feature of that Jordan Clark innings on that wagon wheel, how few runs he made through the onside. He eschewed that shot. It would have been very tempting, and we've seen it in white ball cricket, how powerful he is through mid-wicket, through square leg, but he sat on his bat and played a very mature and sensible and classy innings here. That'll be 4 more. This is what happens. Tired limbs, tired minds. They're trying their best to keep a lid on this, Notts, but they can feel it drifting away from themselves as the lights come on here. The truth is, they must just be desperate to get off the park.
And the sadness for them is these are ideal conditions with the second new ball. That pitch still with that green tinge, lights on.
Yeah, they still have to keep believing here. 300 for 6, 320 for 8 is a different story at the end of the day. Seems a long way off, but these two will give it their all. 6 and a bit overs to go. 10 to 6 in the evening. Yeah, so no boundary fours from mid-on all the way round to behind square on the onside. It's a mark of how much self-control Jordan Clark elicited throughout that knock. He knew his scoring areas and he stuck to them. Played inside his little bubble, and the results are there. 107 not out from 140 deliveries.
Speaks to the lengths that knots have bowled as well. They haven't gone in with the short ball to Clark. But I guess they lack that kind of extra pace in their attack as well, and they lack the bowlers really for one of those quicks to run in and go in with a short ball barrage. They just don't have the stocks for it at the moment.
Pushing in again, Lyndon James. And he's got him. He's got him. Brilliant stuff by Lyndon James. Reaps the rewards for his persistence across the day. And Jordan Clark doesn't want to go, but accepts his fate. Rob Bailey's finger belatedly went up. Lyndon James didn't even turn to acknowledge the decision. He knew it was gone. Good catch by Tom Moores, who grasped one earlier in this partnership to give Sean Abbott a life. So Clark goes for 107 from 142 with 17 boundary fours. Classy knock, and the crowd will rise to acknowledge such.
A fine innings from Jordan Clark. And here's how he departed. Lyndon James has been terrific from that end all day with the second new ball. Get the ball to nip in sharp, cuts Clark in half. A little feather of the inside edge and held on behind the stumps by Tom Moores.
Yeah, very redolent of the Jamie Smith wicket earlier in the piece. Lyndon James, it's the least he deserves today. He's been heroic, really. Run in with a smile on his face, hit his lengths. Very solid, repeatable action. Another day could have even had more than his 3 for as it stands, but Notts will absolutely take that at this stage, and it brings Jamie Overton to the crease for his first red ball game in many a long while. Now fully fit, ready to bowl. That'll be great to see tomorrow. And he's got 6.1 overs this evening to negotiate. Surrey 304 for 7. And despite it being a rather surreal evening session for the reasons well established, nonetheless, if Notts were to get rid of 1, maybe 2 more at this point, then they will say this is a job well done. 3 slips now to the new man. Lyndon James into his 21st over, 3 for 54. Pushing in hard. Runs straight away for Jamie O. Into the onside. Oh, and he stumbled. And it was fortunate that Abbott was aware of that. Is he okay? Oh dear, he stayed down here. Oh, this could be particularly bad news. He slipped badly there. He's back up on his feet in clear discomfort. Slipped on the turn. He was fully ready for that second run. Feet just gave way underneath him. And he is in clear pain here. He's still on his haunches. The physio hasn't yet come on. Okay, he's trying to shake it off, I think. Trying to shake it off. It was the last ball of the over, and so he will resume. He looks in relatively good fettle as it stands here. Just trying to shake off whatever that was. Getting those hamstrings loose. We breathe again. That would have been desperately unfortunate if Jamie on his much anticipated return to 4-day cricket. It's been a strange old afternoon, Taha. Dane Patterson in, runs 4. That'll be angled away perfectly, safely. Played nicely really with soft hands.
And all eyes on just how Jamie Overton's running, what facial expression he's making. He seems okay. He was trying to shake it off, but it really didn't look good when he was getting up there after falling down. Controlled edge, down to third man for 4. And he's bouncing up and down, he's just trying to get himself back up and running.
Hit hard, but straight to the man, short mid-wicket. Looks like he's moving okay here. Dane Patterson, he's been round the blocks many times, 34 years old now. Just puffing a bit in this final spell of his.
Still searching for the right line. He's been very straight on the pads. We saw a couple balls go down the leg side in his previous over with the second new ball. Just trying to find a line that brings those 2 slips into play.
Yeah, can he summon one more outswinger? That's what he'll be saying to himself. That's fine. But the man is there. What's left of him. That is Brett Hutton down there, who's hanging around hoping that that hamstring strain mends itself miraculously overnight and he's able to resume in the morning, and so he's staying on the pitch. Hard yakka for these Notts boys out here today. Patterson blowing hard here. That's the ball he's looking for. But Sean Abbott relatively becalmed all afternoon, perhaps playing for the morning.
He's played very sensibly, Sean Abbott. I was just watching Jordan Clark go about his innings, and I guess it's kind of copied that same template. They're both similar profiles. They like to give it a whack, but they're just playing within themselves.
There you go, though. Bashed into the ground and then over the man at extra cover. Hit hard in the slot. Tired long half volley, and he's frustrated there. Is Dane Patterson. He doesn't need to be. He's done everything he can here. Taha's work for the day is done. So with 5 overs to go, Yas Rana ambles in.
I spent my half an hour off looking up synonyms for the word manfully.
As it made its appearance.
There's only so many times you can use the same word to describe what Dane Patterson, Lyndon James and Calvin Harrison have done today.
I think a Valiant made an appearance earlier.
They did. Do you want to have a go?
What, changing it up?
No, can you list the main synonyms for manfully?
Lyndon James is in. Come on then, fire away.
Bravely, courageously, boldly, gallantly, heroically, fearlessly, valiantly, resolutely, stoutly. It's my favourite.
Lovely. Quietly, Sean Abbott moves into the 40s.
just a very odd day.
Yeah.
That Notts have actually done really well.
Yeah.
But they're objectively not in a very strong position at all because of the injuries that Jake Ball and Brett Hutton have picked up. I mean, I think James has been brilliant. 3 for 56 coming towards the end of his 21st over.
Yeah, he's been superb. Another day you pick up 5 or 6. And when you think that he can bat as well, Notts have really found one.
Yeah, you know, he's someone of England Lions interest. He's had a decent summer with the ball, but a really poor one with the bat. I think he's averaging something like 15 in the Championship. But yeah, there's a lot to like.
.315 for 7. It's been Surrey's day, but there's still time for Notts to ease the pressure on themselves tomorrow morning by just nicking one more out tonight, but it's not going to happen there. That's a glorious shot. First sign really from Sean Abbott of expansion. He felt it was there to hit, got tired of knocking it on the head, twisted those wrists, rolled over the ball and stuck it between the two men on the onside. Brilliant batting.
I said it earlier in the day, but I cannot believe that Sean Abbott only averages 25 in first-class cricket.
Well, he began this innings averaging 55 this year and topping the Surrey averages. Make that 60-odd, no doubt now. He'd made 385 runs coming into this knock. Have some of that. What a shot. Can't hit a cricket ball harder than that. Suddenly back-to-back boundaries and Surrey are making hay now.
Yeah, quite often at the end of the day you sense that the batting side are just trying to get to the close on the skates, whereas here I think Surrey is sensing an opportunity to really punish the tired bowling. James and Pats have done a great job all day, but both of them have bowled in excess of 20 overs on the opening day here.
Got him! Lyndon James, take a bow. It's been a stout-hearted effort, has it not, Yas? And he picks up his 4th victim of the day. Sean Abbott goes for 48, caught in the cordon. He went 4-4, and then could not resist that tempter outside off stump, and finally off Lyndon James. 1 carries from the pavilion end and a decent diving catch at second slip. So Calvin Harrison may not have bothered the wicket column during an excellent spell of leg break bowling throughout the day, but he's taken a very, very tidy catch there. Surrey 3-2-3 for 8 then.
And all of a sudden, a slightly different feel to the day there. 2 late wickets for James. Surrey viewed this period with the new ball as an opportunity to score quick runs, maybe nab an extra batting bonus point. But James has just stuck at it, and there's been that little bit of extra movement with the new ball that was missing in the mid-afternoon. And they picked up 2 wickets here, and all of a sudden 323 for 8. Surrey they haven't run away with it in the way that they threatened to at various points in the afternoon.
Yep, exactly that. Still, it's far from done. Tom Laws is more than handy at number 10. Dan Worrell is at number 11, but as we saw in that Lancashire game, he's more than capable. So there's still work to be done here for Notts, whether they can do it this evening or tomorrow morning. But to have got them 8 down is a pretty good effort, to say the least. It will be Patterson to try and get through 2 more overs from the JM Finn stand end.
You can just tell the body's saying no.
Yeah, he's running on empty, isn't he?
Please no more.
Yeah, he's got nothing left here except willpower, just to try and get yourself through it. That is a very broad bat of Jamie Overton.
What do you think the game plan is here for Overton? See it through to the close, or 3.4 overs is enough time for me to get another batting bonus point this evening?
Well, I don't see him as a player to overcomplicate matters. I think if it's there, he's not going to hold back. It must just be a joy to be out there again. Immensely frustrating with injury. He's been playing, as we know, in the T20 side as a hitter in the middle order.
And boy, does he hit them.
Yeah, he certainly does. But this is the real stuff for him. And having played so well last year, key point of difference in Surrey's attack. But of course, averaged over 50 as well with the ball, with the bat. For this to be his first red ball game of the season, he'll be desperate to leave his mark on it. Hopefully, that slip during the run won't impinge his bowling tomorrow. Plays that tidily enough off his pads.
Yeah, we were worried about that a few minutes ago, but he seems to be moving decently at the moment. Been really impressed by Hamid today, given the mother of all hospital passes. He didn't know it at the time, but with two seam bowlers falling with injuries, balls so early in the day, he shuffled his pack really well. I think the fields that he set, particularly for Harrison, me and Nikki were on together when he came onto the attack, and we were surprised the end he was bowling from, because there's a much shorter leg side boundary from the Vauxhall end. But he didn't always just have men protecting it on the boundary. He sometimes had guys hovering 10 or 15 yards in, tempting the Surrey players, not giving them easy singles either. And you know, you look at, if Notts get something out of this game, you probably look at the 20 overs for 55 that Harrison managed to get through. Has actually been really important. It's a really good nunfer.
Yeah.
It's a really good nunfer.
Exactly that. Hamid's body language has been impressive as well today. He's been very sprightly. He's kept on it, kept a smile on his face. He's kept them going. Would have been quite easy to have betrayed your frustrations. There was a slightly sort of futile feel in the immediate period after tea when he knew that he was denuded of his two main quicks. But he's shuffled them around well, and he's kept the spirits up. It's been impressive, really.
Very proactive, constantly in communication with not just his bowlers, but senior members of the side.
Another one to add to the list of fresh air shots induced by the outswing of Lyndon James.
That is a slow walk back to his mark. Really, really slow walk. But 22 overs in, he's still producing the goods. You feel like it'd be fitting for James to claim a fifth before the close tonight. Decent crowd in here at the Kia Oval for a Monday.
Yeah, and this game will heat up as well over the next 3 days. Jamie O is coming for you, and you know it. You can hear it as well as see it. Yeah, it looms large for Notts batters tomorrow. First up, once Surrey's innings is done.
It's been their Achilles heels all season.
Indeed.
First innings runs. And you think they really owe their bowlers a rest, given the job that some of them have done today.
He's got a good technique, hasn't he, Jamie Overton? Uncomplicated player. He clearly takes a lot of time and thought over his batting. You see the way he shadow bats.
Also, just how impressive it is, right? To be unfit to bowl, but still demand a place in one of the best T20 sides in the country on account of your secondary suit. You know, when Surrey signed him from Somerset a few years ago now, he was still, despite being in his mid-20s, still very raw. He wasn't a player he wasn't in the Somerset side every week. He wasn't a consistent red ball cricketer at that point in his career. And he started slowly as well. And it kind of all changed at the beginning of last summer, working with Azam Mahmood, I think.
Asim Mahmood still thinking. He's brought up deep point into a catching position at backward point now. Good to see.
It's a no ball.
Oh. Your heart goes out to him.
He can't believe it. He cannot believe he's done that.
Yeah, not for the first time. Asim Mahmood and Lyndon James have exchanged the odd wry grin.
He knows he's got to bowl another over off this as well.
He loves it though, you can see. Full of the joys.
Oh.
That will be runs. It will be cut off. It's a long boundary out there. And Jamie O, perhaps still mindful of that tweak after the fall earlier, is more than happy just to settle on a couple, leaving Tom Laws to face the penultimate over of the day. And it will be Dane Patterson digging as deep as he's ever had to here. You won't get too many more days like this.
It's not just the bowlers who are stiff and sore. Just saw umpire Rob Bailey doing a couple of stretches.
There he goes
there
again.
He goes again.
It's hard yakka for everyone out there.
96 overs is a long time.
All 15 bodies. He's called himself through. Jamie O, no ill effect by the looks of things, which is good to see. Hopefully he'll be good to go tomorrow with the ball as and when it comes around.
And even umpire long there, it's a very half-hearted leg by signal, not really getting the knee up. It's really gone through.
Yep. Yeah. He's stuck at it brilliantly here.
Given over rates in Test cricket, Patterson and James have pretty much bowled entire sessions by themselves for a Test game, maybe not County Championship.
By the end of the day, they'd have bowled 47 overs between them. Assuming Lyndon James, as he will take the final over in due course. 47 overs between the seamers. And the best part of 20 overs from Calvin Harrison as well. All things considered, 329 for 8. You'd take it. Bat well tomorrow, and there could still be a famous heist on here for the visitors. Long way to go. Jamie O has just mullered it straight back to his opponent, to his partner rather. Clattered into Tom Laws. That's how hard he hits it. Tom Laws had no chance there. Oh, on the inside thigh as well.
It's a good shot.
Yeah, he's enjoying himself. Is Jamie O just now. He'd have been dreaming of this moment for months. He's not going to let it waste. One delivery to go in Dane Patterson's day.
you worry a little bit for the not seamer just in terms of what you've got coming up. There's just under a week gap between games to the next round of fixtures, and then there's another round of fixtures right after that. In the heart of the summer, you'd expect at least one of those rounds to be properly hot.
Here he goes then, final delivery of the day, and it's smeared by Jamie Overton through the covers for 4. What can you do, Dane Patterson, but throw your head back, stare at the heavens, pop your cap back on your head and think about the futility of life. As he drifts back to his mark, he's bowled superbly in patches today. It's been a tired final spell in truth. 34 years young. He's just about getting to his mark at long leg.
Lyndon James's face is saying he wants to bowl this over, but the rest of his body I don't think is suggesting that, as he limps past his captain. One more push.
And it's going to be Tom Laws still on 0 to face up here. 3 slips, backward point catching. Lyndon James in again. Fullish on the pads, feature of his day.
He's charged in there as hard as he has for a while. Really is extremely impressive how he's kept on going today.
It's a strange kind of agony, county cricket. 333 for 8. 95.1 overs in the day. Surrey have ambled along just over 3s all day. Full, fresh air. Same old for Lyndon James, whose attitude has been remarkable really all day. A lesser man would have blown his top long ago, but he's kept on coming in hard.
Bowled with a lot of heart today.
So much of the battle being an English seamer is keeping your attitude good, keeping the optimism up really. Down the track this time, and it's a no ball. I hate to say it.
Lyndon. We're going to get a Rye smile this time. I'm not too sure. Oh, no, we do.
Good old Hashim. Hashim's, and even Brett Hutton as well on one leg, giggling away. What can you do but laugh? He's in again, look, springing that step. And it's 4 squeezed through the gap. It has to be, of course. It's a brutal and remorseless game. I'm looking forward to the post-match interview, whoever they put up. I'd like to see Hashim come and do it. He's had a great day out there. These are the days you live for as a county cricketer. Back up against the wall, no way out, hanging in there for dear life. And another.
You know, it's Surrey's day, but Knots are still in this. It's a good pitch. You expect batting conditions to be as good tomorrow as they were today, if not even better.
Yep. They'll have to bat very well over the next 4 sessions really to stay in the game. I don't think they're going to see much more of Brett Hutton or Jake Ball, so they will need a lead. Long way to go in this game of cricket. All you can ask for is that you hang in there as best you can. And again, Hasib Hamid, lovely to see, bringing in conventional cover to just make that cordon into 4 now. Sort of wide-ish gully and a backward point as well. Still thinking final delivery of a bruising day for the visitors. and it's full, and it's seamed, and it's gone late, and it's beaten the outside edge. What a day's cricket. 339 for 8. Surrey will be happy enough with that. Bounced along at 3.5 and over. They haven't had to exert themselves. They weathered the early setbacks of losing 4 before lunch. The star of the day for Surrey has been Jordan Clark with his 3rd first-class 100. But no story of the day is complete without a nod to Dane Paterson and Lyndon James, who rocked up this morning as part of a 4-man pace attack, and by mid-afternoon it was them and them alone.
I mean, James finishes with superb figures of 4 for 74 after 23.2 overs, but really he could have had 5, 6 or 7. That's how well he bowled. There was a spell after lunch where he was bowling to, there's a bowler's walk off arm in arm. There was a spell this afternoon where he was bowling to Ben Foakes, and he kept on beating the bat without quite getting the wicket. This is a glorious image, isn't it?
And there you have it.
Attack.
There you have it. As I said earlier, in the years to come, when you meet up as old boys, do you remember that 2023 game at the Oval where we all went down in a heap? There's a strange kind of joy and satisfaction to take from a day like that for Notts.
Dane Paterson will walk off the field having taken a 6-fer and not get the sort of congratulations that he's getting right now from his Notts teammates. They massively appreciate the job done by the 2 main men today.
So just a quick run through the scorecard. Rory Burns went to the 2nd ball of the day, LBW to Brett Hutton. That seems like a long time ago now. Dom Sibley and Tom Latham repaired the damage, put on 66 quite comfortably really for the 2nd wicket, before Dom Sibley nicked off to Brett Hutton to give Hutton his 2nd wicket, taken behind the stumps by Tom Moores, one of 5 catches that Moores bagged across the course of the day. That was 66 for 2, and that soon became 67 for 3 when Jamie Smith went for a blob, inside edging Lyndon James to give him his 1st wicket, caught down the leg side, good tumbling catch by Moores, and that then fell away for Surrey even worse to 70 for 4 just on the stroke of lunch when Tom Latham went, hit on the back pad from an in-ducker from Lyndon James. 70 for 4 at lunch. Surrey repaired the damage across the afternoon session as first Jake Ball and then Brett Hutton pulled up lame. And it was the turn really of Will Jacks and Ben Foakes initially, and then clearing the stage for Jordan Clark. Will Jacks made a breezy 35 before running at Paterson and edging against the run of play really at the time. Ben Foakes was serene for 46 before he nicked off in similar fashion, although playing a very different shot. Dane Paterson picking up his 2nd wicket, caught behind again by Tom Moores. But meanwhile, Jordan Clark was really making his presence known in this cricket match. He eventually went to his 100, his 3rd championship 100 of his career, and perhaps his best. It was a star-studded innings really, full of finesse and touch and class as well as power. 17 boundary 4s. When he went 7 wickets for 304 in the 90th over, caught behind from the persevering Lyndon James and Sean Abbott right at the death as well, just too shy of yet another 50. Gave James his 4th wicket, caught well by Calvin Harrison at 2nd slip. So 339 for 8. We're going to do it all again tomorrow morning. Brett Hutton 2 for, Dane Paterson 2 for, Lyndon James brilliant for his 4 for 74, and a word as well for Calvin Harrison, 19.5 overs, no wicket for 55, but he did a very important job for the visitors, who have stuck at it excellently, up against it for much of the day. 339 for 8 overnight. Join us again tomorrow morning, just a tick before 11. Weather is set fair and we could be in for an absolute cracker. Thanks for your time and we'll see you in the morning.